Alright. Oh, that's not bad. That's not a good way to start this. Oh, hello. So, this is the 1K sub stream, and I'm going to be doing a tier list of every single character that was on UVS Ultra in the history of the game. And if I have the time and energy towards the end, I can even throw in some cards that were never printed or never massively done, such as the Warhammer and Princess P. But there's about 1,200 odd cards to actually do here, and yeah, this is just me being silly and making a bet I thought was never going to happen. I have an army of snacks, some painkillers, water, and other drinks to help me get through this. I have giveaway stuff. I've got TMNT deck boxes, product, a army of promos to throw at people. I'm expecting this to go really weird very quickly. So I'm just gonna quickly. So I edit out a lot of my coughing and stuff when I'm recording. You're probably going to get a lot of it over the course of the next few hours. So what can you do to annoy me for this stream? As you can see on there, if you're not a member and you sign up to be a member, you can make me reassess a card. If you gift memberships, you can have me reassess a card based on how many memberships were gifted. Same with super chats and other things like that. This is where we get people to look over. I just realized that there's a space. Boom. And so you can essentially have me reassess a card, have me reassess a character, and try and fight for it to be higher or lower based on where you think it should be. If you're already a member, I'm just going to let you do that anyway. And I'm going to do this based on my vibes. So this is a discussion I had with some of the supporters of the channel. I was trying to figure out how to assess these cards because it's 20 years worth of cards. I can't judge them based on standard playability. I don't have the knowledge to assess them based on were they playable at the time, and I don't have the retro knowledge to go these are retro playable. So I'm just going to go off my vibes, seeing them on face. If I think they're cool, if I think they have interesting abilities, off the art, essentially it's just going to be, would I play it based on what it says on face? And so these are all my personal opinions. I don't know the history of the game, and I'm sure that I'm going to make a lot of bad takes on here, but that's what I do. Okay, we're going to go in chronological order according to UVS Ultra. And we're going to start off with legacy promos. Now, I didn't have the time to organize these from here, so they're in some kind of weird order where we're starting off with 22. And then we've got a bunch of stuff going on here. That's the best way I can say to put it. So we're going to start off with Raphael. Air all life. 6 hand size, 26 health. Your attack gets +1 speed. Commit, disregard 1 card from your card pool. Power scaling with Attack on Titan. This is a terrible card. Your attack gets +1 speed. It's cute. It's fun. It's very. It's nice. Commit, discard 1 card from your card pool. That's it. I mean, where we are in the game now, we're drawing cards for ability slates. If you're telling me I need to turn off my character, if you're telling me none of my attacks get any more speed because I'm discarding a card from my card pool, I need to kind of get more for that. One of the things I was told is I need to have essentially a minute on each card. I'm going to try and average a minute because there are going to be ones I do talk about a bit more, and there's going to be ones I talk about less. But Raphael 3 dot for me goes into E, goes into D. Oop. Why would you do that to me? What? Which one are you even selected here? This is what I hate about OBS. It has selected a random card and not told me which one it was. I want Raphael. Where's the F tier? So the image I got doesn't have an F tier. The image I've got just has a D tier. So D is going to be the lowest. Failed tier list already. Probably, but yeah. Raphael, basic bitch card. Get out of here. Now we have Killick. Killick, all life, water. Your all attacks get +1 damage. Commit, discard one momentum, discard one attack from your opponent's card pool. Ooh. That doesn't say... Yeah, that's a bit more interesting. Because you can essentially turn off the attack they're currently playing. It's a 6 hand size 23, so it's not that interesting. And you need momentum to kick it off. I would have put it higher if it had more health, but that's just bad. Oop. I'm gonna be having some issues with this now. Yeah, no, you can. I'm probably just gonna need to actually just put you all the way down here because you are just terrible. I think someone's waiting for me to go live on Twitch when I'm on YouTube. You really need an F tier for a lot of the legacy promos. Okay, let me see what I can do here. If I shrink this down and then just add text box F. Aha! We make our own F tier. It's so bad it's not even part of the rest of the tiers. How's that? Is that acceptable solution for you there, Mike? So yeah. If it had more health, if Killick had more health, then I would actually play it. I really would. But Killick just 623 for the ability to turn off one attack isn't spicy anymore. If it was a 630 that basically went discard momentum, turn off one attack, I'm down for that. The perfect F tier. Excellent. Yeah, Blake was sitting on Twitch. I did say it was on YouTube, so hopefully Blake will be here joining us soon. Now we have Ivy. Art's pretty decent. 5 hand size, 27 health. You better have a very powerful ability here, Ivy. Death, Evil, Water, Commit. When your opponent attempts to play a card as a block, that block gets +2. That's so bad for a 5 hand size 27. Oh, hello, Blake. That's terrible. No, even the very suggestive artwork cannot save this card. That is absolutely terrible. One of the worst characters that I've ever printed. Even my terrible takes can't save that. West Flawless Victory, National Champion of 2006. Why even the Legacy promos and the Champ promos? But hey, 719. Okay, decently started. Air Chaos Void. Place one non-character card from your staging area to the top of your deck. Your opponent places one non-character card from their stage to the top of the deck. Form Commit. Look at the top X cards of your deck. Replace them in any order. X equals the number of committed foundations in your stage. I don't like... Yeah, I get it's debuilding your opponent every single time you yeah, Jeremy Ray kind of mentioned that yesterday, that it was before check hacking. It was before like you had progressive difficulty. You only drawing one card a turn. The rules were very different at the time. But then I don't like this. I don't, especially if we're playing without progressive difficulty. Debuilding myself or my opponent just lets them pass their next check or lets them pass their block. Why would I want to give them that? If it, it's just so. Yes, I'm securing my next check, but I'm also debuilding myself for defense. And then I get to just look at the top X, rearrange them, but based on committed foundations. I think the rule set is the old rules are going to be what kills a lot of these cards, because I don't like that at all. Matt Coles, 7 hand size, 18 health, Chaos Death, Chaos Evil Fire. Commit 1 foundation, change the zone of any attack. Change the attack zone of any attack to mid. Pretty cool. Discard a non-block card. Add a block card from your discard pile to your hand. So I imagine a block card means any card with a block mod, and then a non-block card is any card without a block mod. That's a form though. Oh. As a form, I guess you do get to essentially discard a card. Changing anything to mid makes it blockable. That's pretty decent. Being able as a form, so when you get towards the end of your turn, pick up something that's going to be a decent block. Also quite understandable. Also just be able to discard a non-block card such as Hacker Extraordinaire and be able to pick up an attack. Being able to commit a foundation, especially on its symbols. I think we slapped Matt in the D column. Okay, Matt. Yeah, Mike. I'll take a little bit of a spoiler. Jiffany Jamba. Now I know the law of Jiffany Jamba, that it was based on Jason's girlfriend at the time, an 8 hand size infinity health character. 8 hand size 20 health infinity character got banned for being overpowered. Matt was busted. Okay, I'm glad I identified that. I think he got errated and reprinted. Nice. Damn, these characters suck by themselves. They're 20 years old. So, if I'd have done this tier list last week, Jiffany Jamba goes in S. However, symbol chaining is now dead, which just makes Jiffany Jamba an 8 hand size bearded titan. And I cannot put a bearded titan in S. Not a chance. Oh, cool. We'll see him again. I can't. She's got 8 hand size, which is very cool, but she has no other abilities. She's limited to 1 symbol, doesn't get access to any attunement. No. I'm wrong. Wrong about what? I'm gonna. Because of the 8 hand size at 20 health, that's decent card stock. She goes to C. Infinity rules to 1 symbol. Yeah, she only ever had. Oh, okay, but with symbol chaining, you didn't need to play cards that were. I guess you could only play the cards that were there. She was a 1 symbol card. Okay. She was S tiers when she won World. Like I said, this is just based on my personal opinion. she's an 8-hander for 20 health, which is solid. But there's a lot of characters that these days that just go, I don't care, you're 20 health. Okay. Who needs ability to you have 8 cards in hand? Okay, I misunderstood how she worked. That's on me. But I put it in C. The 8 hand size is solid, but Mothra's an 8 hand size, and I guess she's a fake hand size. So doesn't really get there. I just don't see it. I've never seen it with Jiffy and Gemma. Same with Universal Fighter. I guess that's a similar kind of situation. You've got more health, but you just get to play on one symbol. That's worse because in the current power scaling, meh. This is going to be an uphill fight. Okay, Nicholas the Saint. Like I said, if you have issues with what I'm doing in here, I am just sat in the UK versus Discord. You can come and shout at me. I'm just sat on a table in the UK versus Discord. You can literally just come and shout at me. Nicholas the Saint. All good life. At the start of the game, place 12 Xmas tokens on this character. Which you may remove with the following ability. From discard a card once per turn, remove 1 token from this character. Your opponent may add 1 card from the discard pile to the hand. If your character has no more Xmas tokens, you win. So you need to survive 12 of your turns. Yes, Hayden, we have Santa. Commit, discard 1 card. This attack gets minus X damage or plus X speed. X equals the lower value of the control or difficulty. So, on average, you're going to be giving something minus 1 to 3 speed, or plus 1 to 3 speed and minus 1 to 3 damage. Not has got an alt win condition on face, and if you can build a Starly deck, you can kind of get it. S tier for Santa. I don't know if I can give Santa S tier. Alt win condition on face 625. I've got to put Escape from New York Santa into D. The alt win condition is on face if you can build a Starly deck, and I had a lot of fun playing Santa in the season's beating a couple of years ago. Sean King at 5'9". Yeah, I forgot they have the heights and everything on the side here. Okay, next we have Nightmare Geese, Chaos Earth Evil, 6 hand size, 27 health. Response to scan 2 momentum. After you check a 1, 2, or 3, that check becomes a 4. Decent with Chaos with the momentum output. Enhance the scan momentum. This attack gets plus X damage. X equals the number of one controlled X in your disc. Whoa, that's spicy. That's a risk. Oh, I like that. I don't know why. That is. You have to have so much momentum, though. You need to have so much momentum. The fact you put Nicholas the Saint. That's what I should have found a way to put chat up on here. Can I quickly find a way to put chat up on here so people can see what's being said? How do I put it back? Wait. I'll figure it out in a second. F tier trash. I think they're spicy, but yeah, you need so much momentum to pop this off. Right, go studio mode. Can I steal the up thing that I use? Things I should have thought about before now. I have a random browser that I keep for chats, but I can't see it. Can I see it? Yeah, no, yeah, definitely. As much as I'm a fan of the spicy ones, definitely it has to go into F tier. Okay. Just look at that and we'll move it around if need be. Okay, our studio mode. Boom. Lily Kane. Discard momentum, gain X, vitality X equals the printed attack to printed speed. Only playable during your opponent's attack. Guess it. Yeah, so that's dependent on what your opponent's doing. And then commit after you play an attack as a reversal. Gain X vitality. X equals that attack's speed. So because you put its response as one play. I mean, it's a thing. I mean, not particularly, because this is a response when you play commit, Blake. So you're not gaining any additional health here, and it's. I guess if you boost your opponents, you can gain 5. But I cannot remember if MMM says your attack. I guess if you can boost it. How much higher would their speed need to be than the damage to make this worth it? I mean, feels solid. I put her into D just because she has that life gain and she doesn't really require much to pop it off. But I'm not sold on that. Yuminji, Chaos Evil Live, 626. What, man? We have been spoiled since the MHA era with high health 600s. Discard 1 momentum. Your opponent discards 1 momentum. Gain X vitality. X equals the difficulty of your opponent's discarded momentum. I mean, you're gaining 4 or 5 on average if you're lucky, maybe a 6. If you can grab a walk the dog, you're looking at an 8. It's pretty decent. 626. Yeah, no, I think I could put that in a solid D. I think I could do some serious work. I'm probably going to get shouted out by Mike for that one. I don't think it's good to. I mean, there's lots of ways to cheat momentum. I think one of the big one of the big downsides is Roman cancel. If they just pitch Roman cancel, you get nothing because it's a token. Oh, yeah. Taking into account Roman cancel, let's pop them in. Let's make these ones a bit smaller so I can fit more in, because I imagine this is going to get filled up quite a lot. But yeah, I've forgotten that Roman cancel doesn't really count. And it requires your opponent to have momentum in order to pop it off. So Getsu, Death, Order, Water, 5 hand size, 25. You better have some good abilities. Commit, draw 1 card, only playable if you have a water card in your card pool. Discard 1 momentum, discard a death card from your card pool. Reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an order card, draw it. If not, discard it. So, you need to be running all 3 symbols. That feels bad. Not impossible, but you'd have to make some really weird decisions. The commit to only draw 1 card feels out of place. Once you've got a good source of momentum going, if you're running a lot of death order on here, discarding death cards from your card pool, claim progressive to reveal top card of your deck. If it's an order card, you get to draw it. I guess it's kind of cool. Basically, just run their own kit. Yeah, but I mean, that where we are in the game. But the standard to get into D is already so high that I think this is just going to have to go into F. And I imagine F is going to kind of keep filling up and getting put over. Mr. Karate, all Death, Earth. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals your opponent's character's hand size minus 3. Only playable if your attack shares 2 symbols with your character. So if my opponent is a 7-hander, you get 4 damage if it shares 2 symbols. Not the best with the current state of the game, but still pretty solid. Response: before you draw cards your draw step, look at and take up to X cards from your momentum and add them to your hand. X equals your hand size minus the number of cards you have in your hand. So you just get 2. This was also the time when symbols got supported. Okay, fair fella. So being able to just pick, as a 5-hander, if I have no cards in hand, being able to pick up 5 cards from my momentum seems solid. You are showcasing information to your opponents about it. The enhance feels really decent if you share at least 2 symbols. Earth and Death together are very powerful on lots of cards anyway. As Blake says, the response feels really nice. Yeah, I'm happily stick this in the D tier. It's not overpowered. Could it put? I don't think it goes in C. It's not. This is a fun card, but I don't think it's C tier. I don't think it's gonna really pop off. Mina, 8 hand size, 18 health, air, earth, good. Response: after you play a ranged attack, discard 1 card from your card pool. Solid. No committal needed, nothing on there. You just get to discard a card. Response: discard momentum after you resolve an action during your opponent's turn. Repeat its effects, paying all costs and making a control check again. What? What in the madness? After you resolve an action card during your opponent's turn, repeat its effects. Okay. Alright, cool. Yeah, Earth, good with have some decent actions. If you could pop off a hold hostage and manifest, yeah, no. Discarding momentum to essentially play an action twice? That's kind of nutty. Imagine. Oh. So, yeah, right. That's what I'm thinking. I'd play that now. That is. Can you? Oh, after you resolve an action card, just the first response being able to mean you don't play with any progressive, absolutely solid. The second response to discard momentum after you resolve the actions. What if I block with an action? After you resolve an action card during your opponent's turn, after you repeat its effect. So what if I block? If I block with a showdown, do I get to commit 4 foundations? That's my question. Paying all costs and making all control checks again for the card as normal. Does it work on block, or does it only work if I play an action as an action? Because it says after you resolve an action card during your opponent's turn. So that's what I know. If I block with cards and they have on block effects. It looks like you didn't mess up too much of the mistake. We're currently talking about Mina. I think Mina looks absolutely cracked. I need to know if she responds on effects like showdown and things on block, because that's really solid to me. The air support of just being able to clear your stage and keep get advantage from here. Yes, if it was a showdown symbol, then it would work. Okay. But it has a manifest symbol, so I get to put 2 things into my momentum, paying the cost. It has Earth, so it has Dark Tournament Looms, which lets me draw 2 cards and add 2 momentum to my hand. It's got ready, get set, go symbols. If I can get momentum early, I can just build 4 foundations. Yes, I have no defense, but haha. No. Good actions. Oh. Oh. If she could play it, then yes. I'm gonna get shouted at, but I'm putting her in A. The ability to just double up on actions when there's some really cracked actions. Imagine playing Dark Tournament Looms and drawing 2 cards and picking up 2 momentum. Don't look up hop. Okay, I won't. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking here. Look up the card hop. Don't look. I think with the amount of busted actions that currently exist, I'm just gonna quickly. I have a big window in front of me, so I have to keep adjusting the exposure. I'm thinking, yeah, she goes in A. If I get shit for it, I get shit for it. She's a Mina, so immediately she gets preferential treatment. Holy Form Commit, let's take a look. We have Louise. 6 hand size, 21 health. Okay, you need a very good ability. Deaf, good, void, commit until the end phase of your next turn. All attacks get -2 damage to a minimum of 1. Each player discards 1 card after every time. What? Oh my god. Okay. But that's to the end phase of your next turn. So that also affects you. So that also affects you. So, but you can just do it. And until you finish your next turn, all attacks get -2 damage to a minimum of 1. So you're always going to be hitting for 1. And each player discards 1 card after every attack result. So if you launch an attack, both players discard a card. If they launch an attack, both players discard a card. Death has a lot of discard synergy. So I can definitely see that popping off. I think this is one where the health total is justified, but at the same time, Death has got a lot of draw power. Void has got a lot of control and discard in itself, and Good is just absolutely solid. Hop. Response after your opponent plays a non-attack card, add the top 2 cards of your deck to your momentum. Oh, I think I have one of those. Actually, I think I have one of those. Yeah, no, yeah, so you just get 4 momentum. How? Okay, Mike, I'm going to need to know why this is F tier. This seems like an absolute nightmare to play against. I don't think it goes into C tier, Blake, primarily because you're also being affected by this. if we ever get a multiplayer format where like 6 people are sat playing the same game, I would 100% run this just to give someone the worst play experience, the worst time of their lives. But at the same time, 621 that impacts yourself. That's the thing. It's a mega control piece. You need a hell of an. I think Mike's kind of convinced me. You need a hell of a draw aspect to keep up. If she had draw on face, so like if she had some way to keep replenishing her hand, yeah. She's grog without the draw power or the damage pump. She reads as insane, and she would be insanely fun. But the resource management is the issue. You have to discard when your opponent plays an attack, and you can also be taking 1, 2, 3 damage. It's going to be a long, grindy game, which I think unless you built specifically for that kind of fun, you're just going to be in trouble. If you want to use hollow turn stack. Yeah, but it's not a first form, so you do it at the end of there. You do it at the end of your turn, you commit form, and then you just go -2, so it's essentially a perpetual -2. Leona, 626, Earth, Evil, Good. Discard momentum after your opponent plays an ability printed on their character card, negate its effects. Commit, your good attack gets +3 damage. I like the first one. The second one could have literally just been another cost. Committing your character to give a good attack 3 damage, not great. 8-hander? Yeah, if she was an 8-hander. The ability to cancel any ability printed on a character seems solid. I think that's absolutely solid. Being limited to good on the commit effect is a bit of a pain. Honestly, I'm just going to switch these two around because it's going to make more sense if I'm looking directly at the camera. I'm with Blake. This feels F tier. I do like the ability to cancel effects, but at the same time, I feel like they need to be stronger. Kyoshiro. Oh, that's why I had it over there. I can't actually read the cards in the light. Yeah, that's why it's over here, because I can't read the cards in the current sunlight. Okay. Discard momentum, your attack gets +X damage. X equals the difficulty of the discard momentum. 7, hand 18, Chaos, Death, Earth. Commit. If this attack deals damage, discard your entire momentum. Take X cards from the top of your deck and add them to your momentum. X equals the number of momentum discarded. Okay. Leona is the epitome of fine. Very careful. I like the first one. I like the first enhance. Don't get me wrong. I like the first enhance. The second enhance feels really weird because I don't get the benefit of mulliganing momentum. And that's what confuses me. You take the top X cards of your deck. So even if you have any effects that bump it up, if you have any effects that kind of allow you to, if you have face momentum, it's not going to work here. Getting X damage seems really good. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Hayden. The second enhance feels really, especially during the time when you couldn't look at the momentum. So you couldn't look at momentum at the time. Yeah, okay. The other one that's that you couldn't look at your momentum, so you didn't know what you were getting. So it's not like if you had colossal detonations or thermal blasts, you could just go, cool, I've got a 13. You had to take a gamble on that. Under the current rule settings, this is a lot stronger because you know which one you're actually going to be getting rid of. But also you have to get rid of your entire momentum, so you don't get to stack it or like sculpt it. Now I think this joins in the F tier. The first enhance is solid, especially with the current rules, but I think just not now. Cooler, 7 hand size, 19 health, Chaos, Earth, Life. Discount momentum, your attack speed becomes equal to the speed of any attack in either player's card pool. Commit. After an attack speed is modified, add 1 card from your discard pile to your momentum. Okay. That enhance is not tenacious. You're gonna fall out. Like I said, I'm here to. If you want to come shout at me, I'm sat at a table waiting for people to come shout at me. If you want to spend some money, Mike, and become a member, you can make me reassess the card as well. So, if the enhance was tenacious, if you could play it while you're committed, cool. After an attack speed is modified, either up or down, add some kind of experience, but it's a commit cost. I think she's cool. I'm working. I think she goes in F because although she's cool, her gimmick isn't as cool as what we've already got in like the other tiers. She's primarily F because she doesn't synergize with her abilities. She commits to get the momentum, which means you can't use it for the first enhance. If she was able to use the momentum she got for the top enhance, then I'm right there with you. Yes, slam her into DC or higher. But the fact that you're gaining momentum either your opponent's turn or you're getting your turn to use the turn after doesn't feel as strong to me. Yes, we have got EX and powerful Echo multiple that would utilize that really well, but I don't like characters that don't synergize on face. I'm like the anti-Bromley. I like characters that work together well on face that don't need their deck to answer the questions their characters pose. Kazuki, Death, Fire, Order, 5 hand size, 25 health. After you play a fire attack, that attack gets 2 damage. Decent. Enhance if your fire attack deals damage, reveal the top card of your deck. If it is a Death or Order card, draw it. If not, discard it. Only playable if your attack's damage is more than printed. Well, yeah. It's going to be more than printed because it's a fire attack. I guess you have got DR, which would work, but you get to do it as your first enhance. So, response, you play the fire card, you play the response, you go first enhance, and you got my fire attack. If my fire attack deals damage, because it's not a response, that's an enhance. So you got my fire. If my fire attack deals damage, I'll reveal the top card. Because at the time you're playing the enhance, yeah. Still, 25 health that puts 2 damage onto everything it's playing is decent, and you're not really a 20. You're not really a 5-hander if you're running, say, Fire Throws. Fire Throws are going to come in and it's going to go, cool, I'm going to keep digging for other attacks. So as long as you have Fire Throws, you're going and you're running over. Basically, if you're running Fire Order or Fire Death all the way through there, 25 health might not got much defense on face, but I gotta go in detail with the others. Like I said, this is the kind of opposite situation to what we just had. Yeah, it seems okay. It seems awful, but the abilities are synergistic. You give your attack 2 damage, which means you can immediately use the enhance to say, if this attack deals damage, I'm going to draw a card because I built my deck on the fire symbol with either death or honor as the second symbol on all my cards, which means I'm going to get to draw them. So although I'm only a 5-hander for the first turn, or you need to omni block everything I'm doing. That's putting pressure on my opponent, and the abilities are working synergistically. I like this a lot more than the last character. K, Apple will probably kill me if I do this wrong, but luckily Apple's not here. 6 hand size 24. Response commit, discard momentum. After your opponent makes a check to play a card, that check gets -3. Okay. Sure. Discard momentum, your attack with difficulty 4 or greater gets 2 damage. Okay. That ends your turn. That response ends your turn. Oh, I like that. I like.
Beep boop.
Ooh, hello.
I've had to mute you on this one. Yeah, this guy is. I can't let you rate this guy.
You can't let me rate K.
No. First of all, this isn't the one that Apple cares about.
Okay.
That comes much later. This one. So you know how you hate Mark China?
Yeah. I love Mark Tyner. I think Mark Tyner's bad for the play experience, which is what I'm getting. Which is what I'm getting from this character.
Yeah. Remember Hop?
Yeah.
So you're going second. Your opponent plays their first foundation. You hop. You respond with this. You then blow up their foundation that they successfully played, and you lock them out of the game for the entire game.
Yeah, no, Chaos Fire Hop. Yeah, you just.
This was the most broken deck in all of the UK back then. The strongest player built it, went to Worlds, did crazy with it, only lost on time. And yeah, this is just an A-tier character.
I was going to put it in S. The ability to lock your opponent out of the game completely.
No, because it's still like a 6-hander, and if your opponent does get to play the game, then they get to play the game.
I guess if they make you go first.
He only really has one ability.
And that says
but yeah,
play.
yeah. But yeah, that's K-Dash. Shout outs to Matt Hewitt, the nicest, most toxic deck builder there ever was in the history of this game.
Claxo's just joined in, wondering how it's been going, and we've done 20 in the last 50 minutes, and Claxo's saying he still owns this K.
Yeah, I think I own this, but yeah, this I don't know how Sheffield survived with Matt Hewitt playing this deck back in the day. Guess we're all just sadists.
I saw it and I was like, that is an absolutely solid character.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go back to definitely working now.
No, thanks for coming in.
Bye.
Thanks for coming in and telling me about the history of this character.
Yeah, I had to on this one for the sake of my sanity. I would end up pulling all of my hair out, and I have a lot of hair. So it would be very painful.
You do have a lot of hair.
Okay, bye. Have fun.
You will do. Jubei, 6 hand size, 23 health, Earth, Fire, Honor. Commit. Your weapon attack gets +6 speed. Commit. Choose one resource symbol on your character until your next turn. Cards with that resource symbol get +1 difficulty. Okay. Okay. I don't think that's retro. I think that K is Legacy, and Legacy is a terrifying place, Blake. 6 hand size, 23 health, doesn't draw cards, gives one of your attacks +6 damage, which Sure, I'll take one. And then choose one resource symbol on your character until the end of your next turn. Cards with the chosen resource symbol gets +1 difficulty. If your opponent's not playing any cards that are fire, order, or earth, they don't care about that form. Everything but Tiffany's been legacy stuff. Yeah, this is the legacy promo section, so it should be all of them. Now this is absolute solid F tier. It's terrible. You're requiring your opponent to be playing on the same symbols as you, which you can't guarantee. And no chance. No chance. Terrible card. Genjiro, 624, all evil, all good. Enhance. If your attack deals damage, reveal the top card of your opponent's deck. Gain X vitality. X equals the reveal card's difficulty. Okay. Response. Discard momentum. After you gain vitality, reveal one card from your hand. If the control of the reveal card is equal to the amount of health you gained, draw a card. Okay. No. Okay, I see where this is going. There's some fun ways you can like gain 1 or 2 health and you can just show off a foundation. These are back from when the game popped out like 12 characters a month as local pricing. Oof. You need once you get momentum going, which kind of like feeds in. Oh, I like this because you unless you hit some zeros like Revoke, I'm gonna put this in D. I like the synergy. I like the way that works. Duke, 5 hand size 30, Chaos Evil Order, form commit until the end of your opponent's next turn. After either player commits a foundation to make a control check successful, they commit 1 extra foundation or the check fails. Discard 1 momentum after your opponent fails to play a card. Draw a card. Playable while committed. Yeah. This is the biggest one because it's just basically all the legacy cards. This is the biggest slog we have to get through. Also, Combat Ash just has his own section for this. Duke seems fine. You need momentum to draw the card, but that commit to just say... But you essentially have to pay extra to pass the block. If your opponent checks poorly on their first attack, you are going to cause them some issues. Essentially, you're getting the Shigaraki free once per game, every turn, but also affecting your defense. I hate myself for it, but I'm going to put that in D. I'm on the fence. I could be talked into putting that into F, but I'm going to put that into D. Billy, 6 hand size, 23 health. These are weird stats, man. All Chaos Death. Discard momentum after you take damage from an unblocked attack. Gain X vitality. X equals the speed of the unblocked attack. Commit 1 foundation. If your attack deals damage, your opponent discards 1 card. If they discard a non-attack card, gain X vitality. X equals the card's control cost. Duke feels really mad, but at the same time feels like they could really pop off. Billy's an awkward one. You're not drawing cards. You're forcing your opponent to discard. If your attack deals damage, you commit 1 foundation to make your opponent keep discarding cards, gaining health. Once they run out of cards, the ability just kind of does nothing. But essentially, if you're hitting, you're gaining, like, you're making a health gain situation, And if you're basically forcing your opponent to throw low speed attacks at you, or attacks that have less speed than damage, or else they're not hitting you as long as you have momentum. And again, it's on hop symbols, which seems really powerful. I'm going to put this into D, just because I feel it's a decent pillar fort build you can put in there, and just kind of go, yeah, you're not actually touching me. Don't think too hard that he's bad. I mean, I might just be getting warped by the amount of bad characters we've seen that even the slightest inkling of good feels great. Beat Jeanette. Commit after you make a control check to block your opponent's attack. That check gets +3. If you attempted to play attack as a reversal, after this block, that reversal check gets +3. Okay. Seems decent, I guess. So you play +3, and then you go, if I want to play reversal, it gets +3. You're not getting damage, you're not getting additional speed, you're just kind of making one block easier to do and then applying pressure. This was back when reversals were designed to apply pressure to your opponent. Yeah, I think she goes in F, but I could easily be talked into moving her up. Yoshitora, 5 hand size, 25 health, evil good life. Your assets count as foundations. Hello. Take 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck and add them to their card pool face down. Only playable if it's your attack. Response: commit 1 foundation. After you take 4 or less damage from an attack, you may play a reversal as if you would block the attack. What the hell? So your assets count as foundations. Your attack stuffs their card pool for 2 from the top of the deck. And by committing a foundation, I may play a reversal as though I had blocked. So I'm playing without any progressive on a reversal, which I then get to put 2 cards into their card pool from because it's my attack. And I can commit assets to do that. I like that a lot. Yeah, it's only 5 hand size, 25 health. But exactly. And you do it in their turn. Yeah, no, I'm going to put that in C. I think that is very decently done. Just being able to go, cool, you hit me for 4 or less. I'm going to commit this asset and go, boom, here's a reversal. Add top 2 cards of your deck to your card pool. Do you want to keep it hitting me, or do you want to end your turn? As my reversal is also very impactful. Now, I like this a lot. Hey, Mike, we agreed. Woo! Yuko. Evil Void Water 721. Permanently reduce your character's hand size by 1. Once per turn, draw X cards and discard down to your character's hand size. X equals your character's hand size. Discard 1 card, your opponent discards 1 card. So you just get to refill your hand for free once per turn? I have 7 cards in hand. I play an attack. I have 6. I discard a card to make you discard a card. I have 5. I play my second attack. I have 4. I discard a card, make you discard a card. I have 3. I play my third attack. I discard a card. I have 1. You've discarded 3 cards. I form. I go down to a 6-hander. I draw 6 cards. Discard 1. The maths. The maths isn't mathing, but that seems solid. For 721, that seems nuts. I get to refill my hand for defense. I get to refill my hand for a build. I get to discard whatever you're sculpting or building defensively. This is a 30. Yeah, no, this. I'm glad I picked up on that immediately. It shows that this goes into A. This is just as impactful as K or as Mina. 100% a terrifying character there. Terry. This is not the Terry we got from the t-shirts, right? I'm wrong. Should it be higher? I'll get into Terry and then I'll read why I'm wrong, Mike. Terry, 6 hand size, 24 health. All Chaos Order. Commit 1 foundation after you block an attack. Draw 2 cards. Discard momentum before you make a control check to play an attack. It gets +1. S tier all day. Okay, Mike, for you. There you go. Up it goes. So it's a 624, but when you block, you go up a card if you can commit a foundation, and as long as you have momentum, you can keep giving your next ones +1. This is a very aggressive character, and as long as you could omnibooks, as long as you kind of like hold a mid, you might take a little bit of damage, but you're just going to get to keep drawing cards. I'm going to put it in C. I like drawing cards. Drawing cards is very powerful. Terry, you're a C. Deal with it. I've not given myself enough space for this. Before you make a check. Congrats on wasting momentum. I imagine you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it if you were pretty much guaranteed. Like. Before you make a control check to play an attack, that check gets +1. Yeah. So. Oh, hey, look. I hope you're not talking about Terry, because I just moved Terry. Nakoyuru. 8 hand size, 19 health, death, good life. Commit after a player readies 1 or more non-character cards. Commit 1 card in your opponent's danger. Rip their character. Commit 1 foundation of your choice. Only play. No, Terry bad. After your rival readies. Oh no. That doesn't. Does that include the ready step? Does that include when the? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what kind of just like smacked me in the face. Like, hold on a second. Where she's like, no, yeah. Pass turn, ready, cool, commit your character. Ha 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 ha. Fuck. Yeah, no. No, this don't need to be so loud. Just be able to go, cool. If your character isn't doing, if your character isn't more defensive, no, fuck it. Oh, instant S. That is nuts. And yeah, no, instant S. That's absolutely insane. The ready step being included is insane. Yes. Yeah. Yes, maximum bloop. Terry is just committing to pass the check with extra steps. I think it's, but you're spending momentum on committing foundations. So for the extra check, you're spending momentum. You have to do it before you make the check, so you don't know if you're going to pass it. So like if you play a 4, Check for free. You can't do it afterwards. But the commit foundation to draw a card after you block does seem solid, but that's more of a C. That one was absolutely nuts. Nagase, all good water, commit, lose X vitality. Your attack gets X damage. X may not be more than the printed damage of its attack. Commit, gain X vitality. X equals the number of cards in your opponent's hand. Okay, I can see potential with this. This would be a pretty cool 4-check deck. Be able to go. My attack has printed 10 damage on it, so I'm going to lose 10 vitality and make this 20. But outside of that, can be a little bit weird. 721, decent stats. All needs good damage. Has got ways to make your opponent draw cards. Unless you can ready it, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Unless you can find ways to keep readying them. Also, the fact that it's a form commit. They're both commit character, and it's form commit, so you can't wait till your opponent's drawn. Yeah, no. Back with the rest of F you go. May. Evil Fire Life, 7 hand size, 22 health. Static. All control checks get plus X. X equals the number of characters in your stage, including your starting character. All attacks get stun too. The fuck? So, all players get +1 to their check soon as the game starts. Then all attacks, including your opponents, get stunned too. And then on top of that, the more characters you add, the more your opponent is going to be adding to their check. Why? All control, but it says all control checks, Mike. Read the visibility again. Oh, not including your starting character. Okay, but all control checks get +1. X equals the number of characters in your stage. Okay, so once you gauge some stuff out, once you play more copies of mine, everyone's control checks get +1, but all attacks get stunned too. Seems nuts. Because that's both players again, right? Not including. I caught up, Steve. But all attacks get stunned too. That sounds like an. If we're 700 to miss this, yeah, you can put me down 2 resources every single attack. That just sounds like a terrible time. Terrible if you're going second. True. But then, I don't think I can put a character that gives my opponent that much value. Opponent killing you for your own ability is just terrible. Down in F you go. Again, it's the kind of thing I would love to run casually, but not a chance. Lean Line, Chaos Life Order 723. While your character is ready, after each player plays an attack, that player discards 1 card. Flynn, what?
Dad,
What?
I made a fortune teller.
Oh, well, I'm streaming at the minute, buddy. Good job. We can play with it later. I can't bring myself to put someone in C tier that is so hurtful to your own ability. Glass cannon not worth it, like Steve says. Enhance. If this attack is unblocked. If this attack is unblocked, this ability may not be negated or cancelled. Oh! Enhance. This attack is unblockable. This attack cannot be negated or cancelled, only playable once per game. Okay. No, she's staying in F. No, not a chance. I have a bribery system in place. If someone wants to move her up that badly, they can physically pay me to do this time. I'm standing on my principles for this one. Line. You have no way to commit it in your turn already at back up. But each player... This is much better than the last one. Pro reader can't read. I'm not a pro reader. I am a terrible pro reader. I am now in the situation where Mike is forcing me to send stuff to him to get proofread before I post it. I think this is our first B. For sure. Punishing your opponent's aggression and cutting their turn short while you can build a deck around it, because it's not like the other one where you have to, where both players have to do it no matter what. It is control hell. Kyo. Chaos Good Order 626. Commit after you make a control check, add the checked card to your momentum and make another control check replacing the original. Oh, I am dyslexic as hell. Boop, if you play 0 attacks, how are you winning? Would be the way I put it. This is alright. You get to add it to your momentum, you get to make a second check once per turn. But that's all you're doing for 626? Nah. Off you go. Into F. Oh, no, that's the wrong character. Off into F you go. Goodbye. Why do people keep saying mill at me? It's not even mill. Mill. Laurie or Iori. Evil Fire Order 624. Discard momentum. This attack may not be blocked with a lower control rating. Oh, you win by mill. Okay. Discard momentum. This attack may not be blocked by cards with a lower control rating. If your attack is not blocked, this attack gets X damage. If your attack is blocked, you lose. If your attack is not blocked, this attack gains X damage. If your attack is blocked, you lose X vitality. X equals the control of the card immediately before in your card pool. Ah! Ow. Yes, because you need to commit. So unless you can ready it, then yes, it's once per turn. That second enhance hurt my head. The scale momentum, this attack may not be blocked with a low. So basically you force them to attack and block with an attack. Now if you got something like Thermal Blast, which is now banned, or Colossal Detonation, You're basically saying they don't get to block. F tier, yeah. I guess for multiple, yeah, this is true. Because multiple has no... If you can flip it or have multiple, you don't get anything. But then you don't get the damage. Yeah, if this sack is not blocked... So let's... Even if it's multiple, you're not getting the damage, which means you're not losing anything. Again, I think ER has to go into F. That's just so bad. Especially for 624. I think that's terrible. Hayo Maru, 625, Chaos Fire Order. Multiple also means the first enhance doesn't do anything. This is correct, yes. Commit remove one card from your discard pile from the game. Search your deck for another copy of the removed card, reveal it, and add it to your hand. Shuffle your deck if you can. Sure, if you cannot reveal the card, you lose the game. Whoo, that's a spicy one. Commit. This attack gets plus X damage. X equals its control. That form, though. So you need to be able to track what's in your deck. Be able to go, cool. I'll remove a water dog. I will search for a water dog. Here's my water dog. All things good. I don't have a water dog. Game 2. You know what? I like that. I like that a lot. You get punished for basically not tracking what you're doing, and you get to have I think that's such a fun gimmick. You're 7 hand size 25. Yeah, the form's downside doesn't exist if you know what you're doing. If you've got a good memory, if you can keep track. And the big thing is, as long as we can now look at momentum. We can now look at it's not like before when you couldn't look in your momentum. So we now have access to all of our private zones apart from our deck. So if we were to play that now, it's a lot stronger because we can just look at all the zones and go, okay, do I actually have any of these left? While I wait for Mike's message to come through. Hanzo, 626, Air Evil Order. Destroy one ready foundation. After you make a control check, that control check gets +3. Oh, cool! It's Rapper at Home. So you can tension your person blocking attack, then go get that attack again and draw a card. Yes. So you basically remove the card from your discard and go get a copy of it from your deck. Which I think is really cool. A Homora player played against me that forced the top cards of your deck into momentum, which stopped him from ever being able to use his ability due to the fact that he couldn't look at the random 6. Yeah. So again, I was making this list a couple of years ago when you couldn't look at your momentum, that character gets a lot worse. He probably goes down to F tier. But now we can look at momentum. Situations like Mike's story where having random cards shoved into your momentum, having random cards shoved into your card pool where you weren't allowed to look at them, now have been changed to the point where we can now look at everything. We have a lot more information. So it's not just about memory, it's about the fact that you can just pop off and go, I know what everything in my deck should be at this point. I'm ready to go. And I need to reduce this brightness yet again. once the sun goes down, this is going to be easier. But that's the kind of situation I was expecting. Hanzo, yeah. After you make a control check, that check gets +3, no matter what. You have to build foundation. There's not much foundation synergy I know on these symbols, but just be able to go, yeah, my control gets +3 is a solid ability on its own. So I think Hanzo at least doesn't give damage, doesn't give, but being able to play risky stuff, especially if we made this into like a 4-check deck, slam that in B. Then we have Galford. Galford is an all good order. 522. 522. Hey Cam. There's been some questionable choices. There's been a couple that people wanted a lot higher that I've kept low. There's been ones that I put high that people wanted low. While this character is committed, your character gets +4 hand size. During your ready step, you may choose to keep this character committed. Commit once per turn after you block an attack. Ready X foundations. X equals the control of the attack. I'm getting there. I was just reading chat. He sure isn't a P. Is that a high or low, Mike? So, going first, you're a 9 hand size character. Okay. This is the strongest going first character I've ever heard of. God, this guy is... Yeah, because... So, except... No! Because if you're going first, your character's committed. Much love, Hanzo. Okay. So, you want... So, if you're going first, you just dominate. And if you can find a way to commit your character while your opponent's playing their stuff, you can start... That must be an easy way to stick it. You guys say that's the strongest character going for stuff. I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will. I don't think I want to live in a world where a 9-hander isn't at least A tier. If you want to block, sure, block, but this will allow you to set up so quickly, insanely aggressive, and just be able to go, yeah, I'll just stay a 9-hander. That seems absolutely solid. Has there been any other 9-handers? Gyra, Chaos Earth Order 5-31. Discard 1 card. If the control of the discarded card matches the control of this attack gets +X or -X damage. X equals the control of this attack. Oof. Okay. So, not difficulty, control. So, if my opponent plays a 1 check, I play a 1 check, and I can discard a 1 check to give it -1 damage. If my opponent plays a free check attack, I can discard a free check and give +3 or -3. Interesting. So I have to discard an attack to boost my attack, which isn't the best. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's a real 5-hander that discards cards. Down into F you go, buddy. The F is of F tier, exactly. Well, I'm not going through the ultra list. Mine's a bit more messed up. Charlotte, 624, Death, Fire Ready. After you ready this character, gain 2 vitality. Decent. Enhance Commit 1 Foundation. After your mid attack, gets +1 speed, +1 damage, and you may change its zone to high or low. Oh, okay. +1 speed, -1 damage, and you may change its speed to. This is your mid attack, not any mid attack. Well, you know him when you. Okay. Yeah, I can't with -1 damage. The ability to just gain health on a stick immediately goes D tier. I don't like the damage reduction, but there are some very cool ways that you can kind of mess with that. You ready at the step? You ready during the ready step? You gain health. Basically, if you can commit it, you gain health every single turn. And this was back when you could commit characters like foundations, so you can just do it. 2 health every single turn, just to make sure I'm using it to pass checks because you can't use her in your opponent's turn. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm on the page. Athena, 723, instantly. Why is that bad? Readying her the ready step. Is there no other ways on those symbols to ready her up? Uh, 723, Evil Fire Order. Commit, draw X cards. X equals the difference between the number of cards in your hand and your character's hand size. Only play with your fewer cards in your hand than your character's hand size. You may not play any more forms this turn. Okay. Yeah, it's a risky one for sure. That's why I wish your second ability was just if any attack gets -1 damage and +1 speed. So you're like, I'll take a little bit less. So you get to play your cards, and then at the end of your turn, you commit Athena, and just drop to full hand size. It's boringly efficient. I guess you can play good ways to discard cards. Form commit 7 a turn is card. Yeah, but that means you have to play 7 cards or get your hand size down. I can definitely see the appeal, and I imagine she has got a lot of support for it. Draw 7 cards, yeah, no. B tier minimum. Experience combined. Insanely efficient, yeah. I stick with B tier, just experience combined, yeah. I put in B tier just because without like any synergies on face, I think that's a good place for it. That was my nickname in high school, boringly efficient. Alba Chaos Order Water. I keep forgetting the word for water. During either player's ready phase, starting with the player whose turn it is, each player may discard 1 card in the review step, and then draw cards up to their character's hand size in the draw step as though it was their turn. All the tags get the reversal keyword. Okay. Okay. Fuck me. So, both players get to drop to full during each player's turn, and everything gets reversal. The fuck? Oh. This sounds so much fun. I hate giving my opponent that much efficiency, but at the same time, it just basically says, get fucked with a play. It changes the entire scope of the game. Oh. It's the Soviet meme of yeah, exactly, Cameron. Our turn. It's my turn. No, it's our turn. Oh, that is so cool. I'm sure Mike is going to shout at me, but for the pure hijinks alone, welcome to S tier, buddy. For the pure shenanigans you get to pop off with that. The reversal keyword is basically whenever you block an attack, you may play it. Look up the attacks I said. I don't wanna. I have so many cards to get through, and I've been doing this already for like 90 minutes. Bear Hug. If this attack is completely blocked, it still deals damage rounded up. Your opponent may not play reversals for the rest of his turn. Commit one foundation. This time, so basically you pop Bear Hug in Alma, and you just go, I get to play with. Oh, it's true communism. Stop thinking this is. It's so cool. It's just we're both going to draw up in our turn, and we're both going to play reversals. But psych, you're not going to play reversals. Bear Hug is the direct counter, correct? But it's just that we're both going to play reversals. However, I'm going to play Bear Hug, and you're not going to get to play reversals. Bear Hug was an attack. Yeah, oh, very true. Because they're all reversals, so you just go, reversal, you don't get to play attacks this turn? Okay, what? You're trying to talk me out of putting him into S tier, but you've just taught me a way to consistently lock your opponent out of the game by dropping Bear Hug every single turn. Why? No, S tier. I put the paid option up there. Over here, is it no, this side? I put the paid option over here. So if someone wants me to move it down, I can. But for now, it's staying there. You're not trying to tell me how it's so cool. Oh. Albert stays in S tier. It's fun in a weird way. It just tickles me like it's funny. Cody, 3 diff, 5 hand size, 28 health, air, all, fire. After you successfully play a character card to your card pool, draw 2 cards. If you played a character card as a block, you may play any attack in your hand as though it was reversal, following all restrictions and paying all costs. Okay, so if I build in a character, I draw 2 cards, and if I block with a character, I get to play any kind of a hand as though it was reversal. So if both players have... Yeah, that's where the bear hug card comes in, basically turning your opponent's turn off, going, you don't get to play attacks. I imagine bear hug had to kind of be in all the sides of the zone. This isn't a real character. But it was on the list! What do you mean? It was on the list! It's designed to stack onto other Cody characters. Are there? Oh, yeah, this is Cody 4 now. So oh, you mean this is meant to be attached to another Cody? You weren't supposed to play this as your starting character. It seems fine. No worse than like any of the other characters we've seen. Where are you hiding? But still gonna go in F. Because why not? Yoon, commit your attack gets plus X speed. 626 death, life. Commit your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the number of opponents' committed foundations. E, commit one foundation until the end of this attack. The damage of this attack may not be reduced. Interesting. I think you need to set... No, because then I also have to do it for like the mechas and stuff, and that's just not going to be fun. Yun seems fine. You commit to get speed. You can commit to make sure your attack doesn't go down in damage. It's harmless. I wish there was a way to do it to your opponent's attack so it could be modified, but... See, Gaijin. Sounds like something. Get into F tier. I'm just doesn't spark joy reading those abilities. Yang, 625, all death life. Commit gain 2 vitality. If your opponent has gained any vitality this turn, you gain 5 vitality. Just saying, it has shameless haggler symbols. Discard momentum. If you have more momentum than your opponent may not play enhanced abilities on cards. Fuck! Discard momentum. If you have more momentum than your opponent may not play enhanced abilities or cards for the rest of their turn. What? And that's not limited to your turn. That seems nasty. If you can pop off that enhance, you're basically saying to your opponent, you need to have more momentum than me at all times. Time for tension, exactly. Immediately just popping off with a tension attack or getting a determined advance down, popping out anything that kind of just pumps speed and just go, yeah, you don't get to play cards this turn. It's definitely a win more situation, but you're just locking your opponent out of the turn. Necro, 624, evil, good, void, commit. Until the beginning of your next turn, neither player may play assets. Bet. Also blocks it. Also blocks, yeah, you can just shut your opponent out of playing anything. Commit, look at your opponent's hand. Form commit, look at your opponent's hand, choose any non-attack card in their hand and make them discard it. This guy just hates assets. Yeah. They can't. So basically, they can't play enhances, and they can't play cards. They can't even play actions to stop you. All they can do is respond. That second ability as a form. So you just open up with it and go, cool. Show me your hand. Discard Genkais. Discard that foundation you're hoping to block with. Oh, thank you for reminding me he goes in A tier. Mike, if you want me to reassess Matt, all you're gonna do is drop a little bit of crumbs in my little pot. I'm gonna keep going on about it, but I did what I did, and he came on a fairly bit early, so maybe I was just too harsh, but I'm too lazy to go back. I don't get why this guy hates assets so much. Was there a lot of assets in the Street Fighter set? But choosing any non-attack immediately bumps it up to me. Let's stick him in D. Pretty much, yeah. You just pop off your form and you go, you're going down hand size, unless they have all attacks in hand. Judy, 620, all death order, form commit once per turn, draw X cards, X equals the number of committed foundations in your stage. Form, gain 3 health, your combat phase ends. I guess you're guaranteed to draw 1, but you're choosing between the gaining health or drawing cards. He hates assets because he's a bad character. Once per turn, draw X cards. X equals the one committed foundations in stage. She doesn't even count herself. So I got. This is just feels. Once you get going in the game, I guess you're going to draw a significant number of cards, or gain 3 health. But early game, this is a really dangerous situation to be in. Into D. I have nowhere near given myself enough space for this. If you can commit, there are many good form commitments. That's what I'm seeing from this. I might have to just reset the board every time I do go change sets, which is going to annoy people. Julie, each player commits one of their foundations. Form commit, discard 1 card from your opponent's card pool, draw 3 cards. Ooh. Okay, that form commit seems decent, I guess. Why was this with 0 attack text? Yeah, who knows? Each player commits foundation. Sure. I guess if you play this on your opponent's turn, you're not planning on blocking, but you've got so little health. And that form, draw 3 cards for free, bumps it up, but not by much. I still probably not playing her. You can go into F for everybody else. Oh man, we still got so many more to go. Oh, what did I do to myself? Elena, Death Fire, good, 623. After your opponent plays a non-attack card, you may play 1 foundation and move it into your staging. You may play 1 foundation and move it into your staging area during the end phase. That's not once per turn. Okay. Commit your attack gets +1 damage for each card in your hand. Ooh. You played 4 to 8 attacks, and then you were an aggro deck. Jesus, Legacy sounds terrible. So you're going second. You have 6 cards in hand. Your opponent starts to build, and you get to build as well. Seems decent, but you have no draw face, and you're committing to get +1 damage for each card in your hand. But you're not. I guess what you're saying for Legacy, like going second is our first turn exactly. I think that early build strength puts them into D for me, but late game, that just feels bad. Unless you're running like colossal detonations or ways to kind of like blow up the stage, so you can kind of benefit from it. Like if I was to drop a Decay Awakened, and then go, okay, cool, I get my 1 foundation. Then they have their build, so you go, haha, I get to fully rebuild up. Dan, all deaf good, 524. Enhance, this attack gets -3 damage, only playable if you have more cards in your hand than your opponent. Commit, draw 5 cards, only playable if you have 3 or fewer cards in your hand. So you're a 10-hander. Detail what Premier Aggro. So you play 2, go up to 8, which means you can pretty much give -3 to everything. I just don't see it. I really don't. Maybe it's just because I don't draw attacks. 6-hander problem. She's a 6-hander with 23. We're still in the same one. There's so many cards here. There's so many cards in this one. I like drawing cards. I like giving stuff minus damage. I like beating control. Up to D with you. Zangief. Commit, discard the last card in your card pool. Your opponent loses 3 vitality, only playable if the last card in your card pool is a throw. If your attack deals 6 more damage, either destroy 1 asset or discard 1 momentum from either player's momentum. That was good, yeah? Dan detailed. Dan's says, yeah, but you know, you're playing Dan at the end. Oh. Oh, yeah, because you got to commit to do it, yeah. I'm still going to go detail because drawing, being a 10-hander seems good. Zangief, 627. Just got to throw for 3 damage. If your attack does 6 or more, you get to destroy assets or momentum. Seems okay. Having to commit for 3 damage, not the greatest. Oh, my throat is going. I like Zangief, but I think I put stronger cards into F tier, so he has to go into F tier as well. Combination of blows, pigeon games, boxing ring. You can play that in a form. You can play a form a lot in a single turn. I don't know what those cards do. Drawing cards does not define tiers. No, but drawing cards does define power. Drawing cards is a very powerful thing to do. It unlocks potential, and drawing cards gives you infinite potential, which means you get a lot more power. All evil water. 626. After you block an attack, play any card from your hand face down in your card pool as a mid-zone attack. 2 difficulty, 2 speed, 2 damage, and the reversal keyword as normal. Only playable once per turn. Commit. If your reversal attack deals damage, draw 2 cards. I guess. I don't know. Be able to chuck anything as a 2 diff 2 speed damage with reversal that you can then turn, which is 1%. So they feed into each other, which is a solid ability. D tier for sure. There you go. T-Hawk. Discard 4 momentum before your ready phase. Move the review. Discard 4 momentum before your ready phase. Move the review step and draw step to the end of your turn. Move the review and draw step to the end phase until the beginning of your next turn. Maths. So you discard 4 momentum to play with the cards you have now and draw to your hand size at the end of your turn. Oh, that sounds like insanity. On Void, Death, and Fire, that seems decent. The ability to scope, the ability to let you draw on your opponent's turn. If you can refill your hand size up and just go, yeah, cool, I'm just going to empty my hand out and draw up. But you do need 4 momentum to do it. And it's all he's got. Yes, but you need 4 momentum to get there. 4 momentum is not a shallow thing. B. I'm gonna put him in B. I don't know why. Maybe I'm in trouble. Sakura. While this character is ready, all of your block modifiers get -2 to a minimum of 0. After you block an attack and play a reversal, you may play another reversal. Oh, Mike's hitting angry. This is one of the worst characters in the world. What, Sakura is or T-Hawk? Form, reveal 1 card from your hand. All copies of that card, all copies of the attack gain the reversal keyword until. Because if you're on about T-Hawk, I'm not convinced I would. T-Hawk, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, get into F tier. I'll literally put. He'll put you. I compromised because you guys put S tier. I wanted to slam that in F the moment I read it. Sakura, however, block modifiers being 0. Block modifiers going to a minimum of 0, and then be able to play a reversal, then another reversal, and also be able to reveal 1 card in my hand, and then go all this 1 attack gains reversal, so I can play non-reversals as reversals. Oh, it's too early for me to be this tired. I like Sakura. I like Sakura a lot. A. Our turn. this is making Calvin and Alba. This is true, but let's leave Alba. I gather that now. Sagat 525 Air Earth Evil form commit for the rest of the turn. Anytime a player commits a foundation, that player may choose to have that foundation commit as 2 foundations. You may not ready any foundations to your end phase. Commit for the rest of the turn. Anytime a player discards momentum as a cost, that player may choose to have that momentum count as 2 momentum. You may not add any cards to your momentum until your end phase. Ooh, that's a lot of text. So, you can double up on multiple, you can double up on EX, you can double up on powerful. You can increase my lighting. You can have your foundations count as 2. Just no. You can't ready foundations. You can't abuse it. You can't add momentum, so you can't abuse it. No, in you go. F tier. I might get some flack for that, but F tier. Review. Thank you. Yep, I'm glad I made the right choice there. Review. 6 hands size 23. Showing good ability. Chaos Order Void. Commit. Before you clear your card pool in either player's end phase, take all face-up cards from your card pool and add them to your hand. Hello. Form commit. Make a control check with a difficulty equal to your opponent's momentum. If your check is successful, your opponent discards 1 momentum. That form seems fine, but majority of the time it's going to be blank, and once they get to a certain point, just doing a 5-6 check to get rid of 1 momentum feels bad. Committing my character milling 1 to it, you spend 1 momentum with no benefit to me, feels bad. Response commit, however, pick up all my face-up attacks or face-up blocks, feels solid. I get to increase my hand size exponentially. And if I have reversals or breakers, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Form bad, response good. The response is carrying them, and it's going to carry them to D. Oh. Yeah, we do that. That's it. Bloop. We just play them for the first ability. Oh, there's so many more to go. I wouldn't say B. I'll settle the middle, Bloop, and go C. Rose. Okay, this is your character. I take it. Rose, Chaos, Death, Life, 624. Response: before a player makes a control check, that player reveals 2 cards from the top of their deck. You choose which card to use for the check. The chosen card is discarded, and the remaining card remains on top of its owner's deck. So you just get to keep if they've got 2 5s, you're like, cool, get rid of this one, but you can essentially just keep suppressing your 5, and you can keep making sure what is this character? It's not it's not got any limit to it. It's not a commit cost, it's just a response. And you essentially just get to read what your opponent's deck is. Yeah, no, welcome to S. Yeah, that is a control character at peak control. All checks are what I say they are. Mika, Chaos Good Void, 623. Response commit. After you fail at the control check to block an attack, that attack deals half damage, rounded down. Response: after you block an attack, before you choose to play a reversal, you may play one form or ability following all restrictions. You may play one form card or one ability. What? May not be a control character, but the ability is very controlling. So after you block, before you do anything, you may just play a form. That seems decent. And then if you fail to make a block, you just get to take half, so essentially turning an attack into a blocked throw. It is, however, only a 623. So I think you go in C. Oh, I scrolled and I made a mistake. Ken. 721, good void water. Static, all your attacks with difficulty X. Oh, let's get reversal keyword. X equals your momentum. E commit, if your attack deals damage, your opponent discards 2 cards. Okay, pop off king. So Alba's looking a lot worse the further we get into this. All of your attacks get the... So if you get 3 momentum, or you need 4 momentum really to pop off. Many things, Mike. Many things. If you can get the momentum, this really pops off. But that discard 2 cards is huge, especially with reversals. Why do I keep selecting one? I think you go into D tier just because you need, unless you're playing with natural reversals, you need a lot to start popping off. I like how Matt Collis has become the standard at this list get judged at. Ibuki, response commit discard for momentum after you take damage from an opponent's attack, gain X vitality. X equals the difference between your current vitality and your maximum. Only play once per turn. You get to heal to full? You just get to heal to full once per turn for 3 momentum. Yep, you need to take damage for an attack, but as long as that damage doesn't kill you, you heal to full! Commit 1 foundation, change its attack speed to X. X equals the control of the card immediately before the attack in the card pool. Oh, cool! And then you also get to turn an attack to 3 or lower speed. Yeah, right? I'm just looking at Ibuki like, what do you mean? The health total doesn't matter here. This is an insane amount of healing. Hey. Just because you can get, as long as you can get momentum, which with these symbols, there's momentum through tension and throws. You just get free momentum and go, cool, I will half block and then heal to full. What are you going to do about it? She's bad. She's not bad. You leave her alone. She's just misunderstood. Free momentum is not full momentum. That's the best way to put it. Tension's a thing. She has momentum symbols. She can do things. She heals to full, man. What can I say? I cannot put a character who can consistently heal to full health anywhere lower than an A. That is just it's B then. Fine, fuck it. Still higher than Matt Coles. Hugo. Free hand size 40. She's F tier. Shut up and take this money. I like how you paid money to move her down, but not to move Matt Coles up. That's what I like about this. You paid the money to move her down, but not move Matt Coles up. But thank you for this super chat, Mike. Okay, there's a lot of text on here, so let's get into this. Response. I can't even read what that says. Jeez. Make it bigger. Before drawing cards during the draw step of your ready phase, remove one card from your hand from the game. Then search your deck for X foundations. Reveal them and add them to your hand. X equals the number of cards you would have drawn during the draw step. Discard momentum, take X random cards from your remove from game pile and add them to your hand. X equals your character's hand size. Play them once per turn. What? So before drawing cards, I remove a card from my hand and then add as many foundations as I was going to draw to my hand. Then as a form, I can discard momentum and just take all my cards I removed from game and put them back in my hand. It hurts my little brain. Oh, that hurts. That has actually hurt my mental load. What do you mean? Fortune and glory. Response before your opponent's draw step until your opponent's next step. Either both players' hand size is equal to the hand size of both players. Oh, so you can choose the hand size of yours or your opponent's. Decide foundation, rest of the turn, desperation has no effect. Oh, okay, so you can increase your hand size to your opponent's hand size and just draw a butt ton of foundations. You missed. No, Hugo's still here. We haven't done Hugo yet. But the ability to just sculpt a fuck ton of attacks and then spend one momentum to draw all of those attacks. and basically have the ability to build them all out. Yeah, no, S tier, easy. You're sculpting. You make them. Oh no, you make them a free hand sizer. Never mind. Yeah, and then they're kind of screwed. No, that makes sense. But yeah, you're a free hand sizer, so you're gonna be going slow. But being able to just keep adding foundations, be able to sit there and build, stockpile attacks, and then just be able to chuck out a throw, chuck out an attack that isn't worth blocking, and turning that into more and more attacks. Seems decent. Oh, I think it's time for some painkillers. Okay, Fei Long. Air, Fire, Life, 722. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the number of cards preceding it in the card pool. So the reverse Vexel now. Discard 2 until discard 1 life card from your card pool. So it's a decent stringer that gets more speed the more you play. That second form feels so bad. I am hydrating. It's not doing much. We'll change it up. We're gonna caffeine up instead. Yeah, no, this is just terrible. I feel so bad because it is. Yeah, it's terrible. Off you go. Dudley. Now, the art alone means I can't put this in F. Look at that beast of a man. So you immediately save from F tier, my friend. Simple as. Discard momentum. After your punch attack deals damage, take 1 punch attack from your capital, add it to your momentum. So you spend momentum to add more momentum. Seems decent. Commit. If this attack deals damage, your next punch attack this turn gets +4 damage. No, I have no notes. As long as your attacks are hitting, you're just going to keep adding momentum, clearing progressive, and adding more momentum. As long as you can get the 1 momentum to kick off the punch train, you're doing serious work. And with All on Earth, you have access to very good punches. Jesus, what is wrong with me? I have got cough drops, but it makes it very hard to speak while I've got them. Yeah, no. Much to how much I'm going to say. I'm going to put you in C tier because you just get to just keep punching. Dalsim. 820 all life void. Before you draw cards during your ready phase, each player's character gets -1 hand size until the start of your ready phase. So it's actually a 7-hander. But you're knocking your opponent's hand size down by 1 as well. Commit. After your opponent plays a foundation into their card pool, gain X vitality. X equals the number of foundations that player has in play. So if your opponent has 10 foundations in play, if they play an 11th and go to deadlock, you get to gain 10 health. And you're basically knocking them a hand size down if you go second for the entirety of the game. No, yeah, B tier. Solid. You get to do some. You punish your opponent for playing foundations, and you get to say you don't get to play the full game. You're going down a hand size every single time. No notes. C tier. Sorry, B tier. DJ 626. All chaos fire. Discard momentum if your attack deals damage. Either you gain vitality or your opponent loses vitality equal to the number of cards in your opponent's card pool. You need momentum to actually do it, but you still got a nice little chain going. One of the OG ban cards in B tier. Freaking Yang. What can I say? I'm a scamp. Sure. If your attack deals damage, gain vitality. D tier. Everything revolves around your attack doing damage, and you need momentum to set it up. Hey, look, another Cody. Cody 3. Commit. Your opponent discards one card for each character you have in play. Commit. Discard one card from play. Your starting character cannot be discarded to pay its cost. After your opponent plays an action card or attack card into the card pool, negate its effects. If this card is an attack, discard it from the card pool. Oh, so it's Genkai's on face. You have Genkai's on face, and you get to commit and essentially have your opponent discard their entire hand as a 7/24. Yeah, just fucking getting that. That the hell if your character's designed about the entire thing of sticking characters out there, and you go, cool, I'm going to karama you for one of them, and I'm also going to make you discard your hand on my turn. Yeah, no, S tier. Chun-Li. Air Chaos Earth 7/21. After your attack deals damage, play one foundation from your hand, following all restrictions and paying all costs. If that foundation is played successfully, move it to build it committed. Ooh. Response: commit one foundation, not your character. When you are taking damage, reduce that damage by X to minimum 1. X equals the difficulty of the committed foundation. Okay. So we want to play high difficulty foundations, and after your attack deals damage, you get to build in a foundation committed, so you get to do a little bit. Yeah, I can solid D. F might be getting a little bit overpopulated. Charlie 6/24. So many cards in this section. Air Death Order. After you completely block an attack, add the block card from your momentum. Add the block card to your momentum. Discard one momentum. After your opponent plays a non-attack card, discard momentum. After your opponent plays a non-attack card, they must discard momentum as additional costs, or the card is negated and discarded from the card pool. Okay, so the idea is behind it is you block, add one to your momentum, and then you can kind of commit and make them discard the other thing, but they do have a cancel on face for that. And that's my issue with it, kind of thing. If they have momentum, they kind of just shut you out from it. No, I don't like that. F tier. Kami, discard one card, your opponent discards one card. Commit, destroy one foundation, destroy one asset. 7/21. F tier. No, get fucked. Discard one card, your opponent discard one card, and go down a hand size. Not a fan of that at all, and The second one being focused on if they play assets. No. Adon. Response after attack gets a speed or damage bonus or penalty. That bonus or penalty gets +1, for example. Yeah, so if you give it +2, you get +3. If you give it, if you get -2, you get -1 instead. So that's very aggressive. 822. $8.22 is fucking insane. So you need to build around it, but if you can give multiple instances of speed bonuses, each of your damage bonuses, I guess you don't have to respond if you do it to your opponents. Be able to reduce theirs, but 822 hyper aggro, that is hard to deal with. Vega. 722, commit each player discards all cards in their card pool. Discard momentum before you make a control check for an attack. Then attack. Both players discarding all cards in the card pool as a form feels really bad because you get to clear your progressive and carry on attacking, but you get to clear your opponent's ability, your opponent's difficulty to block. D. And that's being generous because it's Vega. M. Bison. Earth, Order, Void. After you play a card, you may look at the top card of your deck and discard it. Commit one foundation. Destroy one non-character, non-foundation card in either player's staging area. If you destroy the card, gain 3 health. Commit one foundation to destroy one non-foundation. You talking about Sonic Blade? I don't know what it does, and I'm so far behind in the timer. I haven't got through the 107 characters here, and we've been going almost 3 hours. I'm not ignoring chat. I'm trying to get you a little bit ahead. D. No, F. Fuck it. D10 needs a new name. He doesn't deserve the memes. Guile. 625 Airfire Order. Each player takes one random card from their hand and adds it to their card pool face down. Commit your attack. No. Form commit. What? Form commit. Your attack gets +1 damage. How do you form commit to give your attack +1 damage? What? Form commit, your attack gets +1 damage. Not your attacks. Your attack gets +1 damage. That doesn't make any sense. 625F. Get in there, you go. I didn't make the bet. I just very badly agreed to this. That's the fun part. You can't. That's what I'm gathering from here. E Honda, all earth, water. Discard momentum. Any attack. Discard momentum. Any attack gets -1 damage. Form commit. Take one card from the top of your deck and add it to your momentum. As a 530. But that's not even tenacious. E, get out of here. You bullshit. F. Blanca, enhance. Your attack gets +1 damage. There we go. Enhance. Form. Take 2 cards from any discard pile and remove them from the game. 722. That's actually pretty decent. Not gonna lie. Just being able to remove stuff from discard and basically all your attacks get +1 damage. That could have just been a static that says all your attacks get +1 damage. I like that, but you're still going an F. I underestimated how many characters there were and how weird they all are. Balrog. All evil fire. Commit. Discard momentum. Your punch attack gets +2 damage. Commit. After you completely block an attack, your opponent must play a non-attack card or pass as their next action. So it's a 5/25 that you're betting on being able to fully block, but if you commit to get the damage, you can't do the defensive side of it. Oh, if that E didn't have the commit, because committing your character and discarding momentum to get 2 damage, that's insanity. That's not good. The response isn't enough to get it out of F. In you go. We're getting back to like the old cards now. 721 Miser. Hey, you need to listen about Miser. Is that right? Commit. After your opponent fails a control check, that will end the turn. Add 1 asset from your hand that you could normally play to your staging area, not paying any costs. Cool. After your opponent plays an ability printed on a card in their staging area, make a control check. If you could check X, negate the effect of that ability. X equals your opponent's card's control. I mean, I see it. I definitely see it. So commit, you just get to add an asset to your staging area, and you can just cancel all their abilities by making a control check. A. Just because. Ivy 626 all Earth life. Discard momentum after you gain vitality. Your next attack gains X damage. X equals the gain vitality. Yeah, the ball ability does seem pretty cool. For sure, being able to just cancel abilities, making checks, just being able to go, all your attacks are essentially blank, and all your cards are essentially blank. But that first ability, is also strong, but I just don't think it's super S tier kind of thing. After you gain vitality, your next attack gains X damage, so you have to gain vitality in your turn. Pretty synergistic. C. No, you need momentum to actually do it. D, yeah. Cervantes. Chaos Evil Void. First form. Until the end of your next turn, all of your control checks equal your momentum +1. No control checks necessary. Oh, your next control. Yeah, next. The fuck is this? You have chaos, sir. And I assume this kind of stacks. So if I have 3 things in my momentum, then I play a tension attack and it goes up to 4. My next check is a 5 because I have 4 momentum. So if I can keep adding momentum, I can keep pushing and adding more to my check. I mean, you're not even making the checks. You're not even going down cards. Yeah, if you have 6 momentum, you're checking 7s for 2 turns. It makes your defense stronger. And if you can play things like Determined Advance, Tension, Foundations that add momentum, it's going to keep getting stronger. Takes a little bit of sell, but B. Arthur, 622. Airfire Life. This attack gets plus X speed. X equals the discarded momentum speed. If this attack speed is now at least triple its printed speed, discard 2 cards from your card pool. No, you're just bad. Like, just legitimately bad. What do you mean I have to get to triple speed? I have to discard momentum, get to triple speed, and then I get to clear 2 cards from my card pool. Nope. Discard up 2, so it's a little bit better, but no. F tier, getting that out of it. Poof. Young Xiong, 621, Order Void. I'm sorry, Mike. I like that ability. I like the ability I don't have to make checks. Farm commit once per turn. Stop making me. It's not F tier though. It's not F tier. It's real. I like it. I like it. Sadness. This character does not start the first turn committed. Cool. Form once per turn. Move all foundations from your card pool to your staging area, and then ready all foundations. Oh, the fuck. Move. So doesn't start committing your first turn. So you play. Yeah. Okay. Cool. You just get. I guess if you've got a handful of foundations, and especially with how many like the lack of zero just we have at the minute, this would be very cool with the builds we have at the minute because you can just go on a 3, on a 3, on a 3, build in, on a 3, on a 3, on a 3, on a 4. Pass with 7 foundations. Let's go. Mike's gonna hit me here. D. I like aggressive early builds. Strife. Criminal Foundation this target gets plus X speed. X equals the total number of attacks in both players' card pools that have dealt damage this turn. E. Destroy one asset. Destroy one asset. Okay, second ability is kind of blank. Criminal Foundation this attack gets plus X speed. X equals the total number. So you do nothing unless things hit. Sure, I guess reverse was that thing. You can kind of.
What's wrong with you?
Hello.
Yunsung D tier, the best first turn character of all time. One of the most powerful legacy characters ever. D tier. You are. I don't even have words because you're streaming. Like, get that character moved.
I mean, I can see it's a strong going first turn, but if you're not going first, it's blankish.
It's still insane.
It's a strong aggressive build.
Character was banned for a reason, Brett.
Okay.
You can play this aggro, you can play this control, you can play this mill.
I moved him to A. Is that acceptable?
No. Up.
S? Or even higher, like...
Yes. S.
He's above...
100% S.
He's now above S.
Okay. I'll stop being angry now. Bye-bye.
Bye. See, I wanted to put him high, but I thought Mank would shout at me for putting him high because he doesn't do stuff outside of building foundations. So I put him into D. I'd have been happy with an A, but there you go. He's now above the S tier. He's got his own tier. Strive, not sold on Strive. F tier. Oh, you could attack on turn 1 then. Thank you, Cameron. That is a great thing to point out. I completely forgot you could attack turn 1. Build 3, then attack. Yeah, no. This is where, like, my lack of... Revenant. 626. Commit 2 foundations. Your opponent discards a card at random. Random's good. Discard a card. Your attack gets... This attack gets -4 damage. Minimum 1. Your opponent draws to get... No. This isn't even a fucking conversation. Get into F. You go below F. Look... I can't even show it here, but I have put this character below F. The fuck do you mean your opponent draws 2 cards? Oh, your attack gets -4 damage, but here's 2 cards. No, get fucked. Olkadan, Infinity with actual text. Interesting. 525. At the beginning of your combat phase, choose one resource symbol. This character is considered having that resource symbol until the beginning of your next combat phase. There is a character with an alpha face? This is a character with an alpha face indeed. Commit, play 1 character card from your hand. This character may play all character cards, character only attacks, assets, or character abilities. Form commit, play 1 character from your hand, no control check required. So, to highlight, this can play this, right? And then just do all the stuff it wanted to do. It essentially has the character identity of you. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Suri. I think this is just an S. It just gets to do dumb shit. He can stack anyone. Okay, UVS, you want to give us legacy reprints in retro? I want to see what Owlboy will do in retro. That can be any symbol, can have any character, and can stack any characters onto them. So he has to go in S because he can play as any of the other S tier characters. Secure his checks with 6 checks and use any character specific abilities as well, which is really cool. That is so nuts. Greed. If you have 1 momentum, enhance. If you have more momentum than your opponent may not play any abilities with a momentum cost or any ability printed on a card in their momentum for the rest of the turn. 528, not bad. I don't think there is an official legacy banned list, sorry. Commit, your opponent discards down to X momentum, X equals your momentum -1. Okay. The enhance is not tenacious, so you can't utilize it, but it's a good little bit of synergy there where you just go, I'll form commit, make you discard to my momentum -1, and then go, I've now got my momentum for my turn. You need to play more. You need to have more attacks hit, +1. Well, you need to have more. You need to have more attacks hit than what I've hit with. I think that's cool. Hard to be banned when you were never released. Okay. Greed's cool, but very RNG dependent. If your opponent has momentum as a momentum carrying character, you're blank. So F. Demoof. All death water 624. Enhance discard 1 card, gain 2 health. Form commit. Reveal the top 2 cards of your deck. If they have the same control, you may play one of them, following all restrictions and paying all costs. No control check needed. So I was reading that going, okay, so if I get 2 attacks, I can play one of the attacks, but I'm going to be checking poorly to play it. No, you don't pay checks. You just go, I have an attack on top of my deck. I'm going to play my attack. Oh, I have 2 foundations. I get to play foundation. $6.24 is a bit weird, but if it wasn't so RNG dependent, it'd be very cool because since you're a $7.24, but you're taking a lot of risk. I will, however, smack this into D because I do like the idea of playing cards for free. Chester, 623. Evil Void. Discard X cards. Add the top cards of either player's deck to their momentum. Commit discard momentum after your opponent commits. After your opponent commits foundations to pass check, they may not play enhances. They may not play enhanced cards or abilities for the rest of the turn. They may not play enhanced cards. I guess they may not play enhanced abilities on cards. I don't like that at all. You're discarding cards to give either player momentum, so unless you're utilizing your opponent's momentum, that seems bad. And you're discarding momentum to essentially give an attack flash. Oh, yeah. You're essentially giving an attack flash because they can play responses, but they don't get to play enhances. I do not like that. Mike, you might shout me, but I'm putting it in F. But mill isn't a real win strategy in this game. We know this. Amy, 624, fire, good, order. Enhanced attack gets +1 speed. Enhanced commit. Your opponent's attack gets +2 speed. Either add a fire, good, or order card with difficulty less than the attack's printed speed from your hand to your card pool, or give all attacks in your hand. Or give all the attacks in your hand the reversal keyword until the end of the turn. Oh, to your hand. So you get to pick up a block, or if you've already got the block. Well, not anymore, it's not, so it doesn't count. So you can give all attacks in your hand reversal, which is pretty cool. Or you can pick up. You're giving them 2 speed to pick up a block. I don't know about that. And no. Oh, to your card pool. No, get fucked. You add one to the card pool, or you give everything reversal. F. Give my opponent's speed to give my stuff reversal. That seems like a bad trade-off. Xiangmina, 523. You better have some powerful abilities. Commit after your opponent's ready phase. Drop to your character's hand size. That's pretty decent. Response: commit 1 foundation once per turn. After your opponent plays an attack card, ready up to 3 other cards in your staging area that have not been readied this turn. You may not block that attack. You had me with the first ability, but during your opponent's ready step, you that's not tenacious, so you don't get to commit and ready stuff up. But you essentially do get to drop to hand size. And after your opponent's... I like drawing up to my hand size in my opponent's ready step. I get to play out all the cards in my hand, draw 5 new ones. That seems really powerful. Where you lose me is with the second ability, in all honesty. The second ability loses me quite easily. Commit 1 foundation to ready up 3 other cards in my staging area that have not been readied. Oh! Makes you feel legacy. But you can't even ready your character to do that. For the draw power alone, I'm going to put them in D. But that second ability just makes me sad. No worries, Cam, see you in a bit. Yoshimitsu, response after your opponent fails a control check, their combat phase does not end. Interesting. Play 1 attack from your hand, following all restrictions and paying all costs. After this attack resolves, your opponent continues the turn, playable while committed. Hold up. The fuck is this? What? So, they fail the check, you launch an attack and go, carry on with your turn. And you get to that every time they fail a check. Fucking A. Yes, let's go. S tier, get footage. That is hilarious. Mainly because that is just so beautiful. I love that so much. Oh, that is so cool. Especially as you can attack first turn. So if they get aggressive in their first turn and fail to check, you go, cool, here's an attack. Yeah, no, S tier. No notes on that. That is an insanely cool character. Jianggu, 720. Air Death Life. After you play non-attack card, ready 1 foundation that has not been readied this combat phase. Fun fact, this was the only character printed with that symbol until back. Oh, nice. Your life that gains 2 damage. You may not ready foundations for the rest of... What? But why? After playing non-attack, anyone foundation stage is not ready to come up phase. But play a life card and gain to give a life card 2 damage, and you don't get to ready shit. Why is that? Why is that? Now you need to have that extra bit on. I guess if you block with a non-attack card, you still get to ready up. B tier, just because that. I'd put it in A if it wasn't for that silly bit at the end of the second enhance. Voldo. After your opponent cycles the deck, do not remove any cards from the game. Commit, discard 2 momentum. 2 damage is then. Okay. Discard momentum. Switch either player's deck with their discard pile. The discard pile is shuffled face down as the deck is. And the deck is placed face in the discard pile. Commit. After your opponent's turn is over, gain X card. X equals the number of cards in your hand. The fuckery is this card? Very cool string deck, but you're kind of hitting for printed until your last one. So, you discard 2 runs to commit your character to switch your opponent's deck or discard. So you can kind of give them... You kind of know what they're going to be checking, which is cool. But overall, this just seems like a butt ton of fuckery for nothing. Yes, you're going to be gaining a lot of health if you hold cards in your hand. But at the same time, if you need to defend, you're going to gain nothing. F. Tell him, any multiple copies created by a multiple attack do not add to the player's progressive difficulty. Okay, that makes sense. Enhance commit 1 foundation. Your attack gains plus X speed. X equals the number of attacks preceding it in the card pool. It's an 8/19. That means you can play multiple cards without the count towards progressive, and you commit a foundation to get X speed, knowing you're going to be playing lots of multiple cards. Yeah, no, C tier. Ability A synergizes with ability C, ability B, and they work really well because they're also rewarding you by playing lots of attacks and making each one progressively harder to deal with. Saki, 6/22. Commit, discard 1 card, discard momentum. Before you make a control check for your next card, this turn that check gets -1 difficulty for each card in your card pool instead of +1 difficulty. So ignores progressive. Oh no, he gets -1. This isn't ignore progressive. She had a 3-diff multiple 5. Jesus! So you discard a card, discard a momentum to make 1 card easier to play. Your worst overhaul. Overhaul literally does this better. F. I'd be grateful it's not lower. Sofita. Remove 1 defense token from this card. Before you take damage, reduce the damage by 2 to a minimum of 1. E. If this attack deals damage, place 1 defense token on this card. It has synergy. It's just a terrible card. It's Grog with extra steps. And it's still really bad. You're 6/23 that when you deal damage or your opponent deals damage, you get to give -2 to an attack. Cool, but you're still a 6/23 that requires to take damage. No, F, get out of here. Siegfried, 6/25. Commit after an attack deal it has its damage reduced, your opponent loses 1 vitality. Sofita can get fucked then. Discard momentum. If your attack deals damage, ready any asset on a 6/25 Earth, Fire, Life. F tier. Rock. Oh. Response: before your opponent makes a control check for a non-attack card, that card gets plus X difficulty. X equals the number of cards in your card pool playable while committed. Response: reveal a random card from your hand and add it to your card pool face down. When you are taking damage from an attack, reduce that attack by X. X equals the control of the reveal card added to your card pool this way. Okay, so that's not once per turn. So you're going to give plus X difficulty for every single card in your card pool, and you're going to be progressively giving more. You're going to be progressively giving more difficulty, and equal as you reduce the damage down. That's solid. They're two abilities that work well together on face. I don't like the idea of having to take the damage. You're going to be hitting by damage, you're losing cards from your hand. But no, it's a synergistic ability. D tier. Yeah. Pop your head up there, Rock. Nightmare. Death, evil, life. Response: commit. After you fail a control check to play an attack, that control check is successful. That attack gets minus X damage. X equals the amount the control check failed by. Nightmare is pretty cool. Discard momentum. Enhanced abilities may not be played for the rest of the enhanced set. Responsibilities may not be played for. Okay. So you just get to pass a check you should have failed by reducing your attack's damage, and by discarding your momentum you can essentially make an attack uninteractable, because but you also lose the ability to enhance. D tier. Mitsuruki. Commit, discard 4 momentum. After you completely block an attack, your opponent's combat phase ends. Commit, after you play a good weapon attack, it gets +1 damage. You may not play any other attacks this turn. Only playable if there are no other attacks in your card pool. So you either need to clear all the cards out of your card pool, or you're chucking everything onto this one attack, say deal with it, and then but you need 4 momentum. And they're both commit abilities. No. Nope. Maxi, your weapon attacks with a printed difficulty 3 or less get +1 speed. Your attack gets +1 damage, only playable if there are 2 more cards in your card pool. That's so much for +1 damage. Your weapon attacks were printed different. No. I don't know what it was at the time, like you said, different rule set, but that's a lot of work for not a lot of stats. F tier. Lizard Man 3 dots. After you play an attack as a reversal, you may play another attack from your hand, paying all costs. Discard this second attack from a card pool after it resolves. Response: instead of paying for a block, you may try to play any foundation in your hand as though it was a high or low block of +X. X equals the foundation. The block of X. X equals the ability's difficulty. Interesting. That second ability is actually really powerful. Instead of playing a block, you may play any foundation from your hand as though it was a high or low. So you have instant access to off-zone blocks. And you can double up on your reversals. I like that a lot. C tier. B. Yeah, fuck it, B. Being able to use anything as an offhand block seems really cool. Cervantes, all chaos evil. 623. Commit until the beginning of your end phase. Next turn, all cards get plus X or minus X difficulty, your choice. Made with the ability to play. X equals the number of resource symbols in this card shares. Number cards of X equals the number of resource symbols the card shares with its character card. Okay. Only playable as your first form. So if I'm playing all 3 symbols on all my attacks, they'll get -3 or +3 difficulty, and same applies to my opponent, but it's for their character. Essentially, you're going to give +1 difficulty to everything or -1 difficulty to everything minimum. I don't like giving my opponent that much value as a 6 hand size 23. If it was, because all cards get that is unplayable. No one would give their opponent that much value for free. Cassandra, 721, Death, Life, Void. Discard 1 card, your opponent discards a card. This attack gets plus X speed. X equals the control value of your opponent's discarded card this way. I mean, you're going to be hitting hard, but you're going down a card to do it, and you're getting no value for it. F. Azeroth, 628, Earth, Evil, Order. After your attack deals damage, reveal the top card of your deck. If the revealed card control is less than the damage dealt, you may add either the revealed card to your hand or discard it. If you discard it, your opponent loses X vitality. X equals half the revealed card. Cost rounded down. Okay, so you're either burning them for the control cost versus the damage. So if I hit them for 2, anyway, if the controller, so if I hit them for 2 and I reveal a 5, I can burn them for 2 by discarding the 5. But if I hit them for 8, I can add another card to my hand. And it's a maze, so I can always just discard it and burn them for additional extra as well. So if I feel like I don't need the additional card, I can just keep hitting them. No, I like that. That's all. C. B. Because you actually don't need momentum or anything to that. That's just on hit. Abyss, 630. Commit, remove momentum from the game. Take 1 card from your move from game pile, add it to your hand. Perform commit, remove 1 card from your hand from the game. Take a card from your move from game pile, add it to your momentum. Interesting. I don't like the fact that they both form commits, but you get to essentially remove a card from your hand and add it to momentum, or remove a card from your momentum and add it to your hand. So you can essentially increase your hand size if you can remove stuff. Their form abilities, so they're hard to interact with. Solid D. Zazalabel, 623, Air Chaos Void. Form, draw 1 card. You may take a non-character card from your staging area, add it to the top of your deck, face down. If you do, add a card to. If you don't add a card to the top of your deck, discard 2 cards. Oh, nice. So form, draw 1 card. So you're not limited to once per turn, but then take a non-character card from your staging area, add it to the top of your deck face down. If you're not, so I guess it's a good way of cycling cards. Zaz. Zazabel. Zaz Alabel. Yeah, because you just get to essentially rebuild. Yeah. I'm so used to those cards saying once per turn or once per game, but no, that's just. Tira, 720, Air, Death, Evil, commit one foundation, change the zone of your attack to any other zone. Ready, after a block is played, change the block zone to any other zone. You may play this one. Oh, ready's part of the cost. Interesting. But after a block is played, so you can commit her as part of the cost to pass the block, ready her, and then change the zone to match the block. That's absolutely solid. Being able to zone match any block, no. However, considering what we have in S, I'm going to put you in A. Setsuka, all fire, order 625. Commit discard momentum from any player's momentum response. After a card is discarded from a player's momentum, that player loses one vitality. If it wasn't a commit cost, I think. Yeah, I did say that you could essentially commit to pass. You can also commit to the top ability. Very true. If it wasn't for, I guess, anytime you spend momentum, losing 1 health is pretty powerful, and the force loss is pretty cool. What are you even selecting now? Okay, let's put you in F where you belong, and then go. Okay. So for the 107 legacy promos, which have taken me this long to get through, essentially 3 hours. This is our tier list with one character breaking the tier list. Thank you, Mike, for shouting at me all the way through this. Let's take a quick break with. We are out of the legacy promos at this time, Blake. Thank you. Let's have a look at the 4-point promos. Andrew Alexia, 2007 World Champ. Commit 1 foundation. Your opponent chooses 1 card in your discard pile. Add that chosen card to your momentum. That's a 719 as well. Discard momentum once per turn before a control check is made. That control check gets -X. If failing that control does not, and X equals the difficulty. Okay, so you're basically telling your opponent how much you want to reduce their. Essentially telling your opponent how much you want to reduce their. How much do you want me to reduce your check by? Which is a little bit nutty. Because I commit 1 foundation, and this is just. It's once per turn on the discard momentum, but it's not once per turn on the committed foundation, which means you can essentially just stack up your momentum every single attack. I am almost out of water, but I've got lots of Pepsi. Why is it not selecting the one? Check hacking that doesn't end the turn, but once per turn, and aggressive momentum getting A. Dimitri, 5 hand size. Your attack gets +X damage. If it deals damage, you gain X vitality. X equals 4 minus your attack's control. If your character is what? if your character is BEAB, the hell's a BEAE? If your character is BTAB, blood type AB, what the hell? Oh. Your attack equals 5 minus your attack's control. If your opponent's blood type, fucking serious, no. Blood type AB. Get in D. Get in F. Fuck blood type. Fucking blood type bullshit. No, go to F. Just for the blood type bullshit. Don't even get me started. Well, no, as we get higher up, once we get to like the MHA and the characters I've seen before, I can go a bit further. This was like me also coming to terms with what a lot of these characters do. Once we hit like MHA era, or even Yu Hakusho, I can speed up a lot, but I've got to get there first, and those are like set 30, and we're currently still in set 0. Discount top card. So Z-May 720. Discount top card of your deck. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals 7 minus the control of the discarded card. Commit 1 foundation. After you play an attack, not as a block, discard 1 card in your opponent's staging area. Go commit 1 card in your opponent's staging area. So you're going 1 for 1 on the committals. And you can give plus damage equal. You can give damage equal to based on what you mill. You're in a lot of danger with this character. Yeah, you know, I thought you'd love the flavor. No, I'm not a favor of the blood type. Get your point. Choice block reversal makes sense. Damage equals 7 minus the control of discarded cards. If you discard an attack, you get 4. A. You say S. I put A. Basically, Blake, he's just saying that I need to make the right choices here. Yishan 629. This attack gets minus X damage, minimum 1, or plus X damage. Your choice. X equals the total number of characters in all staging areas. So you're talking a minimum of -2 and +2 damage on everything, which is solid out the gate. Or and then as you character stack, or if your opponent is a character stacker, you can get ridiculously high. But that is, I mean, +2 to everything seems decent enough. But I'm going to put B because the rest of it kind of is dependent on what your opponent's doing. Temujin 626. Air, Chaos, Fire. Discard momentum, your attack gets plus X damage, X equals the control of discarded momentum. Commit, add the top 2 cards of your deck to momentum. So, unfortunately, I don't know enough about the time because you gotta think these are legacy when the rules are even different. So generally, I'm just going off vibes, how I feel about the character. And then I've also got people having a go at me, or if you feel I've made a big error, you can essentially use memberships or super chats to tell me where characters should go. So Mike's already moved some people around. No, it's Blake. Have fun shopping. So you're going to E-commit to add 2 cards to your momentum, which feeds into your next turn, but you're not tenacious here. But being able to add additional damage based on control seems fairly decent. Yeah, no. Oh, that is the wrong one. You can go into B as well. Rational attack. Death, Evil, Honor, commit, discard X card. After your opponent's ready step, commit X non-character cards in the staging area. Ooh! Oh! Can I actually do this? What have I got? Oh, Mike didn't get one. That's a shame. But fine. There we go. I didn't realize I was able to give some away. That's pretty cool. No. The control aspect is cool. So I'm like, I already did it. Yeah, I already did it. But thank you anyway, Stephen. Okay. It's cool, but discarding my entire hand to hope you don't have it is terrible. Get into F. Lu Chen, 627, commit after you block an attack, draw X cards. X equals a block modifier of your block. Ooh, spicy. Commit one foundation after you check a reversal when attempting to block an attack. Add the check reversal to your hand, playable while committed. You know what? That's decent. You can go into A with Alexander. Use a buddy block. Your super chance reserved for down. Oh yeah, I think you only get like 5 super chats. It's not like Twitch where you can just keep giving money. Yeah, I think you only get. I think you have a limited amount of super chats you can actually do. Yeah, I've also got super chat stickers. Xiao Diam. Commit before you make a control check. Before a player makes a control check, they discard one card. If their control check gets minus X, X equals the control of the card they discarded. Fails and in turn discard. What? Okay. Sure. That's it. So you force them to discard a card from their hand. The check gets reduced, and they have to do it. And then if you have momentum, you get to pop off a little bit more. You do need 3 momentum to ready it, which is a shame. But that early aggression, top of B. Rock Howard. Is this the... After your opponent plays a card, you may draw a card. At the end of your turn, if you have 5 more cards, discard your hand. Commit add momentum from your card pool to your add 1 momentum to your card pool face down. Your opponent adds 1 momentum to their card pool face. S. Just S. That static is just fucking dumb. that static is insane, and I'm really glad he's in retro now, so he has access to Lucky and Ready Get Set Go, and I hate it. But yeah, no. Ooh, something we probably need clarifying from UVS. Rock Howard was printed after MHA1. Is he Hero 2 legal? I'd say he's Hero 2 legal. That's a question for UVS though, not a question for me. But yeah, rock card goes into S. Not even a question. This rock card also had the secret text of you may play 6 copies of Silent Step. There we go. Yeah, you just get to do stupid things whenever your opponent plays a card you get to draw. S tier. I'm really glad he's not in standard. Neon. Discard X momentum, your attack gets X damage. Commit, destroy one foundation with a farm ability printed on it. Depends on the set number. No, because I don't know how that quite works with the experience bundles. Because because Hero 2 is just anything printed after MHA 1. So it's a bit of a weird one. Neon, discard X momentum, so basically give any attack powerful 1. And commit destroy foundation with farm printed F. You're very dependent. That commit, you blank if you don't want any farm abilities. And powerful 1 on everything is okay, but there's probably better. May 7? Jeez. Oh, this is another big one, isn't it? Okay. May 7. Commit your attack gets plus X speed, X equals the number of cards in your opponent's hand. Commit X foundations, your attack gets X damage. The top commit gave me hope, the bottom commit just dashed it. Get an F. Yuko. Farm commit, discard momentum, discard all cards in your card pool. Only play if you have 5 more cards in your card pool. Enhance commit, discard 1 card played as a block from your card pool. Reduces attack damage to 0. Only playable during your opponent's attack. Okay. Now, first form made me a little bit wary, but that second ability, fairly decent. Because, if you're able to block 1, be able to do the other one. C, because I do like reducing stuff to 0. Tam 628 Air Chaos Live. Response to commit, discard for your momentum before your opponent adds a card to their momentum. Discard your opponent's entire momentum. Gain X vitality. X equals the number of momentum discarded this way. I don't see how very often how that is going to work out as a net positive. Especially as it's before they add a momentum, so you discard their entire momentum, then they still gain 1. F. If it did other things, maybe, but that's just a bit too weak. Self commit 1 asset. This attack gets minus X damage within 1, or plus X speed. X equals the control of the committed asset. I mean, if you build it around the assets, so that's pretty cool. The control of the assets. You're talking a good 5. You're talking a good 4, 5 on everything. If you can get the assets out, and Earth has some very good assets to utilize. Yeah, no. Solid C. Noise at my throat. Almost like I've been talking for 4 hours. Sakuro, 628 Chaos Death Fire. After your attack deals damage to your opponent, place 1 Daze token on your opponent's character. Commit. This attack gets plus X damage or minus X damage. to minimum 1. X equals the number of days tokens on your character. Okay. So essentially, you only get to do it once, though. You're way more lenient than this. I think like the first 107 have. I think the first 107 are kind of like geared me into it. Once you get like 150 in, you kind of find the way in. However, I don't like this. Get into F. Reaver, commit one foundation asset before you make your control check. Your control check gets plus X. X equals the block modifier of the committed card. Discard 1 momentum. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals discard momentum's difficulty. I mean, just being able to check hack with the block modifier of an attack repeatedly is insane. Commit one foundation art asset. Give your control check plus 3. My throat is already going. One foundation for plus 3. Yeah, get in there. Go A because you're not really killing. Leanne, discard momentum if this attack deals damage. Reveal the top card of your deck. If the revealed card is an attack, you may play it as your next form. Discard momentum if this attack deals damage. Reveal the top card of your deck. If the revealed card is an attack, you may play it as though you form for your hand. Okay, so you're increasing your hand size if you have an attack on top. So if you can stack the attacks, if you can stack the top of your deck, that's cool. Really? I think she's pretty cool. I was torn between A and B. I'll move it on to B if you want, but I think just being able to pay 1 foundation to essentially be 2, 3, 4 foundations is really cool. It's a bit too RNG based for me, but being able to increase your hand size. You can't play it in your opponent's turn, but it's very Mina-esque, but I'll put you down in D. Kyo. Commit before a control check is made. That check gets plus X. X equals your maximum vitality minus your current vitality. So the more damage you take, the more you get for your check. Yeah, commit before you make your control check. X equals your maximum vitality minus your current vitality. So if you've lost 3 health, you get 3 to your check. Discard momentum, gain X vitality. X equals the number of cards in your card pool that you have played this turn. Okay. Fun little check hacking. Nowhere near as powerful as Riri. Discard momentum to gain health based on the cards you've played, however, pretty good. Jubei. Before you add an attack with 5 difficulty or more to your momentum during the end phase, add it to your hand instead. Commit. Discard one attack with printed 5 difficulty. Your attack gets plus 5 damage. Okay. So the first ability plays the second ability during your next turn. Also give you an additional card to block with. But as a 627, that's fairly boring and still quite blockable. So D tier. 5 damage is nothing to be sniffed at, but D. Basara. Discard momentum after your opponent plays responsibility. Cancel it. That's cool. E-commit. Your opponent reveals their hand. Choose one non-attack card in their hand. That card may not be placed in. So it's Spiritual Glass and It's incredible display on a card. I mean, be able to stop responsibilities on face puts it at least an A. That seems cracked to me. One momentum to Scott, your response did nothing, and it's a lot harder to stop that. Oh, very cool. Vega 626 Air All Chaos Commit. When your opponent would gain vitality, you gain the vitality from that instead. Discard momentum. Whenever your opponent would gain vitality due to that kind of effect, add a number of cards from the top of your deck to your momentum equal to the amount of vitality they would have gained instead. So you're essentially just shutting down your opponent's heal cycle. Because you discard one momentum to gain that much momentum. That's really solid. And then if they want to keep trying to heal, you commit and you heal instead. So basically your opponent's heal effects don't work as long as your character's ready. I like that. It is dependent on, of course, of your opponent playing heal effects, which not all of them do. So this can go into C tier. Being able to shut down an entire player's game plan seems cool. But if you come across someone who's just not running that game plan, or you come across a Scorpion, they just get to laugh in your face. Relento. Evil, fire, good. E, commit. This attack gets +2 damage. If the attack deals damage during your opponent's next draw step, you may draw up to your character's hand size as though it was your turn. So you're banking on this attack hitting. If this attack doesn't hit, then you just don't get to take part. I'm not a fan of that. Into F you go. It's such a dependent draw, and if your opponent has any way to negate the damage, stop the damage, you just a blank character. Q. Evil, good, honor. Form, commit. If your hand size is 10 or less, both characters' hand size are permanently increased by 1, and both players destroy one card in the staging area. Okay. That's weird. One, it doesn't say no non-character, which is interesting. And two, that just seems really bad. Because both players get to increase their hand size. So my opponent gets to draw more cards for free, which just feels bad. And both players discard a card, destroy a card, so you're destroying your own stuff as well, which you can build around. But I don't want to give my opponent free value. Oh, so many cards. M. Bison. Why is the 4.1 so big? M. Bison. 628. Response, commit. After your opponent plays an ability on a card in the staging area, negate that ability effects. This tag is +4 damage, only playable during the enhanced step. I mean, you can do it during your opponent's turn. That's a costly commit. No, F. Yeah, you're going to increase your damage, but you can also increase your opponent's damage. And that can be really awkward. And once you commit, there could be worse things to come. Can commit. This attack gets this attack gets -X damage. X equals half. This attack's damage rounded down. Interesting. I don't like how many of these characters you do one thing or you do another thing. You don't get to do both. Form, commit. Your opponent gains X vitality and commits X foundations. X cannot be more than your opponent's maximum vitality. Minus their current. X cannot be more than your opponent's maximum vitality minus. You see, you can't heal them more than full. I don't know how to feel about that form. Healing my opponent 4 to commit 4 foundations seems decent. But at the same time, it could be really rough. I like it. It can go D, but I could see an argument of just slamming that into F. Oh, how terrible, you have to make meaningful. I like pushing buttons. Like, I'm here to push buttons and play the game. I'm not here to make. I have foundations and attacks for meaningful decisions. Guile. 624, commit 2 foundations. If this attack deals damage, reveal top card on your deck. If the revealed card is an attack, add it to your hand and discard the attack from your card pool. But what if it's not your attack? Commit 2 foundations. If this attack deals damage, reveal top. So, can I use this on my opponent's turn or not? I imagine I can. So I'm committing 2 foundations to let an attack hit me and hopefully drawing an attack. Not a fan of that either. Not a fan of that either. Gil. 8 hand size 26. 8 hand size 20. Deaf, good, honor. Commit. Your hand size is permanently reduced by 1. Your maximum vitality is increased by 3, and you gain 3 vitality. Oh man, look, this is just this. Who would do that? What kind of person wants to be a 7 hand size 23, or a 6 hand size 26, or a 5 hand size 25? No, this seems cracked. You get a strong early build. You get to pop up. You get a very strong early build, and then as the game goes on, you get to go, cool, I'll reduce my hand size now I'm established, and I will increase my maximum vitality so I can heal up, and I will increase my total vitality, and I will also gain some health. S tier. Discard foundation. This attack gets minus X damage. X equals the difficulty of the discarded foundation. Commit. If this attack deals damage, add one foundation from your discard pile to your hand. Okay. Well, that's not playable while committed, so you don't get to use both. Oh, true, because you can just make your opponent a 0 hand size and just sit there going, so how's your day going? It's okay. I like the idea of discarding foundations, but yeah, you're not always going to have the foundations to discard. F tier. Geki, 719, Air, Chaos, Death. Commit, choose a number. Your opponent randomly reveals 1 card in their momentum. If the revealed card's control matches the chosen number, your opponent discards the entire. The hell? No! Why is your entire identity RNG? Get an F. What do you mean? I'm just gonna try and mind game you and get rid of your entire momentum, and that's all I do. Not a chance. Dalsin for 628. Commit, choose one foundation or asset in your hand that you could play normally. Add the chosen card to your staging area. Form, get an extra resource. Form, get a massive mute machine, I guess. D. I'm going to get shout out for doing more douse and dirty. Chun-Li. 626. Commit after your opponent plays their third foundation this turn. Play one foundation from your hand. Following all restrictions and paying all costs. You may continue playing foundations this way until you fail a control. You may not commit foundations or play abilities that count as committed foundations to make checks successful. So they play their third foundation, you just go boom, 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 boom. So going second, you just get to go, yeah, play a third foundation, see what happens. And then you go, cool, I'll play foundation. And I'll play another one. Then I'll play another one. Then I'll play another one. Then I'll play... Oh, I failed the check. Cool. Is it my turn yet? Yeah, no, that seems absolutely solid. Early on, she's kind of blank late, so I'm going to put her in A. But just that aggressive early start is absolute nightmare. Kami, 718, enhance this tank. If it's use damage, add one card from your hand to your momentum. Only playable during your opponent's turn. Yeah, true. And you maybe move Elena up to S. Many things are wrong with me. Many things are wrong with me. First one, commit until the end. Until the end of your next turn, all foundations get +2 difficulty. Ooh. I don't like that at all. The E isn't playable while committed, so you don't get to add cards to your hand to momentum. And the first form just says your build gets harder. And surely should not be that high. Fine, there you go. You happy? Blanca 4 dots. Chaos, Death, Fire. Add the top 3 cards of your deck to your momentum. Your combat phase ends and you must proceed to the end phase. Discard momentum. If this attack deals damage, your next attack this turn gets +2 damage. Okay, so the idea is you set up your next turn. So if you're going second with this, you do your build, and then you add the top 3 cards of your deck to your momentum. And when it comes to the next turn, you spend momentum and you go, my next one. But it's so conditional. It's a lot of work for something other cards get to do for much cheaper. You're assuming I remember when I put the other things in. There's going to be repeats of characters. Platinum is still in this tier list. And I'm going to be very inconsistent with how I remember what cards do. And as time goes on and as I get more, as my ADHD gets more done with this, I am going to be a lot more snappy in my decisions, and I'm probably going to be very inconsistent in my decisions. You knew what you were signing up for when I did this. I am very inconsistent, as is General. We have a character called Sean in the game. Okay, Sean, 627. E commit. If this attack deals damage, reveal top card of your deck, gain X vitality. X equals difficulty of the revealed card. If you gain 4 more health due to this ability, draw a card. E. Discard X card. Okay. We like a mulligan. The mulligan does build up. I'm not a fan of the fact that you have to commit to do this health gain. I think that's an absolute waste, but for the ability to mulligan, you go to D easy. Being able to do a mid-turn mulligan, absolutely solid. 628 Kareen. Remove one attack from your discard pile from the game. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the speed of the removed attack. Okay, luckily it's not a commit for once. Commit. There you go. Before you make a control check, the check gets plus X. X equals the number of attacks and you remove from game pile. Okay. I like this. I like this. The E builds into the response. You're removing attacks for speed, making them harder to deal with, and your check gets higher. No, I like this. B. Guy. 720 Chaos Fire Honor. Discard one card. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the number of cards in your opponent's hand. Not a fan of that. Discard one card. Your opponent discards 2 of their momentum. You may add one. You may add 1 card from your hand to your. So I have to go down 2 cards to get rid of my opponent's 2 momentum. The fuck? Discard 1 card. Your opponent discards 2 of their momentum, and I may add 1 card from my hand to momentum. Yeah, but I've played. I discard a card and add a card to my momentum. So I'm going down 2 cards to do. I guess it's not once per turn, so I can just make my opponent spend all their momentum, pitch my hand and find some draw. I don't see it. I really don't. I'd have to see like support for what he's doing, but for that alone, I'm going to put him in F. It just, the costs don't outweigh the benefits to me. He's just a cool guy. He is just a cool guy. Cammy 7 dots. Commit review your hand. Name a card type. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the amount of cards of the name type in your hand. Discard one momentum. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals the block modifier of the discard card. So plus 0 to plus 3 damage for momentum. Pretty cool. Giving my opponent every single card in my hand. Giving my opponent access to all of that information. And going, yes, but I get plus 2, 3, 4 speed. I have attack. I'm going to name attack. I have 4 more attacks in my hand. My opponent now knows what I have in hand, what all those attacks do, what their zones are, and what they need to block. No, not a chance am I giving my opponent all of that free information for plus 3 or 4 speed. Not a goddamn chance. Get an F. Cammy, you're a disgrace. Alex, 628, all fire life. We've got some symbols here. Commit, gain either X vitality or draw X cards, your choice. X equals your opponent's character's printed hand size minus 3. So if they're a 5-hander, you draw 2. If they're a 7-hander, you draw 5. Interesting. I have been live 4 hours in 9 minutes, and I've got so much more to go. Discard one life card. Your all or fire cards get plus 1 speed, plus 1 damage. You also couldn't look at winter back then. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Scavenger. Exactly. You couldn't look at winter back then, which made it a lot harder. The form commit is really cool because you're drawing between 2 and 5 cards. However, if you come across that three-hander, you don't get to draw anything. Discard 1 life card. I'm not a big fan of the discard, but being able to draw a lot of cards uninteractable on face at least gets you into D. Teamwork, discard 1 card. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the bottom half of the discard card. Commit your attack gets plus X damage. X equals your number of your opponent's ready foundations. I wasn't on board with the enhance, however, true 100% on the face that you can put on throws. Interesting. It does only count ready, so if your opponent overextends and if they see what that you're playing Tira, they probably will want to get as many committed as they can. Oh, it's Nick. I just looked at your profile picture. Yeah, Nick, you couldn't look back at your momentum then. Damage output alone warrants that she at least goes into C. She has speed on face. She can then commit to give the damage. That's a bit. That does create a bit of a threatening situation. Night Terror. Chaos, Evil, Death. Destroy 1 card in your staging area. Destroy a committed non-character card in your opponent's staging area of the same type as the destroy card for this ability. So why not just say destroy 1 non-character card in your staging area? Commit. After your opponent plays an ability on their character, cancel effects. Ooh! Okay. The first E didn't get me. The response, however, being able to cancel your opponent's character abilities on face seems strong. And then being able to choice commit. Being able to choice destroy one of their committed things after you destroy one of yours. It's fair. For the ability to cancel counter abilities alone, it goes to B. Victor, at the start of Victor 532, Death Order Void. At the start of each combat phase, the player whose turn it is commits X foundations. X equals the number of bolt tokens on this character. E commits either place 1 bolt token on this character or remove 1 bolt token on this character. So you commit and then you force your opponent to commit 1 foundation. So, okay. It does affect yourself as well, so you're going to get into a situation where you just both commit each other's boards out. But as a 532, you kind of just want to keep applying pressure to your opponent, slowing the game down. No, I can see how this would be interesting. It's a fun little D experiment for sure. Probably could chuck it to F, but if you could just essentially, if you can punish a bad start really easily. Sasquatch, Darkstalkers, 532. Once per game, your attack gets plus X damage. X equals your vitality minus your opponent's vitality. Minimum to 0. Playable or committed. Only playable if you have 5 or more foundations in your staging area. Your attack X equals your vitality minus your opponent's vitality. Ah, my head. So if I'm at 30, my opponent's at 25, the attack gets 5 damage. If I'm at 30, my opponent's at 1, it gets 29 damage. If I'm losing, this does nothing. Discard 1 card. This attack gets minus X damage, middle 1. X equals your character's hand size minus your character's hand size. So you're talking a minimum of 0. So you're talking at least a minimum of 1 minus damage. But you could just always be doing -1, which you're discarding a card to do. I think just the mental load of this character puts it into F. Ryuku. You joined madness there, Reese. Ryuku, evil, fire, water. After your opponent makes one of their attacks unblockable, place 1 unblockable token on your character. Remove X unblockable tokens from your character. Your reversal attack becomes unblockable. X equals your. So you have to. That's an easy F because you have to rely on your opponent making stuff unblockable, or else you don't get to do anything. I guess in the set there might have been a lot of unblockable, but in the wider game it's not as out there. Queen Bee, 719. Place 1 soul token on this card. After any player cycles their deck, add X cards from the top of their deck to their momentum. X equals the soul tokens on this character. Was cycling a lot more common back in retro Legacy days? The majority of time, you've got to commit to add the soul token. So you're only getting 1 per turn. It's a fun little mill strategy, but majority of the time your character's just kind of blank. So off to F you go. Pyron. Discard 1 card after your death or fire attack deals damage. Look at the X cards of your opponent's deck. You may remove one of these cards from the game. X equals the damage your attack dealt as a 627. And sure. You're removing cards from the top of your opponent's deck. You're getting to see. Well, it's going to get shuffled afterwards, so you're not even seeing what their next checks are going to be. No, that's just a bad card. Off you go. Morrigan. 626. Discard 1 card, remove 1 card from your opponent's discard pile from the game. This attack gets -X damage. X equals the removed card's difficulty. That's kind of decent. Removing the attacks from your opponent's discard, being able to go -4, -5, -6 damage on everything as long as you can discard cards, but you are having to go down in your hand size to do it, which is a hell of a cost. And if you don't do it, you're kind of showcasing to your opponent that you can block them. But Nathan isn't here, Mike, so it's fine. Let me some MVC. You need to be able to draw enough cards to be able to do it. Good and Deaf can draw a ridiculous amount of cards. You're not really doing anything to your attacks. Yeah, see. That was his first competitive deck. You can tell him. What's he going to do? Before your opponent's review step, add up to X cards in your opponent's discard pile to your opponent. Before your opponent's review step, add up to X cards in your opponent's discard to your opponent's hand. X equals your character's hand size -4. So if there's 7-hander, you give them 3 cards. If they're 5-handed, you give them 1 card. If they're 6-handed, you give them 2 cards. Reveal the top card of your... So you essentially just go, here's a bunch of foundations that don't do anything. Have fun with that. Reveal the top card of your deck. You may either add the reveal card to your momentum or discard it. Only playable during your opponent's tag. So you can get momentum or you can discard it, but you don't get to keep it. I think I re-added barrier shield. Ooh. Barrier shield's pretty good. Real top card, yeah. So you can gain a bunch of momentum, which is always cool. Discard a bad check, but you don't get to secure your next check. However, you can keep stuff in your opponent's hand. And for that alone, I think it has to go to A. If my opponent is a 7-hander and I get to chuck a bunch of cards into their hand that don't do anything, I'm happy with that. If my opponent's a 5-hander and I get to go, well, you're going, you want to review this or do you want to review another card in your hand? Being able to just pollute my opponent's hand and get some knowledge of as to what they're going to have, I'm sorry with that. I don't think you would ever give your opponent barrier shield unless because you're setting yourself up for breaker there. But adding things in like dauntless defense that they're basically, oh cool, you've got a card you can block with, but you're gonna have to wait till your next turn. You have a dead card in hand. Giving them basically just funny, goofy. Yeah, no, it's a fun way to do it. I'm just thinking of foundations that they don't want to play, attacks that you know you can block, just things that you just don't want to have to deal with. Things that you know you can deal with. Lilith. Lilith, commit 1 foundation, commit 1 of your opponent's non-character cards in the staging area. Your opponent discards X cards from the top of that. X equals the difficulty of the committed card. Only playable during your attack. Okay. You get to choose what your opponent commits. So you're not going to be committing zeros. You're always going to be milling them. That seems decent. It's every time you play an attack, and apparently mill was an actual strategy. C tier. As much as Mike's going to shout at me for being inconsistent with my mill hate. At the beginning of your combat phase, remove all moon tokens from this character. Why are there so many tokens in this game? If you did not remove any moon tokens, add 1 moon token to this character. While this character has at least 1 moon token on it, this character's hand size is 9. Discard 1 momentum. If your attack deals damage, your attack discard momentum. If your attack deals damage, your attack to get +3 speed. Only playable when this character has a moon token. So you spend 1 turn as a. You spend 1 turn. Essentially, you're alternating between being a 6-hander and a 9-hander. Because you start off the first turn, drop your hand, go to combat phase, get the moon token, go to 9. Second turn, you drop to 9, remove the moon token. See, okay. You're kind of transforming every turn, which is kind of cool. Starting off your first attack turn as a 9-hander seems really decent. Just for that alone, yeah, no. Your attacks this turn get +3 if your attack deals damage. You gotta put it in S. J Talman, that's 9-hander that gets to just pop off. Sure. It's almost like night and day mode. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Janaya, 5 hands has 31 health. Commit 1 foundation. If your attack deals damage during the end phase, add your attack to your staging area as a foundation. I imagine that means face down. This tag is considered a foundation. This tag is considered a foundation while in your staging area. X equals your foundation's printed damage. So it has to deal the printed damage exactly. Because it doesn't say X damage or more. It says if your attack deals X damage. So it has to deal its printed damage. Not more, not less. That's a bit weird. I mean, being able to build everything down at the end phase seems pretty cool. But going down a resource to have to hit such a specific number, to me, puts it in F tier. Hutzel, remove top card of your deck from the game. This attack gets -6 damage with a 1x equals that attack's control. Okay, but how do you tell? It's going from a private zone, so I guess it would go to remove to face up. You see, talking between 1 and 6 for max damage. That's pretty powerful. Desperation first form. Add one card from your momentum to your card pool face down. Destroy one of your opponent's foundations. Okay. Pop off. So once you get below 20 health, you just get to blow shit up. That seems pretty good. Removes face up. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And you can reduce how much damage you're taking just by doing E. You don't get access to the back. Sure. I'm going to A tier. Why not? Damage reduction on everything, and then also blowing things up once you get below half. Seems pretty powerful. Senko 7/18. When you clear a card from your card pool, add all the face-up attacks in your card pool to your momentum. They may not be discarded. First form, discard 2 momentum. Add 3 cards from the top of your deck to your card pool face down. Each player returns their vitality to what? Each player returns their vitality to its maximum amount. I don't know the erratas. I'm going off what they're printed. If I know the erratas, then I'll go off the erratas, like with Kirishima and stuff like that. But for the majority of stuff, I am just going as written on card. I'm sure the people of chat will have a go at me if stuff can tell me if stuff has been errated, so I can fix the tier list. But this looks insane. Whenever you clear your card pool, add all face-up attacks in your card pool to your momentum. They may not be discarded. First form, discard 2 momentum. Add 3 cards from top card of your deck to your card pool face down. Each player returns to max. What? How are games meant to end? If I'm playing against someone who has 36 health, how is the game supposed to end if I'm adding all my attacks to my momentum and then healing up to full at the beginning of my next turn? What? I don't get it. Oh, it feels power mill out. Okay. Why is mill becoming a legacy strategy to win. I can't put, like I said it before, I can't put anyone who can heal up to full below a B. This consistent ability to heal to full, very powerful. And I am almost at water. Felicia. 625. Discard momentum. Your attack gets +6 speed. X equals your opponent's momentum. Commit one foundation. Your attack gets +6 damage. X equals the block modifier of the committed foundation. Okay. So, because the game like mobile strats in there. Okay, that's fair. We just seem to be punching each other in the face now. Mill isn't really as big of a threat. Just kind of want momentum to get plus speed based on how much your opponents hit you. Pretty cool. Commit one foundation to get damage equal to the block modifier. Just pumping one attack, not a fan of that. Sorry, Felicia, you're going to F. Felicia 2! Air, good, void. After you play a card, discard one control. Discard one control X card from your card pool. X equals the cards, the played card's control rating -1. After you play a card, discard one control X card. X equals the played control. So, so if I play a free control attack, I can discard a 1 control? If I play a 4 control foundation, I can discard a 3 control attack. Okay, I think I'm getting this. But fuck me, that's good. Oh. That's kind of cool if you can set up multiple different levels of control. But, oh, that hurts my head. Oh. Enhance your attack played as a reversal gets +X damage. X equals a block modifier of the block you used to block the attack you reversal. Only playable if you completely block the attack. Okay. So if I use, maybe not on symbols, but if I use Skull Barrier, I gain nothing because this is 0. So the higher the block mod I use, the more damage I get on my reversal, but the more resources I have to use to block. I see. But also if I can block with an attack, then play an attack with a higher control, I can remove it. I can essentially remove that one. So if I, okay, it's weird, and I don't think I fully understand what this character's power level is. So I'm probably not the best to judge her, but she seems terrible. F for hurting my head. Bishopon. Playing more than one attack wasn't a strategy for the first 3 years of the game. Ouch. Bishopon 532. Before you make a control check to play a card, make that check from the top of your opponent's deck instead. Okay. Commit if your attack deals damage, your opponent discards X cards from the top of the deck. X equals damage. So it's a mill. This is the epitome of mill. I don't check using my deck. I check using yours, and if I deal damage, you mill that much. Okay, no, I like it, especially since you can use this for block. You basically you just don't use your deck to check. You know, hey, our check deck. I've just realised I don't know how I'm going to do a giveaway because I don't think I've added anyone here. Bishop did deal damage. You just used your deck to check. Discard one block while you are when you are taking damage from an opponent's attack. Reduce that attack by X minus 1. X equals the discarded card's block modifier. Commit one foundation. Add one card from your staging area to your hand. You must either attempt to play an attack or pass as your next farmer's turn. Okay. Interesting. 624, which you can commit to make away 724. You can utilize the same flip foundations. And once you've blocked, you can essentially reduce the difficulty to block in future and reduce the amount of damage. Solid. I'm gonna go with solid C. See if I can set this up while I'm doing this. Anacharias shot. 533. This character's hand size gets +1 for each mummy token on this character, and response to discard one block. When you are taking damage, reduce that damage by X minimum 1. X equals the discarded block modifier. If this attack deals exactly 1 damage, add 1 mummy counter to this character. The hell? How are you supposed to control? That's so much work to get to exactly 1. Not a chance. Get out of here. Get absolutely out of here. Anachis. Jackie Tank. 628. Canadian champion. Discard momentum before you make a control check. That check gets +X. X equals the control of the momentum you discarded for this ability. Commit 1 foundation or discard 1 card. Your attack gets +2 speed or +2 damage your turn. Yeah, okay. Okay. So you discard momentum and you can give +2 a check based on the control of the discard momentum, and you can commit 1 foundation or discard a card to get +2 speed or +2 damage. Not insane, but compared to some of the other cards we've seen, not the worst. Solid D. Canada had an event last year. What do you mean? Scott Menace, 718, tiny text. UK 2007. Oh my god, we've only gone 1 year in 4.5 hours. Commit after control check is made. That check gets -X. X equals the number of cards in your opponent's card pool. If this card fails to be played, remove that card from the game. Failure check does not end the combat phase. Discard 1 card. Your opponent reveals the top card of their deck. If the control of the reveal card is greater than the control of the discarded card, the reveal card is added to your opponent's card pool face down. If not, add your discarded card to your momentum. Okay, so you're basically going, I'm going to play a foundation, and I'm going to discard this attack. You're going to reveal top card of your deck. If it's a foundation, it goes to your card pool. If it's an attack, you get to keep it, and I get to kind of just sit there and how I get and I get to get this in momentum. Seems solid. And then you also get some check hacking with -X equal to the number of cards in your opponent's card pool. The card gets removed, so you're punishing your opponent for kind of doing strings. It's fair. It's bugged the hell out of my head. I think I need to get some water. Solid D. Last one. United States World's Team. Back when you... James Hatter, 630. Response: commit 2 foundations. After you play an attack, commit a foundation or asset in your opponent's staging area. Your attack gets +X speed. X equals the difficulty of the committed card. Okay. Your attack gets +X damage. X equal discard a card played as a block in the card pool. Your attack gets +X damage. X equals the block modifier of the discarded card. Only player will join your attack. So you can punish your opponent. You can do some fun things with reversal. Committing 2 foundations to get, I guess you get a lot of speed that way. US singles and world's team champ for that year. Oh wow, they did both. I don't like the idea of committing 2 foundations, but you get a lot of speed from that. And this is back when you're only kind of doing 1 at a time. That's kind of fair. We'll be able to see. Okay. So that's the end of that one there. This is not a break, Mike, so you can't shout at me, but I am out of water, so I need to go get some water. I'm going to suck on a lozenge as I go, wherever the hell I've just put them. They're here. And what I'm going to do is, it should have just put in there. So I'm going to do a giveaway. That's cool. Yeah, so I'm not stalling, I'm just trying to set it up. It's going to be for the Leonardo TMNT deck box and a handful of these and then a random selection of the promos that were given to me by Card Goblin and Patriot. I'm going to start the giveaway, and all you have to do to enter is put in !Leo. And that should get you into the giveaway. And I'll draw it in a little bit. But first of all, I'm going to go get some water. Who's getting shouted at by the bot? Chat motivation. There you go. You should be fine with caps now. I literally just installed it to do the giveaway. I hadn't had time to actually edit it. So a parcel arrived for me while I've been streaming. That's worrying. But wait, now I can make some content with these. Over there you go. Okay, so where do I get to my actual giveaway? Where's my active giveaway? Oh, I'm gonna slap someone. You haven't got yours yet. It's the King of Fighters deck, chat. My King of Fighters decks have arrived, which is awesome. Did it get rid of my giveaway? Oh, I'm surprised I didn't get them first. Okay. Let's see if this is going to work. Of course. I would spin the wheel, but when I changed the bots so you guys wouldn't get shouted at, it deleted my giveaway. So once again with the exclamation Leo. Oh, did we? Oh, you got it! Hey, awesome! It's a fix. And the winner is Lee. I thought you'd actually have it. Okay. Life is pay to win, Connor. What do you mean? Okay, let's get the piece of paper so I can keep track. I will chuck in some promos from Patreon and I'll chuck in some promos from Patreon and Card Goblin. Any preference on the promos, Steve? I got regional promos, I got Mirko promos, I've got all sorts. Also, chat is so delayed. Yeah, I'm just picking up on that. Okay. Steve, this is not even all of them. Patriot and Card Goblin have given me a butt ton of stuff to give away. I've got DLC, I've got MHA, I've got Godzilla, I've got Mecha Godzilla, I've got Ghidorah, I've got Dabby, I've got Dabby, I've got Mirko, I've got Endeavour, and then I've also got more Dabby! And that's not even all of them! So, sure, I'll chuck you in a surprise amount. So that is all the 4-point promos. If you while I do the next one, which is the next one's Penny Arcade. So we've got Penny Arcade, and then we've got Street Fighter. After Street Fighter, I will draw the Michelangelo box, and then a bunch of promos as well. So feel free to enter that while you wait. Cool. I also don't know why stream is so far behind. I'm not delaying it by that much, if I'm honest. Can I? Oh, cool. I mean, if I wanted to, I could increase the look for people that have been paying, but that seems unfair. But you see the thing, Connor. Steven's not a member. His member lapsed. Steven hasn't been a member for a month, so it's definitely not rigged towards members, because there are no members in chat at the minute. There's no little, like, you'd know if there was a member, because it would have something next to them. They'd also be able to use these cool emotes that I spent barely any time working on. But let's get on with Tycho Evil Genius. Where's Corin when I need him to explain why these are good? 7 hand size 23. Commit 1 foundation. After you play a form or card ability, draw a card. Commit. Your opponent's attack is considered fully blocked. So you become an 8-hander by playing form abilities, and you commit to essentially take no damage. It seems fairly decent. I'm going to point out these two are just in here by themselves. Tycho is S tier. Fine. I mean, it's an 8-hander that can stop one complete attack. Sure. Gabe, commit 1 foundation. Your chaos attack gets +1 damage. Commit discard momentum. After you play an attack, it deals. After an attack deals damage, add it to your momentum. That's a C. Yeah, you get momentum out of it. 1 damage isn't a lot, and you have to commit to do it, so sure. Boom. That's Penny Arcade. Any complaints on my Penny Arcade? Let's move on to Street Fighter. Game is F tier for so many reasons. Okay, fair. That's fair. I just didn't want to get shouted at by Corin. Now we have Street Fighter. Now we're getting to the more... Fine. Penny Arcade. Oh, you need to go up. There we go. And you can go back down. There we go. Game is F. Boom. Street Fighter. I just realized I filled my water. Didn't actually drink any. Okay. So we've got Ken, 625. E-commit your all attack gets +2 speed. Discard momentum, draw 1 card. Only playable if you have an attack in your card pool. So you're 725. You can, if you've got multiple momentum, you can get a lot more cards. I mean, I did push him to the very bottom of the screen. 625 that can draw a decent amount of cards. No, I'm not sold on him in all honesty. You have to commit to give you attack speed, and you need to get the momentum through. I'm going back to being rough. This is an E. This is an F. Dalsim, 723. Commit, choose one of the following abilities. You and your opponents each draw a number of cards equal to your respective momentum, or you and your opponent each discard a number of cards equal to your respective momentum. Discard X cards from your momentum, your attack gains stun X. Ow! Hey, I got Ken right without looking at chat. Let's go. Dalsim. Ugh. He's safely a heart. That's fair. Dalsim can punish your opponent for taking momentum, but at the same time can punish you for not having momentum. If your opponent has more momentum than you can force the discard. If you take no momentum and force your opponent to momentum, you can keep making a discard. And then you can also discard a bunch of momentum to get stun X. I'm going to go with B. C. I keep... Dalsim again. 8 hand size 20. Form, destroy any number of ready foundations. Your opponent discards X plus 1. X equals number of foundations destroyed playable once per turn. Response, commit 1 foundation. After your opponent plays an ability on a printed character, they discard 1 card. Okay. No commit cost here. You're outpacing your opponent based on hand size. You're committing a foundation to have your opponent discard cards, and you may form to basically make your opponent discard at least 1 card by blowing up nothing. So form, discard a card. It has no speed or damage on face. Doesn't do anything, but it just says to your opponent, your character's blank unless you want to discard cards, and on my turn, I'm going to make you discard a bunch of stuff, or again, put some pressure on your opponent. Mike's going to call me very inconsistent, but I'm going to put this as B. Chun-Li, 623. Take the top card of your deck, add it to your momentum. Only playable if you've played a reversal. Commit, discard 1 momentum. After you successfully block, you may play any kick attack in your hand as a reversal with +1 difficulty. But you can't use the enhance if you use the response, which is an immediate red flag. And you're not, and you're 623. Join Ken. Which Dalsim? Which Dalsim, Mike? Character by... I could be talked into moving second. Okay. Dalsim will go to... We'll split the difference and Dalsim 2 will go to A. Or Dalsim 1, whichever one that is. That'll be Dalsim 1. Dalsim Chun-Li 1. Commit, switch the speed and damage values of your attack. Commit, discard momentum. This attack is +X speed. X equals the damage of the attack. A and no, obviously. I moved him up to A. Are you happy? 624. That can either speed the switch of your attack or commit. No, I don't like that at all. Chun-Li, do better. Zangief, discard one momentum. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals the control of the momentum discarded to pay that ability's cost. Okay. Your opponent places the top 2 cards of the deck into the discard pile. Only playable if you have a throw in your card pool. If you have played the ability already this turn, commit this card. Why are you a 5/28? What? Why is this a 5/28? Doesn't draw cards. Yes, it mills for 2. Mills for 4 in a turn if you have a throw in hand in your card pool. But you have to commit your character if you use it twice. Your throw attacks get a decent amount of damage, I guess, if you discard momentum. The hand size alone throws me off. Get down to... You give decent damage to throws. D. Zangief, 4 hand size 30. Fuck me. Commit, discard 3 momentum. After your opponent cycles their deck, they must remove 5 additional cards from the game. Okay, so you get a quarter of the deck. It helps put 1 card from your discard pile onto the bottom of your deck. So you're just going for a mill strategy. You are literally just going for the mill strategy here as a 4 hand size 30 that requires you to discard 3 momentum when your opponent cycles. No, I'm gonna get shouted at if I keep putting Zangief really low down. Sagat, 7/23. Form, commit, discard your hand and draw cards equal to the number of cards you discarded. It's like midterm mulligan. We love it. Commit, and that does not include up to your hand size. So if you can draw a bunch of cards, you can just discard a bunch and draw a bunch. Hello. Commit, discard momentum. After you resolve an attack, make a control check for that attack again. If successful, your opponent loses vitality equal to the printed damage of the attack and your combat phase ends. You won't mob Zangief so bad. I don't like the fact that it ends my combat phase, because I do like to build and stuff. But that could be a cool closer. D. I'm back. I've hydrated. I've walked around the house. I'm back to being harsh. Sagat 6/26. Discard 1 card. Your attack gets -1 speed plus 3 damage. Commit 1 foundation. If your attack deals damage, draw a card. That's enhanced, but you are probably going to be... You can ruin a lot of throws here. The fact you're discarding a card to get -1 speed plus 3 damage tells me you're running a lot of throws here. You get shut up and put inside. Fine. I'll try and be more fair. I felt very harsh putting Sagat that low. This one replaces the card in your hand. You're going to be primarily playing with throws. C tier. If you get Omni blocked, you've gone down a card for no reason. Ryu 6/25. Commit 1 foundation. If the set deals damage, you gain health. Response: after you fail an attempt to play a block, draw a card. That's pretty decent. If you block, you're fine. If you don't block, you get to draw a card. And if your attack deals damage, you get to heal, so you get to pop off. C. Ryu 2. Commit. After you block an attack, draw 2 cards. Commit 1 foundation. Your opponent commits 1 of their foundations. That's a little bit like what the Ryu we have now, a little bit. So you block, and you're kind of just trying to do you're trying to just do a attrition game. You block, draw 2 cards, keep blocking, they keep attacking, you keep committing their foundations, and you get to a situation where you just outpace them, or you just give them bad value. See again. Ken. 722. Commit. Reveal your hand to your opponent, and then draw X cards. X equals the number of attack cards revealed. Discard 1 momentum when you are taking damage. Reduce that damage by 1 to a minimum 1. So -1 damage on everything. Pretty solid. If you have a hand of attacks, drawing 3, 4, 5 cards, pretty solid. You kind of want to be the aggressive stringer. You're unlike the other ones where you reveal card. Well, I had to go out because you're revealing the attacks for speed and you're giving away information. You're drawing more cards here. You're getting more information that your opponent doesn't have access to. You're also setting up your defense. Yes, you're giving your opponent a lot of information, but you can almost draw as much information as you're giving away, which can kind of mess up what your opponent's doing. I think that's really solid. Up to A. Okay, Ken. Okay, Mike. Shout me when you want. So that's Street Fighter. Zangief, Chun-Li and Zangief did the worst. Sagat came out on top there. Dhalsim also did pretty well. Ken did mediocre. But yeah, that's what I think of these guys. Woo! I'll do Soul Calibur, then I'll draw the Mikey. Because Soul Calibur doesn't have too many in it. Astroff, 630. Commit 1 foundation. Your attack gets X damage. X equals the number of other cards in your card pool. So, if you do this, I guess getting +3, +4 later on down the line with low attacks. But that's all you're doing? You are 630, I guess. I feel like I've been spoiled by the MHA era. Endeavour 3, this is not. Commit for damage on throws, pretty decent, but that's all it does. D tier. Voldo, commit. Discard 1 card without a block on it, draw a card. As a form. And you have to commit to that. Commit 1 foundation, draw a card, only playable during your opponent's turn. But if I form, I can't do the enhance. What do you mean? When am I ever forming if I can just draw cards in my opponent's turn for foundations? Why is form? I do not understand form of this card. C, because you get an unlimited amount of draw in your opponent's turn, but form is bad. Voldo 1. After you block an attack, draw a card. Discard 1 momentum. After you partially block an attack, you take no damage for that. That's unlimited as well. 625. If you can keep discarding momentum, you take no damage, and if when you block, you draw more cards, allow you to do more sculpting. You can join the other Voldo in C. You have decent draw power, but that's all you're kind of doing. Taki. After you play a card into your card pool, gain 1 vitality. Only playable if there's at least 1 card in your card pool and it's your turn. Commit before you make a control check for an air attack. The air attacks in your card pool do not count towards its progressive difficulty. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. So the first card you play doesn't really do anything. But the rest will give you 1 health, and you can commit to have an air attack not count towards progressive. But you are a 622. I don't think the healing really paces what you're doing. F. I feel like this is a character you'd attach to Taki 1. 625, commit 1 foundation. After your opponent blocks, they discard a card. Ha! Get wrecked, Voldo. Commit, discard any number of cards. Choose 1 card in your hand. Choose 1 card in your hand with a printed difficulty less than or equal to the total difficulty of the discarded cards, and play that card with as normal with no check need. Okay. So essentially, it's a Kurigiri situation where you're discarding a card to pay for the check, but you're discarding based on difficulty. So if I discard a 5, I can play a 5, and that's pretty cool. But I am going down an attack to play an attack, unless I've got one of these 5 different foundations. Commit 1 foundation after my opponent blocks a discard a card, but that means unless I'm playing reversals, it doesn't really do anything in their turn. Not a fan. D, just because it has some disruption, but it's not what I'm kind of looking for. Nightmare! 625, commit 1 foundation. After your opponent plays a non-attack card, they discard a card. Okay. Okay. This was back when you could do it with itself, so you could kind of mess them up going second. This counts for block as well, which means immediately better than Taki. But that's kind of all they're doing on faces, just going play a non-attack and doesn't really interact with attacks. I think if it had other abilities, it'd be a lot stronger. But for now, it pops into F because the disruption doesn't warrant it because it didn't do anything else. Nightmare 1, 524. You better be good. Commit 2 foundations. After your opponent plays a card to their card pool, negate the effect of that card and discard it from the card pool. Oh! Genkai's. But you commit 2 instead. That at least earns you a D. If you were doing more, you'd be higher. But the fact that you just get to yeet one of their cards every single turn, that's fair. Mitsuguri, commit 2 foundations. Oh, 622. Why are these so low health? All of them. They're all really low health. Commit 2 foundations. Your opponent must discard 1 momentum as additional cost to block your attack. Yes. I mean, this is a great way to get your attack through, but going down 2 foundations for this? So expensive. That is a ridiculous expense. I am. Also, if you want to enter for the chance to get a Michelangelo deck box, you can join the giveaway. You can join the giveaway by putting exclamation Mikey. True, they were designed for a very different game, but man, this was. That's a crazy take. I can only go off what I know here now. I can only go off what I'm seeing here. Mitsuguri. Commit 1 foundation. After your opponent's attack deals damage, your opponent loses 1 health. Commit, add 1 fire card in your card pool to your momentum. I'm going to do it again. I hope it doesn't. No, it just registered the one time. You're good. Okay, yeah, no, this is just a very weak set. Being able to clear progressive shall go to D. Cassandra, 722, discard one card. After your opponent plays a non-attack card, negate its effect and discard it from the card pool. If the discarded card was of the same type, if the card you discarded was the same type as the card played, form commit, play one attack from your hand as normal. That attack gets 2 speed. Okay, so you committed to give something 2 speed, and when they play a non-attack, you cancel its abilities and clear it if it's the same type. So you can stop them building. You can do some funny things there. Non-attack D. Cassandra Wonder. Before making a control check for an attack, played as a reversal. Any blocks in your card pool do not count towards progressive difficulty. That is decent. E, discard 1 momentum. Your attack gets +1 speed. EX1, not a fan of it. Not having your block count towards progressive, however, that's pretty cool. C. Imagine building 6 and saying they can't build more. I put one of the most broken characters in D tier. Cassandra 2? Did I not read something properly? With D tier's Cassandra. Discard 1 card. After your opponent plays a non-attack card, discard from the card pool. Oh! Fuck me, I read that as once per turn. Yeah, no. I read that as once per turn. Don't ask me why. Yeah, I'm reading it again, and no. Being able to shut down their entire build turn, that's pretty solid. Yeah, I don't know why. I do not know why, but I somehow read it as once per turn. That's on me. I do apologize. Astaroth. I've had water. We've got a giveaway going, Cam, for the Mikey deck box with exclamation Mikey, because the Mikey deck box is really cool. I have mine behind my Gwent sleeves. I like my Mikey deck box. Astaroth, commit 2 foundations before you make a control check. The control check equals your momentum. No chance. It takes so long to set up. Get an F. Late game, sure, you can just play something for free, but early game, you're just so much trouble. I got told off for playing her in a legacy tournament. Damn. Just make her the entire screen because she's the only one in the set that matters. Ouch. So that is the Soul Calibur 3. I'll leave it up while I will see. Can I reply to this? I cannot. You played Tycho. Tycho, you also put as S tier. I've got like a box of legacy stuff that I've never actually fully sorted out. So next we've got Street Fighter World Warrior. I'm not looking forward to this one because I saw this card as I was setting up, and this card made me very depressed as to what this is actually going to be. If Cameron's not entering, we'll give it a draw. So out of the 5 people that are in there, so we've got Pab, Merc, Sea-Dog, Klaxo, and Riz. Hey! Sorry, Steven, you don't get to win again. Oh man, it's not you. It is not you. Okay, so I'll make a note and I'll reach out to you on Discord. Yes, it's a fix that I have to spend more sending this to Spain. That's right. You did. So you get the Michelangelo deck box. So I've got you the Michelangelo deck box, and I will send you a selection. Oh. And I'll send you a selection of promos from MHA1, the old, from MHA1, MHA2, Nationals promos, extra credit promos, alt arts, regionals. If you've got any preference, let me know. But I've got Dabbies, Mirkos, Endeavours, more Dabbies. That's true, I can always hold on to next warning weekend. But yeah, if there's any promos, let me know what you're missing, and I'll get you a goodie bag set up. And you've also got the Michelangelo deck box, which I'll put over here. But yeah, like I said, stick around because I've got Raphael, I've got Crimson Rampage, I've got Jetburn, I've got League of Villains, I've got 3 regionals playmats to give away as well, and then I've got a bunch of other stuff depending on how long and how many people show up. Right, but congratulations. Yeah, like I said, just let me know what you're missing, and I'll hook you up with a bunch of promos. But let's get back on to Street Fighter World Warrior. E Honda, commit 1 foundation, your water attack gets +2 damage. Discard momentum, any attack gets -2 damage to a minimum of 1. That's so bad. So bad. Get an F. I have so many characters to go through, this is true. But I just realised I've been doing this 5 hours and hadn't done any giveaway. So I wanted to chuck a couple of those out. I'll start Raphael in a bit. E Honda 1 drop. Commit 1 foundation. If your attack is not blocked, it gets 2 damage. Commit any reversal gets +1 damage or -1 damage. Again, that you're committing foundation on the hope of getting something, and then at the same time you're committing to give -1 damage or +1 damage. Just not good. It's getting a bit dark. I'm just going to switch the big light on. That is better. No, mate. Don't even know what that was. We're going to go through the slot characters now. Okay, I'm seeing that this is going to just be a bunch of Fs. Perfect. Let's get through the Fs now then. Blanca. Discard all your momentum. Take X cards from your discard pile and put them into your momentum. X equals the cards in your opponent's momentum. Only playable once per turn. As a form, so if I have no momentum and my opponent has a bunch of momentum, I just get a bunch of momentum for free? Is that what I'm reading there? Commit your attack gets +3 speed. The first form that just lets me get a bunch of momentum sounds really cool. But the commit for +3 speed just drags it down. D. Just because getting a bunch of momentum for free seems really cool. 625. If this attack deals damage, take one card from your hand and add it to your momentum. Commit. Discard one card. Your fire attack is +3. Why is this a 625? Why is it not letting me draw anything? So I'm either discarding a card and committing for +3 damage, or I'm letting my attack hit for printed damage and then adding one card to my momentum. Yeah. Attack on Titan would never let us have 625 handers. Balrog, before you block, if the card you are blocking is with a punch, that block gets -1 difficulty. Commit, search your discard pile for a punch attack with a block and add it to your hand. Okay, so you're not really a 5-hander, but you are because you commit as a form to go find the punch. That seems so odd. Your punch gets -1 difficulty to block with, but you have to commit your character to find the block in your turn. Oh, that's so anti-synergistic it hurts. It's cool, but the fact that the response and the form don't work well together hurts. So you're going over there. I've got 5 more. I've got 5 more to give away. Let's chuck them out and see what happens. Not tenacious on response. Exactly, that's the issue. How? I'm really confused as to how no one watching this has actually received these memberships. That's hilarious. Balrog, your punch attack. Your punch attack gets +1 for each punch attack in your card pool. Yeah, man, you got no luck today. It's a cool enhance, but my god, that sucks. Welcome to Fs. Oh, Vega, don't let me down. I love you, Vega. Don't do this to me. Vega was my first retro character. I love playing with Vega. Commit, take 2 cards from the top of your deck and add them to your momentum. Okay. Enhance. Discard for your momentum, your attack gets +4 speed. 823! Okay! Okay, 823. 823 I can work with. Especially the commit to get 2 momentum is kind of solid. I might just be huffing some cope. But you can go to D. Actually, 823 you can go to C. 722 Vega. Commit 1 foundation. Your opponent discards 1 momentum. Actually, yeah, I should. Mike's right. I should. 823 deserves to at least jump up to a respectable amount. Commit 1 foundation. Your opponent discards 1 momentum. Take 1 card from your discard and add it to your momentum. Discard 2 momentum. Before control check is made, that check gets... Oh! Oh, okay. Vega 1's nice. The only cost is committing 1 foundation. So for every 2 enhances, I get to give my opponent's check -1 at response speed that ends their turn. Yeah, no, mainly just because of like the disproportionate. Yeah, hey. That's solid. For every 2 enhances, being able to give -1 check. I was considering B, but no, A because it's the fact it ends turns at response speed. Mwah. Commit 1 foundation, lose 2 vitality before a control check is played. That check gets +2 or -1. Ooh. Commit, discard 2 momentum after your opponent successfully plays a card into their card pool. Discard that card with no effect. Okay. I see. You have 5 hand size 25 bison. Oh. The health and the hand size threw me off. Commit 1 foundation, lose 2 health to give everything +2 or +1. Yeah, I asked how I should do it, and essentially, apart from challenges, which I'm going to do all in one go, I'm essentially going from ultras beginning to end. So we'll end with Reign of Kaiju. Because you end turns at response speed but have a high cost, B tier. 723. Oh, that is some tiny text. Commit after your opponent plays an attack into the card pool, but before they make a control check. I didn't think an attack entered your card pool until after you made the check. Choose 1 random card in their hand. Your opponent must attempt to play that card into their card pool if possible. If that card is impossible to be played, discard it. Your opponent's cut. If impossible to play, it's discarded, and your opponent's combat phase ends if it's their turn. Don't worry about the rules, but I worry about the rules. So if your opponent plays an attack into their card pool, you choose another card from their hand. They then have to attempt to play that card before they play their first card. And if they can't play it, their turn just ends. B tier. Fucking yes. We love going, you have to play this at random, and then going, if you can't, your turn is just over. Screw the rules we have. Screw your turn. I'm playing Bison. That's so cool. Guile. Commit 1 foundation. Your attack gets +1 speed. Awful. Especially for 625. Commit. Destroy 1 foundation. Discard 2 momentum. Destroy any foundation. Oh, God, no. Destroy any foundation for 1 of your foundation and 2 momentum. Terrible. Terrible. Yeah, -4. Connor, I'm not getting into this with you again, my friend. Not doing it. The card's getting errated. The evil has been defeated. Mark Tyner's the only one left that I need to worry about. Gale Wonder. Discard momentum before you play a block. That block gets -1 difficulty. No, okay. Sounds pretty cool. Commit discard momentum. Take one reversal card from your discard pile and add to your hand. Okay, no, that's pretty. I like that. Solid C. You're so close to doing well. Is it the Bisons? Am I overvaluing their check hacking? I think I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. I'm so happy. I'm gonna have a little snack because I realised I bought a bunch of snacks for this and I haven't actually started on them. What's the issue, Mike? I mean, that means I'm just a couple off. I do not know where I went wrong. I've been having lozenges and I'm about like an hour away from getting a McDonald's. Okay, we're on to Soul Calibur 3, A Tale of Blades. $8.12 isn't awful. $8.12? Where's $8.12? Did I miss something, anyone? Oh, well, I got right out of the characters. I mean, 2/3 is a pass in most exams. Raphael, 625, air good void. Discard one momentum, discard one air card from your card pool. Before you play an attack as a reversal, it gets -1 difficulty. I like the response, but discard momentum to clear one card. There's so many cards that do that better. Oh, I'm moving the entire thing this way. F. Raphael 1. Air fire good. 625. Commit discard to momentum. Attacks in your card pool do not add to the progressive difficulty of any attack you play for the rest of your turn. Okay! Now we're getting somewhere. That's really decent. By discarding to momentum and committing your character as a form, attacks in your card pool do not add as progressive for difficulty for attacks you play. So you're just playing with no progressive difficulty on attacks for the entirety of the turn. That's pretty cool. And EU attack gets +1 speed. If that was tenacious, sure. Not playing any progressive for a turn if you've got 2 momentum. C. Killick. Cure Foundation. Any attack gets -1 damage. You may place ability. Committal Foundation. Any attack gets -1 difficulty. You may place ability any number of times per attack. Okay. Yeah, that one actually does work. Commit reduce this attack's damage to 0. Your opponent may draw a card. But you're 620. Oh, we're so close. So you can just build into the sun and nerf any attack down to 0. And then once you run out of foundations, you commit your character to put an attack's damage down to 0. That seems really oppressive. Like, really oppressive. It's like Kurabara, but in a time when people weren't ridiculously when we didn't have ridiculously powerful attacks. By the way, Kurabara, not touching A. Don't know about Kurabara from the original U, but Kurabara Dark Tournament, not touching A. Killick 1. Commit 1 foundation, reveal the top card of your deck. You may play that card as if it was in your hand or discard it. Only playable if you have a card pool. Only playable if the last card in your card pool is an attack that dealt damage. So one, you're not committing your character for this. You just need an attack to have hit, which is pretty decent. And 2, it's repeatable. Original Kurabara was errated. Okay, so someone's going to have to come in here and tell me what happened. If anyone does want to jump in, Mike's already been in twice. I am just sat at a table in the UK versus Discord. Okay. So, good in comparison is the best way to put it. This one, fairly fun, but not as powerful as the other ones. D tier. If you can get a good chain going, if you can high roll, awesome. But apart from that, Commit, discard 3 cards, gain 3 vitality, commit, discard 2 momentum. Your attack get +2. Oh, get an F. That first one alone gets you an F. You get tiny and in the bottom. Get out of here. IV, commit, gain 2 vitality, only playable if your opponent has dirt. Only playable if your opponent dealt damage to you last turn. Okay. Yeah. Destroy one of your assets, discard 2 cards from your card pool. It's fine, but for 623, no. F. If the health was a bit higher, maybe, but not a chance, as is. Zazalamel. Commit, your death attack gets +2 damage. Discard 2 momentum. If your attack deals damage, your opponent discards X cards. X equals the number of cards in your momentum. So you discard 2 momentum, and if the attack does damage, they discard. So you need to be at a positive all the time. Oh, thank you. And now my feet is here. Yeah. Good timing. Almost like I planned it to go down the same time as you, Cam. You have to commit to give an attack 2 damage, and you have to discard 2 momentum to try and get your opponent to discard cards. Not a fan of that. F tier you. Let me take a bite of my burger, and then let's take a look at this. Jeez, they packed this with veg. After your opponent would discard. After your opponent would discard but has no cards in hand, they lose 2 vitality for each card they would discard instead. Commit discard momentum. If this attack deals damage, neither player may draw any cards during the respect. What? Can you just chuck down a throw? You also missed giveaways. Been giving away TMNT deck boxes, Blake. Yeah, no, okay. Shutting down my opponent's draw phase with throws seems like at least A tier. Lose X vitality. Play one foundation with difficulty X from your hand following all restrictions. Paying all costs. No check required. Commit one foundation. Your attack is plus no. The lose vitality is cool, but committing for speed. That's a lot, especially for the stats. 2-1. Commit, play one attack with a difficulty of 3 or less from your hand, following all restrictions but with no check, so you get to play an attack for free. Discard one reversal card from your card pool, only playable during your opponent's turn. Okay, so you're clearing some progressive to block, but you can't do that if you use the ability to attack. You've got to make a lot of choices here. You can go stay now. Setsuka, commit 2 foundations, discard one attack from your card pool. Response. After your opponent's attack deals damage, play one reversal card from your hand following all restrictions and paying all costs. That reversal gets +2 difficulty. Why? Just no. Just no. Commit one foundation. After your opponent plays a block, take one reversal from your discard and add it to your hand. Oh shit. Commit discard momentum. Your attack gets +2 speed. Cheeky little fake 600 there. Being able to grab a reversal at will at least puts a D. Was the last one errata or just intentionally poop? I don't. No, none of these ones have errata on them, like on face. They should all be as printed, I imagine. Unless they were reprinted, I guess, and then they updated the image. Yep, so that's Soul Calibur Tailor Blades. Lots of Fs coming through. We got Soul Calibur 3 starter deck. No idea why I separated this from the other one. And I'm just going to take a little break to enjoy my food and just chat with people. How's everybody doing? I'm just going to enjoy my food. far behind is the stream? That's probably something I should really look into. Food needs to function, exactly. It's okay, food. Best I was gonna get from here. No breaks. Well, it's awkward to eat the food and review the cards. Maybe. I haven't got any Soul Calibur 3 cards, so I won't be able to tell you. I've got Soul Calibur 6. That sounds like a Guile tier list. Ranking sets based on how nutritious the packs are. Why are you complaining about me taking longer? The more breaks I have, the longer it's going to take me to get through it all. Oh man, I've seen so many, but there's been some really cool ones. It has made me want to try out Legacy more. As much as I've downvoted the Dalsims and the Vegas have seemed really cool. I'm really excited to get to Mega Man and start seeing what everyone else is there. Which MHA? Because I imagine Jetburn and MHA Set 1 taste differently, having different printers. Okay. The fries are empty. What the hell's a PSA 11 Valiant Assault? Looking forward to get to Darkstalkers Warrior Knight. Yeah. We're a while off that. I don't know even if it's on my list. Okay. Revitalize my food. Siegfried versus Sophie. Siegfried won. Remove 2 cards from your hand from the game. Return any 1 card from removed from game pile to your hand. Ew. Response: commit if you have lost vitality from an opponent's card effect or attack. Add 1 Siegfried token to this character and then gain the amount of vitality equal to the number of Siegfried tokens on this game. Why do we have so many counters in this game? The last time someone told me something was PSA 11, Stephen, it was completely destroyed. Removing 2 cards to get 1 feels bad as a commit, and then healing 1, 2, 3. No. F. So for year 2, discard momentum. Your opponent discards a random momentum. If your opponent your opponent discards X random cards. If this attack deals damage, your opponent may draw X cards. X equals your momentum. Okay, that's pretty solid. So you get to take your momentum and say you discard that many cards. If you take the damage, you get to do it. It's the exact same PSA 11. Set on fire, Jesus. Yeah, I'll put this up to a D. Being able to just throat slit your opponent seems good. So for your 1, discard 1 card. If you block this attack, place 2 defense tokens on this character. Remove X defense tokens from this character. Both you and your opponent must discard up to X random cards or up to X random momentums. Your choice. Now the question becomes, do we both discard the same? Or can I make my opponent discard from hand and I discard from momentum? Because that would immensely impact the power level of this card. But being able to discard a card for 2, essentially discard 2, seems solid. Either way, I'm putting it on D. Commit destroy 1 ready foundation. After you have lost vitality from an opponent's attack that you have blocked, you gain vitality equal to the control of the destroyed foundation. If you have played a reversal that deals damage, your opponent loses vitality equal to the difficulty of the foundation destroyed. Okay. Gaining 5, burning them for 1, 2, 3 seems pretty good. I'll do 3Ds in there. Street Fighter Next Level. Okay. Chicken nuggets stuck in my throat. Commit. Commit after you. Commit after a control check is made. That check gets -1. Commit. Discard momentum. After your opponent takes the top card of the deck and adds it to the card pool face down. So you can either give one thing -1, or you can discard momentum to give +1 progressive difficulty for the entirety of the turn. It seems pretty decent. 625 isn't the best, but solid C. Fei Long. Discard 2 momentum after you play a card into your card pool. Discard the card before it in your card pool. Close and progressive, not too bad, especially for 722. After you successfully play an attack, you may play a reversal from your hand that does not share a resource symbol with all the other cards in your card pool and your character. Oh, I hate to break this to you, Fei Long, but that's no longer an issue. Oh, that's so sad. That second ability is just blank. So, this is just a discard 2 momentum, and then you get to clear the card in front of you, and that isn't great. That second ability may have been a bit stronger in the past, like a couple of weeks ago. Where's my pills? Phaelong 1. Commit, reveal the top card of your deck. If the revealed card has a difficulty of 1 or less, play it following all restrictions and paying all cost. No check required. Scout momentum of your attack gets +2 speed. All attacks get EX1 is pretty cool. But that commit to get the additional hand size is very risky. I don't think I know of a single time when that would kind of pop off. So for that, we're popping you into F, sir. Ah, it's Dudley. Let's go. Studley Dudley. Okay. 5 hand size, 25 health. Commit, discard 4 momentum. Your attack. Oh, I think we've done this one already. Your attack will print difficulty 5 against 4 damage. Take 1 card from form. Take 1 card from your hand. Add it to your mental play once. Terrible. Terrible card. Dudley 2, 625. Commit, your punch attack gets +2 damage. Gets +6 damage. X equals your current vitality divided by 5. Rounded down. Your attack played as a reversal gets +2. So any reversal you play gets +2, and if you play punch, you can commit here to get 5 damage max. 4 damage if you take any damage, and if you're at below 5, you get nothing. I mean, every reversal getting 2 damage is pretty decent, but I don't know how effective that commit's going to be long term. But that's not that D. Kami. 623. Commit, after you discard cards from your hand due to a card effect, your opponent discards 2 cards. Ooh, that's a commit though. So you get that once. Your attack played as reversal gets +1 speed, +1 damage. I mean, being able to make your opponent discard 2 cards seems really good. Let's see. I'm a big fan of reversal. If anyone would like me to go back, like if you've only just joined the stream and you want me to go back and look at other sets, I'm more happy to show the previous sets up as well, because I'm kind of getting rid of them as the sets come up, mainly because it would just take up my entire screen. Kami 1. Before you make a control check, discard the top card of your opponent's deck. Use discarding cards control instead of discarding the top card of your deck. Only playable during your opponent's turn. So blocks are made from your opponent's deck. Commit. Your opponent reveals their hand and discards all assets and action cards revealed this way. Interesting. That could cause some serious issues. 622 though. Blocking using your top of your opponent's deck isn't really fixing RNG. Solid D. Akuma, commit before control check is made, he gets +2, so the opposite of the Akuma 1. 625, commit. After your opponent adds any card to their momentum, take the top card of your deck and add it to your momentum. Both commit costs +2 once. Not a fan. Down into F. Street Fighter next level. Let's go. Let's move on to S and K. Oh, my cough's come back. S and K, Athena. Oh, the text is tiny. Commit, you have no maximum vitality for the rest of the turn. Gain 2 vitality during the end phase. If your vitality is higher than your maximum vitality, reduce your vitality to your maximum vitality. Only playable during your opponent's turn. Interesting. Commit, reveal top card of your deck. If you reveal an attack, gain vitality equal to its control and draw the revealed card. So you're sort of getting a bad check off the top of your deck. You're adding an attack to your hand. You're gaining health, but you can't. That's as a form, or you can commit and basically go, I have no maximum vitality. I'm just going to keep gaining. Interesting combination. Still an F. Alba, commit before you would play an attack as a reversal. Reveal an attack from your hand. The reveal card gets reversal keyword until the end of your turn. If this attack played as a reversal deals damage, look at your opponent's hand. Choose one card. Your opponent discard. That enhance is not limited. Who cares about giving something that doesn't have enhance in hand, a reversal? If you can slam, you have to block. You have to block this, or you're going to lose a card from your hand. You're a 622, but if you can hit them just right, oh. You're basically lose a card from your hand, blocking and add to progressive. B, because you haven't really got ways to guarantee the hit. And if you could give something reversal and like once per turn and then hit with a reversal, that would be very solid. Yoshitora. Yoshitora, discard one card. After your opponent plays an attack, you do not need to block before playing a reversal. Commit one card in your opponent's stage area with an enhanced ability printed on it. So you can commit your opponent's character, which is cool. And after my opponent plays an attack, you can play a reversal without needing to block. And a 723. A. Yukio, your attacks with a greater speed and damage get multiple 1. Cool. Destroy one ready foundation. Cards in your card pool do not count towards progressive for the next water card you player's turn. Okay. So there's no way to increase speed here, but if you can play attacks that have speed on top, or speed that's already greater than damage, you're kind of eating well. No, I can see that popping off. Let's see. Terry, commit one foundation, take one card from your momentum, add it to your hand. Commit, discard X momentum after you take damage from an opponent's attack. Reduce that damage by X. Your opponent takes X damage. X cannot be more than half the attack's damage. But what is X meant to be? In what way, Mike? Oh, discard X momentum. Ooh. So you can set up, you can commit one foundation, set up a bunch of, you can add momentum to your hand, or you can spend all the momentum to burn your opponent and take less damage. I mean, if you're hitting, that's kind of cool. You can keep adding to your hand by committing foundations. There's ways to cheat momentum. Stick Terry and B. Oh, because you could just make a multiple. You could just give your multiple clone multiple if its speed was higher than its damage, and if they had a printed speed higher than damage, and all your multiple clones were going to get multiple, and so long as you had momentum to feed it, you could just have an endless chain of. Oh, that sounds disgusting. Nekoruru. Discard one card, switch to attack speed and damage. Commit, each player reveals their momentum. Your opponent chooses one of your momentum and discards it. You choose one of your opponent's momentum, discard it. The remaining cards are returned to the momentum face down. Discarding cards to swap this attack speed and damage could be pretty decent. I imagine you can't exceed the amount of momentum you have. You can't discard more momentum than you have. But yes, technically X. You just choose X. Technically yes, but not within the spirit of what X should be. And they're not going to update the rules for Legacy, are they? Nobody plays Legacy. Discarding a card from your hand to switch speed and damage value seems pretty cool. The form to commit and just have each player discard a momentum. It's just a feel bad. D, just because I like just being able to switch speed and damage feels. Actually, Elder to Go does it for free. Go into F, because it's not like there's a condition around it. You always have to discard the card, so either way, that's going to be bad. Nagasi. Form commit, name one card, reveal your hand, gain 2 vitality for each copy of the name card in your reveal this way. Commit, name one card, reveal your opponent, reveal your hand, your opponent's attack gets -6 damage, X equals the number of card. Okay. You're 622, and we can't run more than 4 of each card. So if you're just sat there holding on to 4, going, yay, -4 damage or plus. I guess you're looking at -4 damage and then +8 as a form, but then you couldn't really do one or the other. But then you just sat there with 4 cards in your hand now. It's a cool gimmick, but they don't synergize well together. And it just makes you sit there playing slowly. Where's my lozenge? My throat's going up again. May. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the number of resource symbols it shares with your character card. Commit after you fail a control check to play a card. Do you play a control check to play a card? Discard any momentum when committing foundations to make the control check. Each momentum display counts as one committed foundation. So you can basically you can basically spend momentum to pay for a check. That's pretty cool. Sure, solid D. You need a lot of momentum to do it, but it can help you out. Getting 1 to 3 speed and everything, it seems pretty decent. Leanne, discard 1 reversal, discard any unblocked. Discard 1 reversal, discard any unblocked attack from any card pool. Enhance your life or water gets +1 speed. If it was clear, maybe, but not like that. Kyo. Discard momentum after you make a control check. That check. Discard momentum after you make a control check. That check is equal to your momentum. Discard momentum before you make a control check to play reversal. Discard 1 card from your hand. Use the discarded control to pay for it. Yes, control check. No check required. So you get to play reversal for free, which is pretty solid. Yeah, spend unblockable, not unblocked. Okay, that's worse. I guess not. Discard any unblockable attack from any. Okay. So you get to Genkai something, but it has to be unblockable. It's still a very niche ability. I mean, you get to play reversal for free. I'm okay putting this in D. Yeah, Iori, commit after you play a fire card, discard up to 2 fire cards from your card pool. Commit, your attack gets +3 damage, only playable if this attack has 4 more damage. Yes, Randy, she isn't good. I'm glad. I'm starting to get there. I'm starting to understand what's terrible again. Like this, you're limited to fire, and you have to commit to get 3 damage if your attack has 4 or more. No. There you go. Horomaru? 621. Lose X vitality. Make a control check with a difficulty of X. If you pass it, your attack gets +X damage. Commit gain X vitality. Your attack gets -X damage. X may not be greater than the printed damage of the attack. Okay. I guess if you can put it back to printed, sure. Seems like a lot of work to go up and down in health. Imagine there's ways to abuse that. I don't like it. I don't like it. You play a fire to discard 2 fire, and you commit it to get 3 damage. How is that good? Or do you mean the other one? No, that's a different one. Yeah, life is not that hard to get back. But still, having to pay that much life just to get a little bit definitely going to be going into F as well. No, to commit for 3 damage, and then a clear limiting you to fire. And now, Hanzo, commit, discard 1 random momentum, reveal your momentum, your opponent chooses 1 card, play the chosen card as normal. No control check necessary. An 8/20 that once you get momentum, lets you play another card from your momentum. So as long as you don't get momentum clogged, you're always going to have an attack you can play. No, okay, yeah, cool. Up to Amy. You don't like Hanzo? I see Hanzo and all I see is the Overwatch character. Yeah, like imagine there's a bunch. Imagine if you have 2 momentum and both of them are absolute monsters, and you just discard 1 and go, cool, I've got 1 left. Let's go. Yeah, 8 hand on the symbols with an attack that he gets to reuse. No, I'm sold on that. Gyra, lose 3 vitality, play a. Does that say caffeine? Fuck it. Lose 3 vitality, play a caffeine token on this card. Commit your attack gets plus X damage, X equals the number of caffeine counters on this card. Commit, after you block an attack, choose 1 foundation in your discard pile. Make a control check with the difficulty equal to the chosen foundations. Plus 2, if successful, add the chosen foundation to your staging area. Okay. You're 435, but after you block, you get to build. And the 435 is heartbreaking. That's fair. That Hanzo did seem pretty dirty. I'm sure someone with the bigger brain cells than me can make this very powerful, but I'm going to put it into C. Being able to build cheat foundations once per turn, if you haven't got a way to like cheat them and get readied up, seems pretty powerful. Nathan, why are you sending me Riftbound videos at this time? I am very busy. Garford, if you attack deals damage, ready 1 foundation. Commit, after your opponent plays an attack as a reversal, change the zone of that attack to low. Now, the 4 hand size the 4 hand size put me at E on edge as well. I was going to put him in D, but yeah, I'll put him in D. 435 that gets to build 1 on block doesn't seem the best, but I don't see it as unplayable. Galford 622, if your attack deals damage, ready any 1 foundation. Okay, commit. You get to make something guaranteed block. If your attack deals damage, you get to ready. Yeah, you can go in D as well. Charlotte, if your stun attack deals damage, cards and abilities you play may not be cancelled or negated for the rest of the turn. If this mid attack deals damage, gain 1 vitality. I mean, that seems pretty. The symbols aren't the best, but gaining health, another D. Also, caffeine was so they didn't reference alcohol. Okay. And yet now we have booze counters. So that's SNK done. Only a button more left to go. Street Fighter Dark Path. Okay, let's take a look. Oh. Chun-Li. Discard 1 momentum. Your kick attack gets multiple 1. Commit X foundations. Your attack with multiple and its multiple copies get X damage. X equals the multiple value of the attack. Okay. His name was Gaia Caffeine and he had an uncle called Nicotine. Oh, that's such a bad pun. No, like, bad naming. So you're 720 that you commit, and if you have a multiple 5, you commit 5 foundations, but you hit with your attack and all the multiples for 5 extra additional damage. I don't think it's awful, but not the most playable. I'll put it in D. Chun-Li 4. 720 discard momentum. After you successfully block an attack, you may play up to 2 reversals instead of 1. Commit after your attack is played as a reversal, deals damage. Discard 1 card from your card pool. Okay, so you're clearly progressive if they deal damage. So you're forcing them to block. I'll slam the Chun-Li's in D. Yeah, Chun-D's as it is. Charlie. Discard 1. Oh. Sakura had days cards because he didn't want to say sake. What? Why not say sake? Discard momentum. Before you play a card's stun ability, that card gets +1 to its stun rating. Decent. When your opponent would commit foundations for a stun effect and cannot, they lose 1 vitality for each foundation they would have committed. Oh. That's fair. It makes sense that they want Chun-Li to be playable. She's one of the flagship characters. I mean, the response is pretty cool, and you can really pop off. Charlie goes into C because stun is already annoying. And giving vitality to stun abilities when they're committed out, cool. Charlie 1. Discard momentum. If you block this attack, play any ranged attack in your hand as a reversal as normal. Response commit. After you add a card after you add a card to or discard a card from any player's momentum, that player commits 1 foundation. I like part A, but not part B. F. Commit, discard X momentum, discard X cards from your card pool. Your void attacks get +1 damage. 623 F. 8 on 722. Commit before drawing cards at the beginning of your turn. Do not draw any while committed. Any of your attacks get 2 damage, and your attacks that deal damage are placed immediately into momentum. So you don't draw any cards, but instead you get 2 damage and you clear them from progressive. It's interesting, but Brett, this is important. Yeah. Is Adon got a matter? Okay. They cleared instead. Well, an MRP. What do you mean? Okay, so what does it actually say? As there was an infinite loop. So they didn't go to momentum anymore. They just went to discard. That's kind of worse. Yeah, for sure. But infinite combo does make sense. So commit before drawing. You do not draw any cards. While committed, any of your attacks get +2 damage, and then they immediately get cleared if they do damage. I mean, if you've got a handful of attacks, that can be really cool. Yeah, so they go to discard instead. I'll put it as a B, because if you can get some decent draw power behind it, that's kind of cool. But at the same time, Godzilla kind of does this. Godzilla has a similar effect, but the constant clearing, Mikasa had to be around for a similar issue, so that kind of makes sense. Uh, 12. Commit before your opponent makes a control check to block an attack. If the attack will deal more damage than its printed damage, the control check gets -1. Hi, Jeremy. That makes sense. A high bunch of attacks, a high bunch of low diff attacks that if they keep hitting will just keep clearing. And then yeah, if you take into account the infinite combo on top of that. Oh yeah, chaining throws. Yeah, that makes sense. An attack that shares a resource symbol with your character gets +1 damage for each resource symbol it shares with your character. Oh, so basically, all your attacks are going to have higher damage than printed, which means all your opponent, but only one of your opponent's checks is going to get -1 on a 720. I don't think that's good. It's playable, but it's like chilly playable. 12, 720. After reversal gets a damage bonus, it gets +1. Once returned, any time an ability on one of your opponent's cards would be played. You may play that ability as though it was printed on your character instead. So you take one of your opponent's abilities and you play it? We're not far at all. I don't know how useful that would be. Yeah, I don't quite know how useful that response would be, but I imagine there's some niche situations where you can kind of pop off of it. Stick that in D. T-Hawk, your attack gets -X damage, and your opponent discards X cards. X may not be equal to more damage than your attack. Your opponent may commit 2 foundations to negate this effect. So you're just trying to get rid of your opponent's cards in hand, or stunning 2 as a 527. No. If you had a way to utilize on that, maybe, but you don't. F. After you play an attack as a reversal, draw 1 card. Decent. 625. Commit. Your attack played as a reversal gets +X damage. X equals the total number of preceding attacks in your in each player's card pool. Okay, so your opponent has to have played 1 attack for you to. So you're at least getting 1 damage at the first. Then you're going to get 2 damage for 3 damage for the next one. It's okay, but it's not great. Put it as D. Sakura, discard momentum, choose a keyword. The next attack you play's turn gets +1, -1 difficulty for each card with a keyword in your card pool. That's pretty decent. If you're running kicks, weapons, that's not too bad at all. Form, commit, discard momentum, draw 1 card for each attack in your card pool. Yeah, that's not too bad. You need momentum to kick it off going, but it's not too bad at all. 624, destroying foundation. Any fire attack gains powerful 1. Response, commit. When an attack is being played into your placed into your discard, add it to your hand instead. I've been a lot more lenient with this. I don't know why. Roll 623. Before you make a control check to play attack as a reversal, a check is +1. Enhance. If your ranged attack deals damage, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Oh, interesting. You're not paying attention to his health. Yeah, I said he was a 720. I'm not paying attention to the health. I saw 720, I saw 625, I saw 624. The main reason I'm putting Rose down into the F tier is because she's a 623. Jeez, I'm not far as long as I thought I was. There we go. Rose 623. Take 1 card from your hand, add it to your momentum. Only playable once per turn as a form. Yeah, I did put a 623 in there. But this one also, once you play your first attack, you can draw a bunch of cards and also make your attacks cheaper, meaning you have more resources open. She's a 623, but she also gets to draw cards once she has momentum for each attack in the card pool, which is quite decent. Commit before an opponent makes a control check to block an attack. That check gets -1. If they're still successful, ready this card. Ooh, it's like a cheeky anti-Vega, but still not particularly playable. I mean, from what I've seen, not many things are killing them this quickly. Discard 1 card. This attack gets +X damage. X equals the number of cards in your hand. Commit. For each player readies 1 foundation. I don't like the idea of my opponents readying up foundations. Even if I do get one. Ryu 4. Discard momentum. Your attack gets +2 speed, +2 damage. Commit. Discard 2 cards once per turn. After you lose vitality due to an attack, draw cards equal to the printed damage of the attack. That's pretty cool for 625. Slam that bad boy into C. Nothing amazing, but nothing that... Some fairly more playable cards. All the good things kill quickly. There's a reason most characters less than 7 hand size didn't see anything until attacks. Okay, fair. Soul Calibur 3 Souls Arena. Art looks amazing on this card straight away. Abyss 628. Now we're starting to see the health totals that we knew and loved in the past. Commit. After you play an attack as a reversal, we've seen so much reversal love. Did like Sabretooth and stuff just love reversals? After playing attack as a reversal, add 1 card from any player's card pool to that player's momentum. So you get to just play the progressive. Discard 2 momentum. If you block with this attack, if you block this attack, you may play any attack in your hand as a reversal. Decent health starting. Being able to play any card in your hand for 2 momentum, and then also be able to commit to add more cards to your momentum. Not the worst combination in the world. I'll stick it in a C and let Mike shout at me. Yoshimitsu. Oh, I cannot believe I'm going 6.5 hours. I'm knackered. I've got so many more to do. Commit. Lose X times 2 vitality. Choose 1. Draw X cards. Or your opponent discards X cards. X equals the number of cards in your hand. So if I have 5 cards in my hand, I have to lose 2 health to draw 5 cards, or make my opponent discard 5 cards. Commit. Discard momentum for the rest of the turn. When you are losing vitality to pay for the cost of a card or ability, reduce that cost by 2 minimum to 1. So they don't stack, which is a shame. Everyone loves reversals until MHA Nation attacked. Okay. I don't like the idea of... I do not like the idea of losing 4 health to get rid of 2 cards. But I guess it kind of stacks. Losing 2 health to get rid of 1 card or draw 1 card. Yeah, that's what I mean. So if I have 5 cards in my hand, I lose 10 health, and then I either get to draw 5 cards, or I get to make my opponent discard 5 cards on top of that. So that's if I have 5 cards in hand. This is a form commit. So I could end up losing 12 if I did it like as my first form. Go up to 12 cards in hand, which is very cool. But I'm also down 12 health, which is a big risk reward factor. Not playable for me, but I can see the appeal to some people. Yoshimatsu 1, 7, 22, commit, discard X cards. Instead of blocking an attack, that attack's damage is reduced to 0. X equals the damage of the attack. Discard 1 momentum, ready this card. This ability may be played while committed. Okay. So if you discard 3 cards and they have a 3 damage attack, you take 0. But you have to have the amount of cards in hand equal to damage, which is not always going to be the case. Not a fan of that one either. Just trying to justify it in my head to make it D, but I can't. Talim. After your attack deals damage, place a Talim token on this card. Commit. Your attack with a difficulty of X or less gets multiple to X equals the number of Talim tokens on this card. Well, it's not a commit cost for the Talim tokens, which is pretty cool. So if you can hit with 3 attacks, a 3 difficulty attack will get multiple 2. That's pretty nice. And there's not really many ways your opponent can interact with that. 720 as well, compared to some of what we've seen, isn't the worst stat in the world. this as a solid D. When paying for the cost of multiple, use the top cards of your deck instead of momentum. Well, about that. During the end phase, instead of discarding any multiple copies created, this way they are removed from the game. Commit. If an attack deals damage, discard all face down cards from your card pool. Exactly, Cameron. I like the removing. If you can hit with the last multiple copy in your card pool, you get to clear the progressive. I can see this being a solid D as well. She says you can't make more copies than momentum you have. That's fair. That's fair. I think solid D even with that. I don't know why chat is so far delayed. Taki, before the game begins, add the top 2 cards of your deck to your momentum. Your opponent adds 1 card from the top card of their deck to their momentum. After your opponent discards 2 or more momentum, add 1 card. Ow. After your opponent discards 2 or more momentum, add 1 card from your momentum to your hand. So if your opponent spends 2 momentum, you get a momentum back. You immediately start with 2 momentum, meaning you can pop off. You are a 6 hand size 22 health character, hoping your opponent spends momentum. That could be an issue, but could also be fun if you can force your opponent to spend 2 momentum. D. Taki 4. Commit, add 2 cards from your momentum to your hand. That's pretty decent. From discard to momentum, ready this card. Only playable while committed. So if you can get a butt ton of momentum, you can increase your hand size exponentially, but you start off as a 623. Again with a D. Rock. Commit any attacks get -2 damage. So I assume that's for the rest of the turn. All attacks get -2 damage. Or any attack gets -2 damage. So you just give an attack -2 damage. This guy will face up card for your momentum. Each player commits 2 of their opponent's foundations. Not a fan of that. I lose 2 foundations, and I can only do -2 damage once. That just seems like a feel bad. Rock 1. Commit, discard 2 non-attack cards from each player. Commit, discard 2 non-attack cards. Each player draws 2 cards. Why am I giving my opponent value? Your Earth, Life, or Void attack gets only playable while committed. What do you mean only playable while committed? What do you mean I'm going to give my opponent value before I can start getting damage? No. I never want my opponent to draw 2 cards because of me. And my opponent's getting all the profit there. I'm discarding 2 cards, and then my opponent's drawing 2 for free. So I'm at 0, my opponent's at -2. That doesn't seem fair. After you play Mitsurugi, after you play an ability that changes the zone of an attack, it gets +2 speed. Yeah, I know, Mike. Commit him to pass a check. Well, if I need to commit him to pass a check. Commit after you give an attack a speed bonus. Draw X cards at the end of your turn. X equals the speed bonus. So if I change the zone, I then get to give it 2 speed, which means I can commit my character and draw 2 cards. If I EX 3, I only draw 3, right? Because it's a speed bonus of 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3, not a speed bonus of 12. I mean, 624, not too bad. But decent card draw face. Speed if I can change the zone. I imagine there's ways to change zone. But I'd be trying to focus on getting the most utility out of that card draw. Mitsurugi 4. Scout Momentum, your all attack gets +3 damage. Commit after your fire attack deals damage, draw 2 cards. No. I'd have to play all my fire and alls together. And even then, Scout Momentum just for a little bit of speed. And hoping to hit the fire. I'm just telegraphing to my opponent what they need to block. Lizard Man 2. Reveal your hand when you take damage from an opponent's attack. Take 1 less for each revealed card in your hand, -1. So a minimum 1. Form commit, discard 1 card. After an attack, gets any attack gets -3 damage. Form commit, discard a card. Any attack gets -3 damage. If this ability reduces... Oh, it's an E. It's just a very badly looking E. If this ability reduces an attack damage to 0 or less, your opponent must take 1 card from their hand and add it to a momentum. I don't like revealing my hand to my opponent, even if it's going to reduce damage. And discarding a card, hoping that my opponent loses the card too. Not a fan. This is a yes, Hitch. Yes, it is. And I am so far behind schedule. I am already so knackered. Which one are you on about, Mike? I need to... No, it's +X for each momentum. Okay. See, I thought it was... When you did EX, you did EX3, so it was increments of 3. Like, that's why when you did EX and stuff for Phasian Flurry, you got the same amount of momentum back. I didn't realize it was just one big thing, so you could get a bunch from EX. That... I'll put it up to C if that's the case. Oh. Lizardman 1. Commit. After an attack is played as a reversal, commit. Your attack played as a reversal is unblockable. Your opponent may discard 2 cards to negate this effect. Your attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage. Your opponent may discard 1 card to negate this effect. It's funny the better. It's because I'm not thinking as much. I'm just going off pure instinct the tired I get. I mean, giving you the ability to cancel is cool, but never forget you put promo Alex in detail. Never forget. I'm saying, yeah, it's going to be funny, but it's not one I'd play. Cervantes, discard momentum. Your chaos attack gets power for 1, but I've already lost momentum to do that. Commit. Your opponent's attacks get Commit. Your opponent's attacks get +X speed, -X damage, minimum of 1. X equals your momentum. Why? Why would I reduce their damage and increase their speed just for them to give it more speed? That sounds terrible. Like, literally terrible. Get over there. Semantis 1. After your chaos attack is blocked, remove it from the game. Take 1 card from the top of your deck, add it to your momentum. Response, commit. Discard momentum before making a control check that is equal to... Before you make a control check, that check is equal to the control of the discarded card. No control check necessary. Oh, so it just basically lets me use the discarded momentum to pass the check. That's cute. But I'm still removed. After your chaos attack is removed from the game. Oh, remove from the game and take add to momentum. So it's basically letting me pass a check by having something blocked. No, I can't even put it in D. That's just bad. That sounds terrible because it is. Abyss 2, commit. Discard your hand. Your opponent loses 5 vitality. Only playable on your first turn. Okay. Response after a control check is made, lose X vitality. That control check gets plus or minus X. Okay. We're spitting my bum. So that form is just terrible. You discard your entire hand, let your opponent essentially have a turn free to hit them for 5 damage, as you could do it on your first turn. That seems absolutely goddamn terrible. But that response seems very strong. Just the ability to lose vitality and just say you don't get to build. It seems very strong. It's about a rat and a bunch. Oh. Can I see what it says now, or is it? I don't see any errata, but okay. Unless this is the printed errata. Momentum's cost what a fate cost. I mean, just be able to just yeet your opponent's build into the ground. We've given things higher for less. Yeah, I was going to say Ultra doesn't have it. Connor, does Universus cards have the errata? I'm going to put it in B just because you can really mess about your opponent's turn. They did print an errata, but I don't know. This must be printed with the errata then. Oh. Hey, we got a little like sliding scale here. We go ooh, what was it? Ooh. Okay. Extreme Rivals next. Ibuki, discard momentum, take one of your foundations or assets from your card pool, add it to your staging area. Pretty decent. Commit one card in your staging area. Your attack gets plus X speed, X equals the difficulty of the committed card. As printed would have been an S. Oh, cool. Yeah. Check hacking for free that ends your opponent's turn. 100%. Because if we could, like, if we go, yeah, if our opponent goes first and they play a free cost foundation, if they play free cost foundation, and you just go cool, I'll give you a check minus 3. You fail it, your turn's over, and they go, oh, okay, cool. Well, I can't wait to fuck up this tier list then. Okay. Ibuki, discard momentum, take one of your foundations. Yeah. Commit kill card. A 720 that discards a momentum to build a resource in, but then you can only get the speed once. C. DJ 626, discard X momentum, your attack gets X damage, commit, discard momentum, discard 2 punch cards from your card pool. Powerful 1 repeated, and discard 1 momentum, discard 2 punches. F. No worries, Rob. Catch you in a bit. DJ, commit, your attack gets X damage, X equals your momentum. Commit, discard momentum, take 2 kicks attack from your card pool, add them to your momentum. F. Cody 2. It was mostly the non-characters, but no. But one of the Ibukis results. Let's see if you're right. Okay. Cody, commit 1 foundation, your attack gets to 1. Commit, discard 1 foundation. After your attack deals damage, your opponent commits X foundation, X equals your momentum. A 527 F. Discard momentum. After your attack deals damage, take 3 cards from the top of your deck, add them to your momentum. Commit after a control check is made. That check gets plus X, X equals your momentum. Okay, so you just... Okay, yeah, now it can go in D. It's got a little bit of siege here. E, ready to opponent foundations. This attack gets minus 3 damage. Ready to foundations is cost. Get fucked. After your throw attack deals damage, place 1 lock token on this card. Remove X minimum 1 lock tokens from this card. Add up to X cards from the top card of your deck or your hand to your momentum in any combination. So you want to play a bunch of throws in Mika, I guess you using the readying of 2 foundations just to stay alive, because that is minus 3 damage. D. I can see what she's doing, but I hate giving my point resources. Mika 1. Ready 1 opponent foundation. When you're taking damage, reduce that damage by X, minimum 1. X is the difficulty of the ready foundation. A little bit better. If your attack deals damage, place one lock character to this card, remove X lock cards, lock tokens from this card. Your attack gets +6 damage. If your attack's a throw, this ability may not be cancelled or negated. So you can still cancel the damage, but you can't. You can still damage cancel the throw, but you can't cancel the damage. And you're readying one opponent foundation to get a reduction in damage, which is a bit better, but probably still a D. Ken 5. Discard 2 cards. After you draw a card, you may take any number of cards from your hand and add them to your momentum. Discard 2 cards. After you draw a card, you may take any number of cards and add them to your momentum. So you're just going down a load of cards. So, commit X foundations. Your opponent commits X foundations. Each player draws X cards. No. No. F. Discard X momentum. Your attack gets X speed, so that's EX1. Commit. Discard 3 cards. After you fail to play a card, draw X cards. X equals the failed card's control. So you, at minimum, replacing what you had in hand, but at the same time, your turn's over unless it's an action. I'll block. Yeah, I'll block. I guess drawing, discarding 3 to draw 5 on a block is pretty decent. But I'll put it into D. Ibuki. 723 form, destroy X foundations, commit already. Destroy X foundations, commit already X foundations, all playable once per turn. Response: after your rival plays a card or ability that readies or commits foundations. Ready commits for. Okay. So you get to mirror what your opponent did there. And if you're fully committed, you can destroy half of your foundations to ready half of them up and keep your string going at a form. And because it's only playable once per turn, so you get to really pop off of it. This can give you a prolonged string, but is a bit risky. A. I think she's better than the other Ibuki. So I don't know which Ibuki it was you were on about, Mike, but this is the 7-hander that gets X speed based on the difficulty of the card committed, and then there's the one that just blows up foundations. I think the one that blows up foundations is a lot stronger. Soul Calibur, Blades of something. Yay! Like you said, as I get tired, I don't overthink as much. I just go, yeah, this seems fine. Discard momentum. Your attack gets maxi 524. You better be fucking good for a 524. I'm locking in. That one looked actually playable, exactly. Discard momentum. Your attack gets playable 1. Not playable attack that is a multiple copy. Okay, so there we've seen the rule change. Commit before you discard a momentum to pay a cost. Reduce the amount of momentum needed to discard by it. before you pay momentum as cost, reduce the amount. Can you just do that to her ability? Can you go enhance pay momentum to give this multiple 1 commit, make that 0 momentum actually? Oh, you can just do it. Or, Brett, you can just do it to the fucking multiple 1 that it gets. There we go. Fuck me. Discard momentum, your attack gets multiple 1. Play multiple 1, response, commit. Multiple 1 is for free. Get a copy of this attack. There we go. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. It's a 5. Any other, like, if it was more fairly statted health and hand size wise, a lot stronger. D. Jianzhu. After your opponent completely blocks one of your attacks, after your opponent completely blocks one of your attacks, commit this card. What? Okay, male, them. I don't know. I'm not reading the genders. I don't assume. I guess I did assume gender, but. He's losing his mind. No, I'm not. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. Zhengyu. This one's broken me. After your opponent completely blocks one of your attacks, commit this card. Why? I did. I corrected myself when I said that. After you play a death or fire card, draw 1 card. Okay. That doesn't say attack, that says card. So if I play death if you play death and fire card, not or. So if I play a death and fire foundation, I draw a card. And I get to keep drawing cards. And if I play a death and fire action, I get to draw a card. But and then I'm getting there. I'm getting there, Mike. And then I get to draw a card. But once I attack and it gets completely blocked, it just gets. I just lose all that draw power. That's decent. I put that in A. Block. Basically, having my cards replace themselves seems very decent, especially if I can make some hard to interact with attacks. Your attack gets +1 damage for each attack in your card pool before it, and form commit ready one foundation. I'm going down a way to pass. I'm going down damage to get 1 foundation back. Doesn't seem worth it. F. Yun Seong, 624. After you fail a control check to play a card, you may discard any number of momentum. Each card counts as a foundation to pass a check. Commit, discard momentum, discard a card, add 3 cards from your momentum to your hand. You need a lot of momentum to make this worth it. F. $6.26. When you fail a control check to play a card, you may commit cards in your momentum as well. So come again. You may commit cards in your momentum as well as foundations to make check successful. Yep, D. Just for the novelty. Tira, I guess a good multiple deck. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Commit lose X vitality, discard X cards from your card pool. X may not be greater than the number of cards in your card pool. Before your opponent commit lose X vitality before your opponent makes a check to play a block. That check gets minus X. Hope you unwhiffed that one. What, this one? I said it's a cool novelty. I put it D there, but yeah, sure. Okay, up to B. Just being able to commit momentum just seems really cool. Yeah. Quick lose vitality seems solid. Solid C for tier. Nightmare, discard one momentum after you play an attack stun ability. It gets 2 damage. Commit any attack gets stun 1. It's got decent synergy, but nothing major. Maxi, if your opponent attempts to play a block against your attack, that block modifier gets plus X. Accuracy equals the number of attacks in your card pool. So I was going to get plus 1. Commit your air and good attack of difficulty 6 or more gets 4 damage. That's a niche. That's a niche. Increased block modifiers always come up cool, so it can go into D, but requiring a 6 difficulty, very solid. Yeah, being able to play board wipes and then just continue playing because you can keep using momentum does seem really solid. Yay, another 4 character set. Woo! Akuma. Commit. After you check a 1, 2, or 3, recheck. Only 1 recheck per control check. But it's a commit cost anyway, so you can't really do it again. Discard momentum. After your opponent makes a control check, add the card used for that control check to his or her hand. Your opponent rechecks. Only 1 recheck per control check. If the recheck is successful, draw 1 card. Oh. Okay, Akuma. So you get to draw cards if you help your opponent pass checks. It seems bad. You get to check, which seems good. You have to kind of, you don't add anything to that check. So if you check a 3 and we check another 3, not really done much. Whereas if our opponent checks a 3, we add it to their hand, giving them another attack, and then we let them check again. Or we add a foundation to the hand, and D, possibly even F for that. Ryu, commit. After your opponent's draw step, draw a card. Sure. This attack gets minus X damage. X equals number of cards in your hand minus number of cards in your opponent's hand. Minimum 0. Okay. So, the more attacks your opponent plays, the weaker they get. But you're still being forced to hold cards in your hand. Not the biggest fan of that. Because you're also being incentivized not to block. So you're just kind of becoming a puncher bag, because if you block, then you're playing a 0-sum game. Review 6. Commit after your draw step. Commit after your draw step, draw one card. Then you may add one card from your hand to your momentum. It's a worse off one. F. Akuma's 5. Commit after you check a 1, add the card used for the control check to your hand and recheck, so you get to increase your hand size, but you are running 1 checks. Commit after you make a control check, that check fails by 2 or less. That control check is successful. Strangely enough, I'd say the Akumas are probably the most playable cards in this starter. Which makes me worried for when I open my starter, if it's the right one. I think mine's Ryu versus Chun-Li. Hey Rogue, which card are you on about there? We haven't had an S in a while. Let's move on to Soul Calibur High Caliber. Why you pause this up? Thank you. Well, I'm already past it, Mike, so have at me. Commit. Add one asset from your staging area to your momentum face up. Your opponent discards X momentum. X equals the difficulty of the asset. That's interesting. Commit. Discard 1 face up in your momentum. For the rest of your turn, each player may only play 1 enhance per attack. But that's only in your turn because it's a form. That feels weird. That's super limiting. The first ability I found interesting. The second ability does play off the first, but they're both commit abilities. And that's an F for me, dog. Cassandra 5. 720 health. Commit 1 foundation. Choose any number. Choose a number. Reveal 1 random face down card in your opponent's momentum. If the reveal card difficulty of control matches the chosen number, this attack gets plus X speed. X equals the chosen number. That's fair. Cassandra 5. Commit 1 foundation for essentially free speed is pretty cool, but there is still a chance you'll fail, especially give it put it into C, because commit 1 foundation for free speed is pretty decent, but it'd be good if you could also do it the other way as well. Cassandra 4 reveal top. So that burns the momentum. Fair. Cassandra 4. Reveal top card in your deck. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the revealed card's block modifier. You also get to check with your next check survey, which is powerful. After your opponent attempts to block your attack, reveal top card of your deck. If the revealed card's control is higher than the block modifier of the block, draw it. Interesting. So you're punishing your opponent for playing strong blocks. And if you have a free check on top of your deck, then if you have a free check on top of your deck and it's another attack, your opponent's incentivized to use a bad block to stop you from drawing it. If they use a 1, they're just essentially letting you draw. So you're revealing it to get more speed, and then if they attempt to block, you get to draw. That's actually pretty solid. Hey. Astaroth. I'm sure Mike's going to have things to say about me putting that in A. Astaroth commit. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals the block modifier of the preceding attack in the card pool. If this attack was played during your opponent's turn and deals 10 or more damage to your opponent's combat phase ends immediately. That's a hell of a requirement. So you X damage, X equals the block modifier of the card preceding it. And if it's played during your opponent's turn, so if it's a reversal, and you can get to 10, and you can get to deal 10 damage, you end your opponent's turn. It's a bit clunky, but the ability to end my opponent's turn on a whim deserves a little bit of respect. It's a D. As for 4, commit. If this attack does damage, gain X vitality. X equals this attack's damage minus its printed damage, minimum 0. Commit. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals the control of the preceding card in front of it. Sure, it's decently started. D. Voldo, we're back with this guy again. Oh. Discard momentum. Before you take damage from an attack, you may either add the momentum discarded for this ability to your hand, or reduce the damage of the attack by the difficulty of the momentum discarded. Minimum 1. So I can DR, or I can add an attack back to my hand, and it doesn't say unblocked attack. So if you take it half damage or throw damage, you are 625, which is fairly dangerous. C. Valdo, so much tech, 629. After your opponent adds cards to their hand during the combat phase, you may either draw X or have your opponent discard the top X cards of the deck. X equals the number of cards added to your opponent's hand. Commit. If your opponent has more cards in their hand than you do, add all cards for your momentum to your hand until both players have the same number of cards in hand. Okay, so if your opponent tries to use combat phase mulligans, wants to draw a butt to the cards, because it doesn't say non-character, you just get to draw your momentum up, which is cool. As a response, I can make them discard as many cards as they drew, which is cool. No, okay. Oh, that. It's like a cheeky Nezu. B. Seong Mina. Discard one card after either player plays. After either player plays a card or ability, remove one card in that player's discard pile from the game. Discard X momentum. Commit X foundations once per turn. Draw X cards. Interesting. Very, very niche. This is a very niche ability for her to be like trying to do for this mill strategy. With the removal, you have to discard cards in order to remove cards from that opponent's from your opponent, and then you use your momentum to commit your opponent down. You don't have to. You actually don't have to commit her to use this ability, which is actually fairly strong. B. Ivy. 625. Commit. Add one random face down card from your momentum to your card pool face down. This attack is not cleared during the end phase. While this card is in your card pool, all control values get plus X. All vitality gains are increased by X. then X equals the card's printed control or difficulty. Okay. Interesting. So during your turn and during your opponent's turn, you'll get plus X and you'll gain an additional plus X. Oh. Ooh. And the stronger the card is, the more you get. But you are 25 health, but if you can put some life gain in there, that could be fairly solid. C. Ivy, first of all, gain X vitality. X equals your momentum. Discard 2 momentum if this attack deals damage. Permanently reduce your opponent's character's hand size by 1. Only playable if your attack is all death and life attack, and your opponent's current hand size is 5 or more. So reducing your opponent's hand size, very cool. You have to discard 2 momentum to do it. You're showcasing to your opponent you need to block this and make sure it doesn't do any damage. I think it's a risky strategy, but you also just get to gain a bunch of health as well. B. Cervantes, first form. Add 1 ready foundation from your stage to your momentum. If you do, you may add 1 of your opponent's foundations to their momentum. No. I mean, I'm going down a resource. They're going down a resource. It's fair, but at the same time, my entire character does that. I'm sure their character does a lot more. What's happened here? Okay, it's still going. I'm doing something that had gone wrong, but nothing's gone wrong. Yeah. Okay. SNK, Fortune and Glory. $7.20, commit, discard 1 card from your card pool. Before you make a control check, that check gets plus X. X equals the control check of the control of the discarded card. So you're boosting it by 3 to 5. Commit 1 foundation, discard any other attack from your card pool. This attack is plus X speed, X equals the speed of the discarded card. So you're just popping it off once. You can do either one of these. Speed or control as a 720. It's meh. F. If I could do both of them once per turn, sure. But since I can only do 1, not too sold on that. Okay. Commit discard momentum after a control check is played. To play an attack, that check gets -2. Discard momentum. Your attack with 2 or less damage with damage 2 or less gets +3 damage. Interesting. So, you can bump the damage. You can bump damage of your 2 damage attacks up to 5, and you can give 1 minus. I guess, yeah. You can use both in one turn. Okay, I'll bump her up to a C because it's got a little bit more synergy, I thought. F tier, we want, okay, what, K is? Yeah. I mean, the -2 to the check does end the turn, which is fair, but you do need to have momentum in order to do it, so it's not as strong as other ones. Jubei, if this attack deals damage, you may add 1 card from your hand to your momentum. Commit, discard 2 momentum. This attack gets powerful X. X equals your momentum. So you can pop off once. No, not worth it. Here you go. Genjuro, destroy a foundation after you make a check to a card with a printed difficulty of 1. That check becomes X. X equals the control of the destroy foundation. Reveal the top card of your deck. This attack gets plus X to its powerful rating. X equals your momentum minus the control of the reveal card. Okay. So if I have 6 momentum and I can do a control check over 3, that means I get power for 3. Yeah. Yeah. I'm starting to see that. There you go. Billy, commit. After your end phase, ready X foundations, X equals your momentum. That's not too bad. Because that's after your end phase, that's after you added the momentum you gain this turn. After you block an attack, ready 1 foundation from your stage and play as a 2 difficulty, 4 speed, 4 damage attack, reversal attack. Okay, Billy, pop off. C. B. No, B, fuck it, B. You get ready a shit ton of foundations, and then when you block, you get to punch them in the dick for 4. Yeah, no, that's good. Yuko. After your powerful or multiple attacks deal damage, play a foundation with difficulty X, following all restrictions, no control check needed. You may... X may not be more than the speed of the attack. After your powerful or multiple attack, guess what? This is where you can't get multiple. Oh, true, yeah, because you have to be committed to do it, so you got to choose one or the other. Okay, back there you go. Destroy foundation, your attack gets plus X damage. X equals difficulty as it destroyed attack. A 722 that lets you build foundations if you're powerful on multiple hits. So if you build your deck with powerful on multiple, you can blow it up to get more damage, and then if it hits, you get more. Maybe I'm just going crazy, but that seems really good. Sita. Tam all this card is committed during the end phase. Any blocks you play this turn may be added to your momentum instead of discard. After your opponent adds a card to their momentum during the end phase, they lose 1 vitality. Not tenacious, so you don't get to do both. So every attack they hit with costs them 1 life. Interesting. After your opponent adds a card to their momentum for Yuko. After your powerful or multiple attacks deals damage, Play a foundation with difficulty X, following all restrictions and paying all costs. No check required. X may not be more than the speed of the attack. Yeah, so if you hit with the attack, you just get to build in you get to add foundations to your card pool. Yeah, and build them in the end phase. No control check required. So you just get to have foundations. I don't see what the issue is. Am I rating it too low? Tam seems decent. 628. That lets you add your blocks to your momentum instead of being cleared. Solid D. I think he's fine in C. He's not busted or insane, but if you can drop a multiple attack, add a bunch of clones in, and get a foundation of it, that seems pretty decent. But that might just be me. Seth, 626. Your opponent reveals their hand. This attack gets minus X damage to a minimum of 1. X equals the number of revealed cards that do not share at least 2 resource symbol with your opponent's character. Response, commit, discount momentum. After your opponent plays a card that does not share at least 2 resource symbols with their character, negate that card's effect and discard it from the card pool. Okay. Not quite sure how impactful that would be. I don't know quite sure how impactful that would be these days, but with attuned and the 2 symbol and the fact we're on 2 symbol characters, I could definitely see this being quite annoying. See. Sankuro, 532. After your attack deals 4 more damage, your opponent character gets a Daze token. We're back with the Daze tokens. Remove X Daze tokens from your opponent's character. Before a player attempts to play an attack, that attack gets plus X difficulty or plus X damage. So you build up your Daze tokens on your turn, and then you either keep building them up by adding them on. Fair. 530. Discard 2 until once per turn until the beginning of the next turn. Every printed control tech 2 or less gets plus 3, and every printed for what the fuck? What? That hurt my head. So you have to have the 2 momentum. Once you do, you just inverse the checks. You turn 3s into 5s. Wait, you keep 3s as they are, and you turn 2s and 1s into 5s and 4s, and you turn 4s pluses into 1s and 2s. Oh, that hurts my... That's... I'm sure there's some say this out there that can do it. I'm going to go with C just because... Madness. Most important part of Circles is absurd strength was his printed kit. Okay. My 721, all cards without breaker get breaker 1 after being played as a block. Ew. Enhance your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the last block modifier played in your opponent's card pool. Okay. That's pretty decent. D should be F. I'll put him in D. I think he's got a quirky thing that people could mess about with. I don't like the fact that every card without Breaker gets Breaker 1, and it doesn't utilize into the ability. So F. Guess it's just meant to kind of slow down your opponent. So that's Fortune and Glory. Again, it's been a while since we've seen an S. Why? Because I haven't had chance. I can't taste them. I don't have these cards. Let's get into Fight for the Future. Chun-Li 719 responds to scan 1 momentum. After you make a control check to play a card, that check gets plus X. X equals a number of attacks in your card pool. Interesting. Desperation E, commit, gain 9 vitality, only playable during your turn. So you go to 9, you go up to 18. Interesting. Discard momentum and you get +1 plus. Oh well. I mean, I can go back, Mike, if you want to adjust it. Chun-Li seems fun. I think the right build. I put it in C. Chun-Li number 2, commit. Before you attempt to play an attack during your turn. Yeah, I can do that. Can I do it through this? Solving the quest chat moderation. Commercial frame guild marker. I can do a poll, but that requires me to put the answers in there. Okay. So I've put a Q&A in there. So you can go to the Q&A section and you can just put them in there, I believe. Cool, and I can go back to live chat. Well, I think I've got it working, but anyway, Chun-Li commits. Before you attempt to play an attack this turn, cards with control of 1 or 2 in your card pool do not count towards progressive. Desperation E, gain X. Vitality X is your opponent's hand size. Interesting. Definitely a D. You want to play low check attacks, but you can gain a fair bit of health depending on your opponent. I mean, that's a hell of a guess, especially seeing as we're not going to get to Street Fighter versus Darkstalkers for till the AM. But sure. Kami, commit discard 1 momentum during the block step. This attack is completely blocked and deals 0 damage. After the block step of this attack, add this attack to its owner's momentum. I don't like giving my opponent 3 momentum, but 0 damage seems good. Commit, remove the top 3 cards of your deck from the game. Discard 1 card from your card pool. So I remove top 3 to clear 1 card. And I commit discard momentum to essentially say this attack does nothing, but I have to telegraph it early because this is enhanced, not a response. F tier. As much as having like how giving something 0 damage, the fact that I have to telegraph it means my opponent will just stop you wasting resources on it. Once card is ready, after an attack is added to the momentum from the card pool, during the end phase, remove the top card of your deck from the game. Remove 1 card from your hand from the game. This attack gets +2 speed. Whilst card after an attack is added to momentum from a card pool during the end phase, remove the top card. So you're just removing a lot of cards. Because you remove cards from your hand, you remove card. No. F. What the fuck is that? Alex, commit. After you completely block an attack, draw 3 cards from the bottom of your deck, discard 1 card. Interesting. Enhance. You may play any block from your hand against attack, even if it would normally be illegal. So you can block a low over high and take half damage. Interesting. And I guess it gets around things like saying, oh, you can't completely block this. Yes, I can. But again, you got to telegraph it to your opponent, which isn't great. Drawing from the bottom seems interesting. D. Discard momentum. If this attack deals more damage than print and draw 2 cards from the bottom of your deck, why are we drawing so much from the bottom of the deck? I imagine that it's got something to do with the kit of the character. Commit, reveal 1 attack from your hand. If your attack zone matches the revealed attack zone, it gets +6 damage. X equals with the block modifier of the attack. 629 that has damage pump. I'll put that in C. Guile response. After a player resolves a form, make a control check. The control check of the next card played this turn cannot match the check. Interesting. Oh, I hurt my eyes. Commit before you make a control check to block an attack or to play a reversal. That control check gets X. If blocking X equals the block modifier, if playing a reversal X equals the reversal's printed difficulty. Okay. So you get to check bonus your reversal based on its difficulty. You get to check bonus your block based on the block modifier. Essentially meaning that you're playing them for free. Very interesting. A. Just because that seems very powerful, stopping silly attacks or turning bad block modifiers into good block modifiers. Guile 5. First one, commit discard 1 card until the beginning of your next turn. After a player plays a card, they discard a card. If the control of the discarded card does not match the control of the card they played, they discard an additional card commit, discard one card, add a block from your discard pile to your hand. So, this is first form, so I have to commit and discard a card, going down to a 5 hand size for 26. And then until the beginning of my next turn, after I play a card, I have to discard a card. And if it doesn't match the control, I have to discard an additional card. And because of the rules, I have to at least play one card, which means minimum I'm going down 3 cards as a 6-handed lever with 3 and only playing 1 card. No. Oh, okay, yeah, I get it, Mike. 627, Gil. The first attack each player attempts to play this turn gets +1 difficulty. Response, commit after your opponent plays an attack with a higher damage than difficulty. They must either commit X foundations or discard that attack from their card pool and cancel its effects. X equals the difference between the attack's damage and difficulty. So, if they play a 3 diff attack with 6 damage, they have to commit 3 foundations or discard the attack. Pretty powerful. Not the most powerful, especially since it affects yours as well. Mike's gonna kill me. B. First of all, until the end of your turn, whenever you add an attack to your momentum from your card pool, take 1 card from the bottom of your deck and add it to your momentum. Double it up. Commit, discard 3 momentum. Whenever your opponent's unblocked attack would deal damage, reduce that damage to 0. Yeah, the static makes it a lot worse. It makes it easier to kind of pop off. However, if it's a low damage attack with a high difficulty, I tell you what though, he absolutely shits on 4-check decks. Oh, this is a 13 difficulty with 7 damage. Commit 6. This is cute, but you need a way to cheat momentum in. Whenever you're going to attack your momentum from your card pool, yeah, you need a way to kind of cheat it in. D. Dalsin, 627. Destroy one ready foundation. Before an attack deals damage, return all of its numbers to their printed values. Progressive difficulty is ignored for the rest of the turn. Only playable during your opponent's turn. Response, discard momentum 1% after you completely block an attack. Remove that attack from the game. Okay. So before an attack deals damage, I can destroy a ready foundation, reset it to print on everything, but my opponent gets to ignore progressive difficulty. That seems like a very big double-edged sword. B. Could be pretty much enter. I guess you don't have to play with progressive difficulty as well. Okay, A. He went into B because I forgot that you also don't get to play. You also don't play with progressive difficulty. So your opponent's checks are easier, but your blocks are also easier, so it does even out a little bit. But at the same time, I could see it being a lot lower as well. There you go. Chat's catching up with me. Move Stretchy Man to F. There we go. Stretchy Man has been moved to F. We'll go to the questions. Okay, Stephen. Weird. Okay. Darkstalkers 2007. Lord Raptor 1. While this character is ready, after a player plays a farm ability, they commit one of their foundations. Commit 3 foundations before your draw step. Switch your hand with your momentum. So if I have no momentum, I just get to draw a fresh hand. But I need to have 3 foundations down to do it. Interesting. Very interesting. While this character's ready, they commit 1 foundation playing forms. Oh, at 720, that just says take a new hand. At least once per game. And then if you get attacks that need momentum, you can kind of pop off. A. Being able to swap your hand with your momentum seems very strong. Lilith 719. After your opponent plays an ability printed on their character, discard the top 3 cards of their deck. Fair. That's a build hand going to the first. Going. Well, you don't really want to be going first with that because you need to. Oh, yeah. If you go first, then you just do it and go. Cool, my hand's gone. Yeah. Going first, Lord Raptor seems absolutely nuts. Commit. Add 2 cards from your discard pile to your hand. Only playable during your opponent's turn. Ooh. So you pick. It's an enhancing commit. So you immediately get the perfect block. And then you pick up another utility card or another block based on what you think your opponent's playing. And if they use any ability on their character, they immediately get punished for it. B, however. No, A. Yeah, I'm going to go with A again. Being a 9-hander, just letting you pick up 2 cards if and when you need them. Or just going, I've got the perfect ones. Let me pick up attacks again. Cool. J. Talbin. At the beginning of your combat phase, remove all move tokens from this character. If you don't remove any move cards, add 1 move card to the character. While this character has at least 1 move card on it, its maximum vitality is 33. And when you take damage, reduce that damage by 2 to a minimum 1. Discard momentum. If your attack deals damage, gain 5 vitality. Only playable while your character has a moon token on it. Okay, so again, we've got that day-night cycle. Throw Talbin seems decent, but I'm going to put it in B because you only get the ability half the time you're blank. Felicia 721. Before you play your fourth card this turn, if you have a ascending sequential control values 3 long, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, or 3, 4, 5, in your card pool, the control check for this card is successful and not necessary. Discard momentum, play 1 enhance printed on a card in any staging area as though it was a... What? Okay. That's pretty cool. So discard momentum to use any enhance anywhere in the stage. That is absolutely nuts. And if you're blocking, if you block with a 3, 4, 5, your block passes. If you are attacking, you go attack, foundation, foundation, attack. That's so cool. And the strength of her ability is only relative to the strength of your opponent. Gonna go with B, primarily based on that RNG. The strength of that second ability is only relative to the strength of your opponent. If your opponent is a niche character or a character that cares about doing a specific thing and you can't utilize any of the enhances, that second ability isn't as good. And it's a cool concept, but how often are you actually going to have a sequential control lineup? However, I'll put it in B. For the times it pops off, it'll be hilarious. Donovan 629. Discard 1 card when an opponent's ability would make you lose vitality. Cancel the effect. Okay, cool. Commit 1 foundation after a player plays their second foundation for the turn. They may not play any. Well, what the fuck? Commit 1 foundation after a player plays their second foundation on the turn. They may not play any more foundations this turn. Either player may play this ability, playable while committed. And this was back when you could commit characters to pay for cost. So you play 2 foundations, your opponent commits their character, and you're done for the turn. Your opponent plays 2 foundations, you commit a foundation, they're done for the turn. Oh, that sounds like a nightmare. Both players can do it. Oh, I'm right in my thinking there, I'm a Mike, that basically you play 2 foundations, your opponent commits their character, your turn's kind of done. Of course, you could still attack back then. But then your opponent plays 2 foundations, and you go, yep, no more foundations from you. And it becomes a very slow progression throughout the game of like a slow build up of foundations. You need ways to cheat out foundations. And if your opponent And if your opponent tries to burn you, you can cancel it just by discarding cards you weren't able to play. Because that's just nasty. Denying my opponent resources is great, and if I'm the one doing it, I can build my deck around utilizing other ways to build. As Mike's just said in chat, he had ways around it. If you're the one knowing you're imposing that limit, you can build around it. Not very likely your opponent's going to build around an ability that they're not playing. Dimitri 630. Dimitri's a 630. Commit. If this attack deals damage, gain X vitality. X equals the amount of damage dealt. If your opponent's character is blood type AB, gain 3 vitality. Sure. I don't know how that would translate these days. Yusuke Urameshi blood type. Google is going to slow. There is no explicit blood type for Yusuke Urameshi. According to the voice actor, however, has blood type O. Why Google needed to tell me that? No idea. Commit, discard X. My blood type should really be B positive. I do not know what my blood type is. It will just fizzle these days, yeah. Commit, discard X momentum. If this attack deals damage, your opponent loses X vitality. You may ready one foundation that has not been ready in this combat phase. It's cool, but that first ability doesn't do anything, so down to F you go, my friend. Commit once per turn, discard the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. Damn! 533, enhance, discard momentum. If your opponent plays an enhanced ability during this enhanced step, the control check to play this. The control check to play your next card this turn is successful, no check required. If you've already resolved this ability this turn, commit this card. So essentially you get to do this twice per turn, and you don't get to mill the 5, or you get to do it once per turn, and you get to mill the 5. But if your opponent plays any enhance abilities, your next check's free. What the fuck? Milling 5 does not seem as important as playing 2 attacks for free. That's why you did this to make me spend money. You didn't even tell me where Dimitri's going. C tier. To where? D, C. That's his roof. BB Herd. Commit. After your opponent plays B for their blood type. You're not fair. No, that's fair. B for the blood type. Response commit 625, so you better be good. Response commit after your opponent plays a non-foundation card, add 1 card of the same type from your discard pile to your hand. Interesting. E, discard 1 card. If the discarded card shares at least 2 resource symbols with your opponent's attack or matches at least 1 keyword with your opponent's attack, that attack gets minus 6 damage. X equals 6 minus the attack's control. Darkstalkers is always a fun one there. If the attack does damage, okay, you still gain damage. Okay, you still gain health. Okay, yeah, you still gain health. That's my bad. I am also very tired. Oh, there's so much to go. BB Hood, very interesting, but the restrictions are so tight on BB Hood. I think BB Hood's our first F for Darkstalkers in this iteration anyway. Victor, once per turn until the end of your next turn, after a player plays a non-attack card, they choose to either commit one card in the staging area or discard a card from hand. Each player discards top 4 cards of their deck. Form once. So again, this is. I think I'm pretty sure we did this one before. Whose tier list is this, Mike? +1 to all non-attacks. Meaning you have to commit or discard one card from hand as a 5-hander. This one can go in F then. Sasquatch 1, Critical Foundation. When ability to increase the damage of an attack by 2 or more, cancel its effects. Commit after you take damage from an attack that dealt more than double its printed damage. Play an attack from your hand, no check necessary. It's crazy you spent all that money on that. You could have also just bought a membership for like £1 more. S tier inbound. Oh, Sasquatch is not S tier. You have to take double the printed damage, which isn't too hard. G tier for the art. You don't like feet? And you can cancel the ability to increase damage. After playing enough against Nightmare, I know how easy it is to take double the attack. You gotta think, if the printed damage of an attack is 2 and they can double it to 4, you get to play an attack for free. That's pretty cool. I think that's a D. Rikyo, Critical Foundation, if your attack zone matches. If your zone attack. Critical Foundation, if your attack zone matches the attack zone of one of your face up momentums, it gets +3 speed. Merkel fans must love feet, this is true. Commit, change the zone of your attack to another. Discard 2 momentum. Your opponent's unblockable attack is no longer blockable, play more committed. How much face-up momentum actually is there? You can get +3 speed, but I don't even know if there's that much face-up momentum. And if you commit to change the zone of your attack, you don't get the speed or the ability to stop unblockable. No, this one's F. Quick B, place a soul token on this card. Commit if your character has X or more soul tokens on it. Discard 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck for each soul token on this card. X equals your opponent's vitality. X equals your opponent's vitality. Remove all tokens from that. You seem to have more soul tokens than your opponent's vitality. After the opponent cycles the deck, place 1 soul token on the card, play more committed. So you commit to get 1, but unless you get your opponent really low on health, how are you getting that second commit off? And if you get your opponent low on health, why do you care about the second commit? You just want them dead. F. Commit. After you successfully make a control check to play a fire card, your opponent discards X cards. X equals the difference between the check and the fire card's control. Only playable if you have less vitality than your opponents. E. Your attack gets 1 damage for every 5 cards in your remove from game pile. So that's more. That's 2 damage once you cycle. But that's first commit is very interesting. But you need to have less vitality than your opponent, which is not always a sure thing. And you're asking to check poorly. F. Morrigan. 627. Commit X foundations. If this tech deals damage. Okay, her support also gain them. If this tech deals damage, you gain X vitality. For each point, this will take you above your maximum vitality. Your opponent loses 1 vitality. Only playable if you have less than your maximum vitality. Makes sense. Discard 1 card. When your opponent is gaining vitality, reduce that gain to 0. Ooh. So you can discard a card to essentially stop them healing. And you can commit foundations and say, if you hit me, I'll gain X. And if I go above my max, you take damage. It's fun, but it's very win more. You need to be in a very good position to be popping it off. D. Any complaints before I move on? No? Good. Let's move on then. It's a shame Donovan should just pitch a card. This is true. This is true. Street Fighter Domination. Karin, commit. After a keyword ability is played, cancel its effects. Okay, pop off. Multiple, get wrecked. Reversal, get wrecked. Remove 1 attack from your discard pile from the game. Change the zone of the attack to match the remove zone. She's fine. Yeah, no, she's fine to see. She do see. She can change stuff. Guy, first form. Have we done all these already? Your first controller's turn gets minus. Your first control check this turn gets minus X. Your opponent discards X momentum if you do not successfully play a card this combat phase. Discard X cards at the end step. X may not be more than your opponent's momentum. Commit after responsibility is played. Cancel its effects. Only playable if you have more momentum than your opponent. F. Fuck that guy. Just for making me think. I get the idea is that you pass the check and reduce your opponent's momentum down, but fuck that. Dan, once per turn, each player discards a card. First in hand, commit all characters. If this is your attack, you cannot play any more enhances. You know what? That first one caught me off a little bit. Fuck that guy. That guy specifically. Now first E. Yeah, no. That's just shut everything down. I'm down with that. B. They launch their first attack and you just go turn it off. All characters. Everything. You want to utilize your abilities? Nope, they're all gone. Hope you got statics and tenacious. Blanca 5. You played this down at a regional. How did it do? After an attack is blocked, after an attack you blocked resolves, reveal top 2 cards of your deck. If you reveal a reversal, play it as a reversal, and the other card is discarded. If you do not reveal a reversal, commit this card and return the revealed top cards in your deck in any order. I feel like the second half of that ability could have been better, but it's giving you the opportunity to beat a 7-hander in your opponent's turn. If you're lucky, see. We don't talk about how I did. Is this the same as like when you played All Might 7? Because you didn't play All Might 7 at a regional. That was just a fever dream. Akuma. Response on a +4 check once per turn. Before a control check is made, that check is -4. Failed check does not end the combat phase. First enhance, commit X foundations, commit X of your opponent's foundations. Okay, so you utilize the first response to get the first card out of their hand and make them overpay. And then use the second, use the enhance to go, okay, you overpaid for the first attack. Oh, you played All Might 4, yes. All Might 4, not All Might 7. I played All Might 7 at a regional. And the other half of Mina. You know, it's dumb. It does dumb things. B. Okay, I thought it was S. I was second guessing myself for a second. Just the ability. Yeah. I don't know why I was second guessing myself for a second. I looked at it, I was like, -4 to the first check, then commit their entire stage down and just smack them back. And if they tried to block, you -4 them again. S. Oh boy, here we go. Zangief again. Get that F ready. No, my lid. My pen is going to go dry. Come back, Shaggy. This pen has a little... This pen has a little shark on top of it, which is cool. Discard one card. This attack gets -X damage. X is equal to the number of ready foundations in your opponent's stage. E, ready one of your opponent's foundations. Discard the top card of your opponent's deck. 632. That's what I'm thinking, Mike. This might be the only non-F tier ever printed. Your opponent's first attack, you discard a card, and it gets -10 damage, and they go, great. Get that in next. Why? That was Karen. Yeah, you happy? Because you get to ready one of your opponent's foundations before you do that, so you're giving it additional -1, and you get to mill them. Unironically putting it in A. That's late game, that's pretty decent. Of Dan or Zangief? Probably of Dan. Yoon 627 enhance. If your attack deals damage, gain X vitality. X equals the momentum minus this attack's control. Commit one foundation. This attack gets plus X speed. X equals half the committed foundation's control. Okay. If your attack deals damage, gain X vitality. X equals your momentum minus this attack's control. So you need more than 3 momentum in order to gain health. Oh, that's cool. And committed foundation, this attack is plus X speed. X equals half the committed foundation's control. So you're talking 2 speed for committed foundation. That's pretty average. C. Remind me to wash my hands before the next giveaway. Yang. Committed cards in your stage. This attack is plus X speed. X equals the committed card's difficulty. Better. Committed foundation. After your opponent plays an ability that reduces the damage, cancel that ability's effects. Interesting. Another solid C, I'd say. Another Sean. Commit, reveal the top card of your deck and then draw it. This attack gets plus X speed. X equals the revealed card's speed. So if you don't reveal an attack, you get nothing, but you get to draw a foundation. A D just for the R and G. Yang should be B tier at least. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Sakura. Oh. 627. Gain 2 vitality. Only playable during your opponent's turn. So every attack they play, if you're below max, you gain 2 vitality. Seems decent. Commit once per turn. Choose one card in your discard pile. Until the end of the turn, as long as the chosen card is in your discard pile, it may be played once as though it was in your hand. So you're 727. Yes, some positives. Thank you for representation there, Rob. So you can be a 727, or you can just gain a butt ton of health. I mean, if you're going second, you can get a hell of a build off that. A. A. I'm going with A. Commit this attack gets plus X damage. X equals number of foundations in your card pool. For the love of God, don't get so wrong. Commit this attack gets plus X damage. X equals number of foundations in your card pool. Not a fan of that. If this attack deals damage, name a foundation in your staging area. Search your deck for a copy of the foundation. Add it to your staging area command. First enhance, not a fan of. Second enhance, however, pretty decent. I'm just gonna put it here and hope Mike doesn't hurt me. Ryu once per turn, commit once per turn, draw X cards, X equals your momentum. E, add X cards from any player's discard pile to the bottom of that player's deck. In any order you choose, X equals... E, add X cards to the bottom of any player's discard. X equals your momentum. So you can essentially just keep stacking your deck. D is good anti-mill, but and you get to draw a butt ton of cards, but you need to hit and you need to have the ability to hit. Oh, okay. Sakura is an A. And Bison, discard 2 momentum. After a player's ready phase, control checks to play attacks either get +1 or minus for the rest of the turn, your choice. Commit after an attack is played, that attack is plus X damage. X equals the amount of control check. Oh, the amount of control that was made to that was modified. Okay. So I imagine there's some fun things you can do with that. Nice. Bison, scan 2 momentum to essentially give your opponent -1 for the entire turn. I'll give yourself +1. I like that. That's pretty cool. You can go in A. Ken 7 dots. 626. Discard momentum. This attack gets. If this attack damage, each player draws X cards. X equals the damage dealt. Commitment Foundation. Each player chooses 1 card.
Sorry.
Each player chooses 1 of their opponent's momentum and discards it. I mean, you're incentivizing your opponent to take damage, allowing you both to draw loads. Why is Bison bad? Okay, I'm going to put it down to C. Just leave it at that. Ken, not a fan of giving my opponent's draw power, and the momentum doesn't seem great. F. Apart from Bison, Mike, is that okay? Oh my god, so many more comments. I just realized YouTube just got, oh, you've got a bunch of comments on stuff on other videos. It's like, cool. Okay. Oh. I'm gonna take it. SNK Cutting Edge. We've got Cooler. This is a really cool looking card. I like the color aspect. I like the aspect of color. 720. Destroy one foundation. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the destroyed foundation's difficulty. Not too bad. Destroy one foundation before a control check is made. That control check gets plus X. X equals the destroyed foundation's difficulty. Okay. So they don't need to be ready foundations. They're on life, so they have good ways to build in additional stuff. Additional speed, and just destroy a foundation to get plus to the check. can do some really good stringing. B. Two S tiers. Iori, commit discard momentum after your attack gets the damage bonus. The attack gets an additional +3 damage. You're gonna commit for that? Discard momentum after a control check is made. That check gets -2. Fail that check will not end. The fuck? So as long as you have momentum, you can just keep taxing your opponent. S. If you have momentum, you just keep taxing your opponent. That's insane. Harumaru, commit your foundation after you block an attack. Discard the block from your card pool. At least it doesn't end the turn. Oh, Mark Tyler. I need to play more of that deck. I haven't played that deck in a week. I love ending people's turns. So nasty. Commit your honor or no, just no. Get over there, you. Just locking some things in place so they stop moving around and trying to move around. Okay. Oh man, sorry to go. Galford, commit until the end of this turn. Your control checks cannot be reduced. If you attack you play versus deal damage, add it to your momentum. Sure, solid C. How your attack's not able to be messed with is cool. And reversal's going to your momentum, clearing progression for more blocks. Yeah, seems decent. B Jeanette 6/27. After you block an attack, add one card from your hand to your momentum. Your opponent discards a card. So you need some ways to draw. Commit, discard X cards, add X random cards to your momentum. Commit, discard X cards, add X random cards from your hand to your momentum. X may not be more than your momentum. And discarding X cards is part of the cost. So you still need to be able to pay the cost. So you can't do it if you've got 0 cards in hand, which is a bit of a shame. D. Yumiji 6/27. Commit once per turn. After a control check is made, that check gets +X. X equals your momentum. Commit on a 2 check. Gain X vitality. X equals the difference between the control check of the card to play and the difference between the control of the card check to play this ability and the difficulty required. Okay, so if you check a 3 you get 1, if you check a 5 you get 3. Again, that's probably going to F. Yoshitara. Discard momentum, commit one of your opponent's foundations. Commit if you block this attack, your opponent adds 2 cards from the top of their deck to the card pool face down. Alright, yeah, no water in this card account either. Oh, that's pretty chill. D. Rock Howard 1 dot. Commit if this attack deals damage, add 1 card from your momentum to your hand. It's an E, so you're telegraphing it. First farm, commit discard 2 momentum until the beginning of your next turn. After any player plays a card as a farm, that player adds the top card of the deck to their card pool face down. While this card is committed as a result of this ability, the abilities cost both players clear their card pools during the end phase of each. Each player adds any face down cards from the card pool to their hand. That form is so weird, but he's not the other one, so into F you go. Things I wish I'd read, Mike, before I started reading the card. Commit 1 foundation. If your attack deals damage, draw a card. Response, commit after your attack is blocked, commit 2 cards that share a resource symbol with your attack. Yeah, right. Now imagine if we had players that English wasn't their first language that came across these cards. It would be insane. Commit after your attack is blocked, commit 2 cards. When are you ever using that ability? Commit after your attack is blocked, commit 2 cards that share a resource symbol with your attack. That doesn't say rival. You commit 2 cards that share a resource symbol when your attack is blocked. That's terrible. I don't get how it should be good. You commit 2 cards when your attack gets blocked. No, absolutely not. 626. If you discard 1 or more cards from your momentum, discard 1 card from your opponent's momentum. Discard X momentum, your attack gets +6 speed. So the response plays off the enhance. Okay, it would hit the rival. Okay. I'm too caught up on the modern day winning. Again, so it's just like having it's just like having a showdown in your hand exactly when you need one. A pretty good way to win an event. If you discard 1 momentum, you discard 1 of your rivals. So you discard 1 momentum to give you attack +1 speed, you respond, and you discard 1 of your opponent's momentum. It's not great, but it's synergistic. Oh my god, frog gloves. Can I put her higher up because frog? That is a wall of text and I just want to put her in S class because frog. 722, reveal 1 of your momentum. This attack gets -X damage, minimum 1. X equals the reveal momentum's control. Add the reveal momentum to your card pool face down. Form, commit, add 1 card from your hand to your momentum. Your opponent may choose to add 1 card from their hand to their momentum. If your opponent does not, ready this card, only playable if your opponent has at least 1 card in their hand. Okay, if you... I'm still here listening. Frog. The ability hurt my head, not gonna lie. But Frog. Want to put Frog. You get to ready up, you get to stuff your card full of momentum, and you get to enhance reveal momentum to reduce damage. If we were going off outfits alone, S tier. Absolutely. Frog takes it all. Off the ability, B tier. The frog suit still helps. My outfit's great, but it's not a frog. It's at least B8 here. Okay, I got it right. The frog suit was what was really what was pushing me to go to S. 626. After you play a card, gain 2 vitality. Only playable if you have at least 2 cards in your card pool. So after you play your second card, you gain 2 vitality. Pretty cool. And it's not playable. It's not limited to your turn. Commit one foundation if you have at least 1 momentum. And if your attacks deal damage, add 1 card from your discard pile to your hand. Okay. So as long as I have 1 momentum, I can. As long as I have 1 momentum and my attack deals damage, if I'm committing the foundation, I do this. I get to add another. I get to add another card to my hand. I get to become 6/7. You hate this spy because they're powerful. You hate the spy because she just never did what she wanted to do. I'm gonna put her in A, but I want to put her in S, but I'm gonna put her in A. Not because she was broken, because she was mind of meh. I mean, you are telegraphing to your opponent that you want your attack to hit. But 2 SE cards make her busted. Okay. I put it in A, but it's good to know there was cards that made her busted. Also Froze. Froze will also make her busted. Kiwashiro. 720 response. After momentum is discarded to pay the cost of an ability that grants a damage bonus and top card unique to momentum. Commit, draw 5 cards, playable once per game. Well, hello. I'm not going that far back. The hell? Do you remember when that was? Ugh. Character. Discard momentum, your attack gets +X damage, X equals the difficulty in discard momentum. Commit. If the attack deals damage, discard your entire momentum, take X cards from the top of your deck, add them to your momentum equal to the number of cards discarded. Okay. Oh. Oh, she stacked one onto the other. They combo together. Yeah, but we're not judging them on their combo ability. We're judging them on how they are on their own. I mean, that draw once we can draw 5 cards as a form is pretty sweet. And even just utilizing powerful or other abilities, that's still really decent. I'm glad you agree with the Spanish yes there, Mike. It's going in A. C to you two. Or do you mean C tier? Kaio 628 Chaos Evil Good. Response commit after you after a player makes a control check during your turn, that check is equal to your momentum minimum 2. Okay. How can you use the once per game more than once? How can you use the once per game more than once, Mike? I guess if you combine them together, I guess you can, but after your opponent plays a card, if your opponent plays a card ability that affects one or more cards in play, take one random card from your hand and add it to momentum. I don't like it. I put it in D because it's fun and it has a quirky ability, but I'm not a fan of it. Okay. Not bad. We've got a couple of S. We filled out every tier there. Rob, we've got more Darkstalkers coming up for you here. We've got Darkstalkers. We've got Darkstalkers Realm. Starting off with Anakaris. Okay. Discard momentum. Make a control check. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals the control check minus your Discard momentum. Make a control check. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals the control check minus your attack's control. Okay. Commit on foundation. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the committed control. So you're committing and committing 1 to get 4, 5 speed, 6 at max. You're discarding a foundation to get between 0 and 3 damage. Not a fan of that. Realm was the best selling set of the old days. Nice. Victor, each player adds 1 non-character card from the staging area to their hand. If your opponent has fewer than 6 cards in their staging area, they do not have to add a card to their hand. Interesting. That's all you do? Put you into F. I think this is going to be an F heavy one. Commit 1 foundation X. Commit 1 foundation X plus. After your opponent resolves a form ability on an enhanced ability, play that ability's cost immediately, and immediately play that ability as though it was printed on this character. If this ability is printed on an action card, X equals the action card's difficulty. Otherwise, no check is required. Okay. So you commit a foundation and you get to copy your opponent's form ability. After your opponent resolves a form ability or an enhanced ability, pay that ability's cost and immediately play that ability as though it was printed on this character. Oh, I don't know enough about retro form abilities, if I'm honest. Seems decent. No, over to D. Have I messed up Victor already, Mike? Wall of text. Wall of text. Wall of text. At the beginning of your combat phase, remove all moon cards from this token. If it has none, you get 1 moon token. Once it has at least 1 moon token, you may discard a card and drop to your hands. You may discard and drop to your hand size during your opponent's remove and draw step. As though it was your turn. After any player plays the foundation, their opponent may add a foundation they could not play for. The fuckery. So, and that doesn't require moon. Victor's deck was S tier, Victor was not. Okay. This, however, where's it gone? Welcome to S tier. The fuck? Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm just going to discard my hand, draw a bunch of cards, and whenever you play a foundation, I get to play a foundation too. Good job, comrade. And that, unlike the other ones, it doesn't require the moon token to use that ability. The hell is that card? Please tell me that card got banned. Because there's no way that card should have been around. Janaya 2. Response: destroy 2 cards in your staging area. Before your opponent moves a card from their card pool to their staging area, add that card to their momentum instead. E. Commit 1 foundation. Your attack with higher speed than damage gets +2 damage. Playable any number of times this enhanced step. Oh, I guess once it gets damage higher than speed, you can't do it anymore. Yes, was quickly banned. Good. So you can commit foundations to give your attack +2 speed until its damage gets +2 damage until its attack damage gets above its speed, and you can just blow up 2 cards in your staging area to stop your opponent building something in. Not busted, but I'd say playable. C tier. Hutzel 2. 5 hand size, 37 health, £500. 500 stone, I guess. Commit discard momentum. Until the beginning of your next turn, your opponent cannot ready foundations unless they have fewer ready foundations than you. And during your next ready step, you cannot ready any foundations. Your earth attack gets +X damage. X equals your opponent's hand size minus your character's hand size. Okay, the second ability seems pretty meh. The fuck is the first one? That's 5,000 of 500. Okay, 5,000 weight. Well, 5,005. Commit discard 1 momentum. Until the beginning of your next turn, your opponent cannot ready foundations unless they have fewer ready than you. During your next race step, you cannot ready any foundations. So, if I have no ready foundations, you get no ready foundations, and we're both just going to play with no ready foundations. That sounds terrible. That just sounds like an absolutely disgustingly boring game. A tier. the ability to just go to your opponent. Yeah, I'm just going to keep hitting you because you can't afford to block. And I have 37 health. You have 26. You're going to run out of health before me. Not a chance. Siren Co. Commit 1 foundation. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals your attack's difficulty minus its control. So you look at 1, 2, 3 speed on average. After an attack that you blocked resolves, your opponent discards 1 momentum. Interesting. So you blocking costs them momentum, and you committing 1 foundation boosts your speed by a fair amount. C tier. Oh, Rob, Felicia's back. 627, form once per turn. Add all cards in your card pool to your momentum. That's pretty decent. Commit before you clear your card pool. During the end phase, you may add any attacks that did not deal any damage and actions from your card pool to your momentum instead of discarding them as normal. So you just get 2. Which one? $351. Yeah. It is not our place to judge, Mike. What? I mean, you get to add 4 more percent. Add all your cards to your momentum, and then commit before you clear the card pool at the end phase. You get to add everything to momentum. C tier. B tier. Donovan. If your attack is not blocked, draw X cards. X is 6 minus your attack speed. Minimum 0. Interesting. So if your speed 0 and your attack isn't blocked, you draw 6 cards. You may not remove cards from your card pool for the rest of combat. After you resolve a non-attack card, discard up to 3 cards from your card pool. Only playable once per turn. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. B tier. There's a lot of reason for it, no judgment. I'd have to read more of the Darkstalkers comics. Dimitri, 628, commit 1 foundation. Your opponent's attack gets -2 damage to a minimum of 1. After your opponent adds any number of cards to their momentum, you may add X cards from the top of your deck to your momentum. X equals the number of cards your opponent added to their momentum, only playable while committed. Oh. So I guess you're trying to judge when your opponent's last attack will be. So you can commit Dimitri. So when they end the turn, you get all your momentum. C tier. It's a risky play. Okay. Well, that's where Donovan's going. Bishannon. R commit. After your opponent plays a response during your attack, cancel its effects. Decent. Discard 3 momentum. If an attack deals damage, your opponent discards their entire momentum. It's not incredible display the stick, but it can do some serious damage. And 3 momentum to just take a small hit and wipe out your opponent's momentum. I'll go B tier. C tier. That seems decent. Okay. Well, enjoy your new home, Donovan. I mean, I'm literally just sat. I've been sat at this table. It will tell me how long I've been sat at this table. Because I think I was sat here before the stream. I've been sat at this table 9 hours. Someone could come and just shout at me. You have come and shouted at me. Now we're into Street Fighter Deadly Ground. And why not? Let's start the next giveaway. So this is for the Raphael. And I will do it again. Shopping. So this is for the Raphael deck box. Exclamation Raph. Will get you put into the giveaway for entries. As well as a nice selection of promos. And who knows, maybe I'll trick you the chicken nugget as well. Which are very cold at this point. That was a mistake. Fei Long. Form. Commit discard 2 for momentum. Discard all attacks with printed difficulty of 3 or less from your card pool. No, printed damage of 3 or less. Okay. Response. After you attack with damage 3 or less, deals damage, place a Fei Long token on this character. Goddamn tokens. Remove X Fei Long tokens from this character. After your opponent's draw step, draw X cards playable while committed. You should be fine, Rob. Yeah, you're in. You're good. That face does look really weird on that body. It's giving me a bit of an uncanny valley. It's a lot of work to draw cards. I mean, you draw... Yes, I guess you're 720. You could do some really fun things here. He's got the body of a Dragon Ball character and the face of Lupin. That's fair. C tier. Oh, hello, E-Honda. Are you going to get out of F tier? Let's find out. While this card is committed, your block modifiers get -2. Pretty decent. 6 fairy health. Pretty decent. Commit. This attack gets -X damage. X equals the number of committed foundations in your staging area. Okay, no. You can go up to D. You commit to make one attack do nothing, and then you could make my blocks easier to play. You can go to at least D. Charlie, 628. Response. After your opponent adds any number of cards to their momentum, you may either add 1 card from your card pool to your momentum, or add X cards from your hand to your momentum, your choice. X equals the number of cards added to your opponent. So you can either match them by dropping cards from your hand, risky, or you can clear one from your card pool and into momentum. Fairly Fairly good. C tier as well. Cammy looking like Britney Spears from Toxic. You're welcome. $6.28 response commit. Before you take damage from an opponent's attack, gain X vitality. X equals the number of cards in your opponent's hand. Response: after your opponent adds any number of cards from their hand to their momentum, add up to X foundations from your foundation assets from your staging area to your momentum. X equals the number of cards added by your opponent. I forgot how bad the art on this set was. So you just get to match the number of cards. You get to add X. You get to de-build yourself to match what they added to their foundation. Okay. And you can commit. No, that's an F. Cammy can get F'd. Add-on. 719 response. Enhanced commit one foundation. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals double your momentum. Double of 0 is 0. Commit. Discard 1 momentum before you play an attack as a reversal. If the attack's difficulty is less than your momentum, the control check for that is successful immediately. C tier. Good early game, bit weird late game. That's what I'm thinking. I was thinking B, but I think C might be a better home for them. That's marginally playable. Vega 719. Don't let me down, Vega. Commit X foundations. If your attack deals damage, add it to the bottom of your deck. X equals your attack speed. Okay. Commit 1 foundation. This attack gets minus X damage. Minimum of 1. X equals this attack speed. That's pretty sick. The second enhance, pretty sick. The first enhance confuses me. Commit X foundations. If your attack deals damage, add it to the body deck. X equals your attack speed. So if my attack speed is 6, I need to commit 6 foundations to clear it. That doesn't seem like it feels good. However, commit 1 foundation to give your attack minus 6 damage because that is speed. That's a feel good. That's a feels very good. A. Rose. Low speed when he attacks, but then you need them to hit. That's the thing. You also need them to hit, Rob. If they don't hit, then you don't get the second part of the ability. Once per turn, reveal your hand. If you have at least 2 different attacks in your hand, your opponent chooses one of those attacks. If the chosen attack has the reversal keyword, that attack gets minus 2 difficulty for the rest of the turn. If the attack gains the reversal keyword, only playable during your opponent's attack. Commit after your opponent checks a 5 or 6, they recheck. Only 1 check per check. He was playable just off the bottom ability. We were terrorized local. Yeah, okay. Stop reading F tier. I don't think that's F tier. I do not think that's F tier. You'd be able to gain the reversal keyword on minus 2 difficulty. At least makes a D tier. But you know what? I've ignored you enough. Let's put it into F tier. Makoto, if this attack deals 3 or more damage, draw 2 cards. No commit on that. Nice. Criminal Foundation, if this attack gets minus X damage. X equals the number of cards in your opponent's hand minus the number of cards in your hand. So if I have no cards in hand and they have 6 cards in hand, minus 6 damage. Alternatively, if they have no cards in hand and I have 6 cards in hand, minus 6 damage. I'm okay with this, especially since Makoto's in hand says if this attack deals 3 or more damage, not if your attack deals 3 or more damage. B. Junie also looking like they're from the Toxic music video. 627, commit. After your opponent plays an attack, not as a block, they commit X cards in their staging area. X is the difference between the number of cards in your hand and the number of cards in your opponent's hand. If your opponent's attack deals damage, add 1 reversal card from your discard pile to your hand. Discard 1 card at the end of this turn. Fair. What is with the stewardess outfits? C. Julie, 625. Commit 1 other card in your staging area. Gain X vitality. X equals the difficulty of the card committed for this ability. Seems decent. Commit once per turn. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the difference between the amount of vitality you started the turn with and your current vitality. Oh. Fun. D. With Buki. One turn after your opponent resolves a form, if your opponent has more momentum than you, they discard X cards from their momentum. X equals your opponent's momentum minus your momentum. Only playable if you have at least 1 momentum. Discard 1 card before you make a control check. That check gets plus 3. Your opponent adds 1 card from the top of their deck to their momentum. Your opponent's next control check gets plus 1. I'm discarding a card to get plus 3, and they're just getting plus 1. And they're just getting plus 1 for the sake of it. That doesn't seem very fair. Oh. Might need to get some tissue. D. I'm sure Mike will have things to say about that one. Not a bad little list. Mike, complaints will be coming in shortly. Best character in the set. I don't like giving my opponent plus to their check. I don't like it. Get out of here. Seong Mina, 5 hand, 34 health. 1% add 1 card from your card pool to your hand. So you're 634. But you know, you have to find ways to utilize that. Discard momentum. This attack, if this attack deals damage, add 2 cards from your momentum to your hand. Okay. That's a fake 5-hander if I've ever seen one. We're in Soul Calibur, Flash of Blades. A. You get to play an attack twice. You get to stick stuff into your momentum. And you can even utilize it with actions and other things to really pop off. Raphael, 719. Commit 1 foundation. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals your attack's damage minus its speed, minimum 0. Commit 1 foundation. If your attack deals damage, you may discard X cards to add that attack to your momentum. X equals the attack's control. So you commit a foundation, and then if the attack does damage, you can discard cards to add it to momentum. But you're discarding a minimum of 1, a maximum of 4. Don't quite know how I feel about that. Feels bad. Oh, there you go. Mitsurugi. You attack with 3 or less damage, it's +2 damage. You attack with 3 or less damage, it's +2. Discard 2 momentum if you have dealt damage to your opponent this turn. Gain 3 vitality. If you no longer have any momentum, commit this card. So you always need to have at least 1 momentum, or else you're not going to be getting the damage. 630 D tier. After you partially block an attack, that attack deals no damage during the damage step. Not bad for a 532. Discard 1 card, add one non-split action, non-split foundation or character from your discard pile to your hand. If the added card does not have a block, discard your hand. Yeah, that second ability just doesn't appeal to me. And then the first one, I'm not too sure. I could just be misjudging it, but I think Lizardman, yeah. I think Lizardman feels good because there's not many split cards anymore. I don't know how popular split cards were in the past, but that is a bit weird. Discard 1 card, add 1 non-split action, non-split foundation or character card from your discard pile to your hand. Yeah. Seems very defensive, and discarding a card to just pick up the perfect block or switch attacks seems really solid. Killick commits. When your opponent would add 1 or more cards to their momentum in any phase of their turn, they only add 1. Instead, they can no longer add cards to their momentum. They can no longer add cards to their momentum that phase. Commit. Discard 1 momentum before you make a control check. Check to play an attack or action. That check gets +3. Okay. So you commit, and your opponent basically can only add momentum during. You can only add 1 momentum for each phase during the turn, or you can give one of your checks to play an attack or action +3. Seems fine. D. F. Don't know why. I just got the urge to put it in F. Zasal Lamel. Response commit any combination of X foundations and or momentum. When you take damage from your opponent's attack, reduce the amount taken by X double to a minimum of 1. Commit. Discard 2 cards after your opponent plays an action. Cancels effects. So discarding 2 to cancel effects seems bad, but committing 3 to stop 6 damage feels really good. Well, at least you've moved from pulling your hair out, Mike. But bad card is bad. Into F for you, sir. Tell him 7-18, commit one foundation. Either your high zone attack gets +1 speed, your mid zone attack gets +3 speed, or your low zone attack gets +2 speed. Discard one momentum after your opponent's attack gets a damage bonus. The attack gets -X damage. X equals the bonus given if your opponent has greater height and weight than yours. Half the damage of the attack instead. So if your character is above 4'8" and weighs more than 93, your damage just gets half from a discard momentum. You don't body shame here. Just for that alone, get your ass into F. Attacky. After your attack deals damage, draw one card and then commit. After your attack deals damage, draw one card and then commit one of your foundations. E. Commit 2 momentum. If this attack deals damage, discard 3 cards from your card pool. 626. Static for if your attack deals damage. But then you still have to commit one of your foundations. D at best. And I'm being generous there with D. Sofita. Commit 2 foundations after a player makes a check. The check is -1. Commit, draw up to your hand size. Your combat phase ends. F. I feel like we've been over this before. Taki, yeah, that's your talent joke was. What? What talent joke? I didn't make a talent joke. Siegfried, commit after you discard 1 or more momentum. Your opponent discards X of their momentum. X equals half the amount of momentum you discarded round up. Commit 1 foundation. Your attack gets +X damage. X equals your momentum minus your opponent's F. You don't really do anything. You get damage equal to my momentum minus my opponent's momentum rounded down. That could literally be nothing. Setsuka, 720, form commit until the beginning of your next turn. Your attacks that share 2 or more resources with your character get reversal. Your attack with 4 less speed get +1 speed. D. I'm just going to go get some tissue for my nose because it's starting to run. I will be back in a second. What up, chat? I'm also not going to remember all this. That's fair. I'm not pooping! Literally went to get tissue. Oh. I think the stream has to end if I need to poop, in all honesty. Nobody wants that experience. Also, hello Extreme, how are you? If you're interested in entering the giveaway, which we're going to close off soon, enter exclamation RAF to get this cool Raphael deck box and a handful of promos from Card Goblin and Patriot Games. Oh yeah, it's Spirit Forge this weekend, isn't it? Patriot got theirs on Sunday. We got the first King of Fighters. Well, the first set called King of Fighters. Hanzo. If your attack deals damage, add it to the bottom of your deck. Commit after you make a control check. That check gets +2 or -2, your choice. Why would I give my control check -2? Ooh, Saturday. Cool. Respawn gets a real day for events. I thought it'd go on a quieter day so it had more people could show up. Hanzo's F tier. I don't want to give my check -2. Adding attacks to the bottom deck. Only enhanced matters. If you take this damage, add it to the bottom of your deck. I guess you are clearing. I'll put it to C because you are just essentially playing with no progressive, especially if you can trick some throws in there. You had an infinite loop deck. What is with infinite loop decks? Theo 719. Commit until the end of your turn. Whenever you add one or more of your cards to your momentum, your opponent adds one or more cards from their hand to their momentum. If your opponent has no cards in hand, they may add all the cards from their momentum to hand. Okay. So the idea is to get. So the idea is to just get to the perfect amount where your opponent has no cards in hand. I mean, you're essentially. Because it's not a choice, your opponent has to add. Yeah, let's put that in A. Whenever you get momentum, your opponent has to add a card from the hand to momentum. And basically, you just get them to the point where they have no cards in hand. Seems decent. Oh, sorry about that. Shay 627. Commit one foundation. Your attack gets +X damage. X equals your opponent's momentum minus your attack's control. Discard momentum. Your attack. If your attack deals damage, gain X vitality. X equals 6 minus the control of your attack. Chaos had a sub-theme of hand to momentum, so it would get rid of any anti-card abilities. Okay. Shay seems decent, but not that I'm too. Gaining 3 health for 1 momentum is a bit weird. Committing to get. No, it just feels off. Alba. 624, destroy one foundation. If this attack deals damage, your opponent must either play a non-attack as an X form or pass. Commit 2 foundations, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. I mean, destroy a foundation to just basically say, stop hitting me or pass. I like that. A. Is that the same one I put in S last time? Am I going to shout at me for being inconsistent? Yuri, your attack gets plus X damage. X equals the number of resource symbols it shares with your character. Commit until the beginning of your next turn. You have no maximum vitality. So you want to utilize healing, but you have no healing on face. But you can give an attack a butt to the damage. D. Terry 625. At the end of your turn, draw 2 cards. So you're a 825. E commit. If your attack deals damage, gain X vitality. X equals double the amount of damage your attack deals. The fuck? You get to draw additional 2 cards, and you get to heal double what your attack did on commit. Is that just a solid S? Oh no, bad opinions are back. Let's go. It's all the caffeine. Oh, okay, I'm back. That was not the great way to. That was not the best time to put my mic back on. Okay, cool. Sorry. Sorry. Enhance the scale momentum. If this attack deals damage, ready 2 foundations that are not ready to combat phase. Commit 1 foundation. Your opponent discards 1 momentum, only playable during your attack. Sure. Enjoying your time in F. Mignon. After your opponent's combat phase begins, add top card of your deck to your momentum. Cool. So that's a static you get no matter what. Cool. This attack deals damage. The next attack you attempt to play as a reversal this turn gets -2. That stacks. That's interesting. Soiree. Like a party. Okay. B. Because you get an infinite momentum generation and you can just annoy your opponent with a free reversal later on. Maxim. At the end of your turn, if you have lost 8 or more vitality, gain 3 vitality. Commit. This attack gets -3 on a 535. F. Simple, easy, F. Leona. Reveal top card of your deck. Migon won Canadian Nationals. Hey, go Migon. Nice. Reveal top card of your deck. If the revealed card's attack matches the attack zone of your attack, your attack gets plus X damage. X equals the damage of the attack you revealed minus the control of the attack revealed. Maths. Minimum of 1, so it's going to get a minimum of 1 from reveal top card of your deck. 14 health is rough. Commit until the end of your turn. Your fire and earth or fire and life attacks get +2 speed. 8 hand, 14 health. no health gain, minimal damage output, but you are an 8-hander, so D. Oh, just fuck off with these names. Jivatma? 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 Fuck it. 630 health. Commit 2 foundations. Your opponent discards 1 card. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals the control of the discarded card. Only be playable during your turn. So, I commit 2 foundations. My opponent discards 1 card. And I get damage. Seems decent, but I'm having to go down 2 foundations to get it there. And that's the issue I'm having with that. I guess if I'm going 2 foundations and I've got, say, 12, I'll go. I guess if there's ways to re-ready foundations, C. I'll go C. You say 1. Was there some shenanigans going on? Tell me your tale of shenanigans. Okay, there's the list. Let's move on to Street Fighter Warrior's Dream. Interesting. And after this one, I will draw the RAF because I have lots more to do, and it's 9:30. And
it's
hello.
It's easier to like speak it. So remember how like diversity was a thing?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so Kirk was started as Mingnon and then would side into Chun-Li afterward. And this was the busted Chun-Li. So like he was Mingnon for game 1 and then was Chun-Li for the rest of it. But I think he did win some games because of the momentum gain, but this was back when only information existed on forums and tournament reports afterwards, so yeah, everything's hearsay.
That makes sense. So he played a decent character that would allow him to get into top cuts, and then also just sideboarded into a beast for the second and third game if needed.
No, he did sideboard into it. It wasn't an if needed. It was a this happens.
No, I meant the third. I meant the third game if needed. Like if he needs to.
No, he always stays as Chun-Li after game 1.
I was more like if they needed the third game, but yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, you'll understand soon enough.
I mean, we've still got. I guess we're almost out of Street Fighter.
Yeah. So this is the last Street Fighter before the 2017 set that you're about to start.
Yeah, we've got Warrior's Dream. Then we've got Street Fighter, and then we've got Street Fighter versus Darkstalkers. Oh damn.
Yeah. So this is like this point where you're at is like the second to last time they released 2 sets at the same time.
Oh.
So after this, you get the Shadow War and the first Soul Calibur 4 set, and then you get the last 2 sets of FFG, and then we're on to Jasco.
I've got Flames of Fame, Shadow War, Tozasaurus Tekken, Soul Calibur, and then we've got the points, and then we're going to Red Horizon. So we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more sets to go before we hit Jasco era. Yeah,
so there's this in the KOF set, and then Shadow War and the first Soul Calibur 4 set, and then everything was released one at a time.
Yeah,
which is why there were so many sets in such a short space of time. It was horrendous.
Yeah, well, I did it by sets. We got like set 11 here, set 12, set 13, set 14, and then after we get into the Jasco era, it's just one set at a time.
one set a year for a while.
Oh, damn.
Well, good luck with this set.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mike, for coming in talking about the Canadian. Rob said hi, by the way, Mike, but we missed it. So let's get on. Alex, 629, big ass wall of text, probably means they're going into F tier. Let's be honest. E, if your attack deals damage, turn it face down in your card pool. Face down cards don't count. Face down cards cannot go to your momentum. Cool. Commit face down cards in your card pool are not cleared as normal during the end phase of your next turn. They stay in your card pool. Response: discard 2 cards from your card pool. After your combat phase begins, your attacks get plus X damage. X equals number of... Okay. So, you want face down cards in your card pool, so you can discard them and give your next turn. But that means you're just playing with progressive on defense. That is such a risky play. No, F. Absolutely F. Your attack gets +1 damage for every 2 Hawk tokens. Fucking tokens, man. For how much we complained in 2023, 2024 about the amount of counters we were getting, this is fucked. For every 2 Hawk tokens on this card, your attack gets an additional +1 damage. Remove 1 Hawk token from this card. First E, if this attack deals damage, add 1 Hawk token to this card. Only playable if you have 2 or more enhanced. You may only play 2 or more enhancers during this enhanced. God damn it! So you get to play 3 enhancers total. Many people complain about the amount of tokens we were getting. And then again, Universus players complain about anything. F tier, get out of here. Remy, 627, first form. Reveal your hand if 2 or more copies of the same card and reveal this way. Commit 2 foundations or assets in your opponent's staging area. Commit if your attack deals damage, destroy a foundation that has 1 or more copies in your opponent's. That has more than 1 copy in your opponent's staging area. I guess that includes face downs. I know Guile doesn't because it involves dice. 627, that gives your opponent a lot of free information, and then you commit to destroy 1 thing. Shigaraki 1, you are not. Get an F. 626, commit, reveal an attack in your hand. Your opponent's attack gets -X damage. X equals the control of the revealed attack. If your opponent has 4 more cards in their hand, before you take damage from this attack, you may attempt to play a reversal. You may attempt to play reversal and resolve it playable while committed. So you get to play reversal before they deal damage? Also, face down foundation didn't exist at this time. Oh. Interesting. I mean, you get to play reversal before damage is dealt, and you get to give minus damage. Oh, where'd you go? C tier. M Bison, 627, commit 2 foundations. After your opponent has played their second enhance during this attack, no more abilities may be played during this attack's enhance phase. Commit 1 foundation, make a control tech. If the control tech is 2 or less, draw 2. Commit 1 foundation, make a control tech. If the control check is 2 or less, Draw 2 cards. Your opponent may draw 1 card. What the hell? I guess you get rewarded for playing bad cards, but F. I don't want my opponent drawing cards. Discard 1 card, your attack gets plus X damage. X equals your current vitality divided by 8. So if you go would give 5 at full. After you play Foundation, draw 1 card. If this ability has been played more than once this turn, commit this card. Okay. So, if you're lucky, you get to, if you draw 2 foundations, you become a 6-hander. At 40 health, you can discard for between 0 and 5 damage, B tier. Six Guile. During your end phase, when you would clear any assets or foundations that have been played as blocks, you may discard 1 momentum and add that card to your staging area. Interesting. I guess that's repeatable. So if you'd if you would have 2 clear, you could get rid of 2 momentum. Commit before you attempt to block with an attack or block an attack. You may use any card with a block in your staging area as though it was in your hand. So you get to increase your hand size. Fine. You can take up the beast log now. No, this is the wrong one. I think have we been through these ones yet? No, we've not been through these ones yet. Cool. FT, why? You get to trade momentum for cards and you get to block from your stage as an additional card. We aren't allowed good card. We'll split the difference and we'll put him in C. But we'll put him at the very bottom of C. No one is going to be able to go higher than him. Elena does only have 2 symbols. Ooh. E, your attacks get +1 damage. Your attacks get +1 speed, +1 damage only if your attacks share at least 2 symbols with your character. Discard 1 momentum. Your attack gains a keyword of your choice. If it does not already have it, except throw. If that keyword requires a rating, that rating is 1. Only playable if you share at least. Only playable if you share at least 3 symbols with your character. On a 2-symbol character. Yeah. I kind of figured that was a misprint. I'm gonna give my card Echo. No, but I need to share 3 symbols with my character who has 2 symbols. This is the kind of thing that you'd show a new player to confuse the fuck out of them. How do you get the keyword from this character? It's like, I don't know. No, I'm down. That's hilarious. Giving your attack Echo, but needing 2 momentum to do it. Bit of a pain. This guy to give Flash, I guess, is really good. Discarding to give tension does nothing. Discarding to give multiple 1, again, you need to have the momentum. Reversal doesn't work because that one comes in. Her support gives her extra symbols. What? There's ways to gain symbols. I'm going to put her in B just because that intrigues the hell out of me. Stretchy Man does not want to beat on this card. Dalsin 626. Commit 1 foundation, switch your attack speed and damage. Commit X foundation, this attack gets plus X or minus X speed. No, get into F. I've seen this ability so much. Get into F. Stop printing cards and say discard a card, swap the speed and damage. Chun-Li. If your attack deals damage, discard 1 kick and 1 card played as a block from your card pool, only playable during your opponent's turn, playable while committed. So I guess you're looking to play kick reversals. Exactly. Just playing, committing X foundations to give it minus X speed is just passing the check. Commit after your opponent's second form during their turn resolves. You may play 1 non-action card from your hand as a form. Okay, so you just get to drop an attack or foundation or anything as a form. That seems pretty decent. This is the easiest win ever for you. Now, I have the feeling, I feel like I'm being played. I feel like Mike wants me to put her here, but is she broken? If your attack deals damage, I don't know if it's bait in either direction, so I'm just going to put her in A because I really like her. Yes, this is the broken Chun-Li. Okay. Seeing as that, I'll put her into S, but my instincts were that she's good. Balrog. Commit after your opponent blocks your punch attack. Discard top card of your deck. If the discarded card is a punch, negate the block and discard it. Your opponent may attempt to block again. Commit 2 foundations. Your check to play a punch attack this turn gets +4. For the R, I would usually put it in F, but for the look of RG, welcome to D. And someone out there is really annoyed that these cards don't line up. So that's Warrior's Dream, and Chun-Li has finally taken their rightful place in S. But before that, let's get ourselves a winner. Can't remember. There we go. Just gonna this one was definitely rigged. It's not a fix, it's 100% a fix. What do you mean? I should have just left this with Sean so he could come back to you. Don't. Rob, for the look. I don't think you understand, Rob. Okay. This is just a sample size of how many. Look at that. That's just a sample of how many I have. Also, I think I have a Merkle 1 in here as well. Yeah, I do. I have a Merkle 1 as well. I have so many Merkles. Anyway, SNK Flames of Fame. Kim 626. Your attack is plus damage, only playable if one of your or more attacks have been blocked this turn. Commit X foundations, your kick gets plus X speed and plus X damage. X equals the number of kick attacks in your card. That seems so bad. Is it Merkle 1? Okay, never mind. I have lots of Merkle 1s. I have an abundance of Merkle 1s. But you're not having my Godzilla 0 -1. That's mine. But anyway, Kim F. Get out of here. That's terrible. Kazuki. Every time you choose to pass an opportunity to play Enhance or block, add 1 Kindle token to this card. Commit. Remove any number of Kindle tokens from this card. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the Kindle tokens removed from this card for this Enhance. Okay. So you kind of got a reverse Ab of the Wolf situation here. Every time you pass, you get a Kindle token. So if your opponent's trying to do more stuff in your turn, I was going to say, I don't think that one dominated. If your opponent's trying to do stuff in your turn, you get to be rewarded for it. You're 627 that can give speed to 1 attack just by passing, making one of them really big. And because it's static, they kind of just sit there building up. C. Gyra, commit your foundation. After your opponent reduces the damage of your attack, destroy 1 card in your opponent's staging area that grants a speed or damage. That grants a speed bonus or penalty. That doesn't say non-character. That does not say non-character. Just gonna put it out there. I think you find this character isn't cool. He's just hot. My personal opinion, anyone whose bicep is bigger than their head, not hot. Personal preference. That guy's bicep looks like a profiterole. I'm just going to put it out there, you can't destroy a character. Doesn't say that. Doesn't say that. I'm not saying you destroy their starting character, but character. Just saying. You're talking about Kazuki. I don't find Kazuki hot, but they've got cool. They've got cool flames about them, yeah. Rules do though. Pfft. Rules apply to people that have events. F tier. Sorry about that, muscle man. Billy! First form, add X foundations from your staging area to your hand. X cannot be greater than 3. I don't get it. Why would you? Especially foundation, if face downs one at a time. Commit, discard X momentum. Add an attack with X difficulty from your discard pile to your hand. What is that first form about? Yes, I did say because of the flames. But I've got more important things to talk about here, Mike. The fuck do you do with this first form? Add X foundation. Add 3 foundations from your staging area to your hand. Cool. Why? Why am I debuilt? Oh, the split foundations that were attacks. F. Just no. You anger me with your silliness. Basara. Big War text usually means F. After your opponent plays a non-attack card in their card pool as a form, you may destroy a card in your staging area of the same type as the card to have them discard that card from their card pool and cancel its effects. Discard one card. Enhance discard one card. Your opponent discards one card or one of their momentum, their choice. If they choose an option that they cannot fulfill, they lose 2 vitality and cannot gain vitality for the rest of the turn. Okay, so I can discard a card and go discard a card of momentum. I can't discard momentum. I'll choose momentum. I can't do it. I'll lose 2 health. Seems weird, but it stops them gaining any health back. And on the other side of that, if they play a backup, an asset, a foundation, we can blow up one of ours to clear it and cancel its effects. Do the split foundations count as attack? Oh, it's not attack yet. No man. Yeah, you seem pretty fun. C tier. Another Terry. Hello. Discard one card. This attack gets minus X speed. If this attack is not blocked, it gets plus X damage. X equals this card's control. This attack may not be made unblockable. D tier. You make attacks slow, but say you still have to block them getting cards out of hand. Interesting. Number 82. So Getsu. After you draw any number of cards outside a draw step, add a tied token to this card. Commit 2 foundations, draw 1 card, and add 1. Commit 2 foundations, draw 1 card, and add 1 card from your momentum to your hand. Only playable only playable once per turn. Commit or remove. Commit or remove 1 tied token from. How do you commit a tied token? Commit or remove 1 tied token from this card. Your opponent reveals their hand and then discards 1 non-attack rule this way. How do you commit a tied token? Oh yes, Brett. No, it means commit the character or remove a tied token. You fucking idiot. Thank you, Hand Mike. B tier. That's fun. Yeah, I got there. I got there. Oh, that's funny. I think Rock Howard. Before you make a control check to block an attack, discard a card from your card pool. Your control check gets your control check to block the attack gets plus X. Masterful painting comments. Thank you. X equals. Discard one card. This attack gets minus X speed, minimum of 0. X equals difficulty. Discard a card. Very basic. 627F. I don't think anyone's played this rock, Howard. I never had it to begin with, Mike. What do you mean? Ralph, 629. Commit before you clear your card pool at the end of turn. Any cards that will be added to your momentum from your card pool during the phase may be added to your hand instead. Response to critical foundation, lose X vitality after your opponent gains momentum due to a card effect. Your opponent discards X momentum. X should not be greater than your opponent's momentum. Oh, okay. I mean, 629 that lets you add attacks that dealt damage back to your hand. And you can commit a foundation to have them spend all the momentum with the add momentum. C tier. Nightmare Geese. Commit to foundations before a player would make a control attack. Add the top card of that player's deck to momentum. If that player has 2 more momentum, instead of checking the top card deck, that player reveals a random card in their momentum. The control check is equal to 8 minus the control value of the revealed card, minimum of 0. I mean, if they filled their momentum mainly with attacks, you're really helping them with 6. You're not really punishing them. It got rotated early because it wasn't very good. Got there. Oh, can I annoy Rob? I bet I could annoy Rob. Let's have a go. If you attack player's reversal deals damage, destroy one opponent foundation. Commit one foundation, your life attack gets +2 speed. No? Sure. There you go. Go to F. That's a terrible set. I understand why he got done early. Now move Shadow War and check something. Oh, I completely forgot. I have this double-sized Mirko that I've been holding on to for almost a year. I wonder if I should put that into the giveaway. What do you think, Rob? Oh, okay, fair enough. Although I probably shouldn't put the double Mirko up for a giveaway, seeing as Rob actually still has like my Heroes of Exandria championship stuff. Yeah, there you go. I need to give you your playback. You do. And my prizing, like promos and stuff. Didn't get any of it. Zhao Deyu, then Shadow War now. Commit. If you block this attack, your opponent loses X vitality. X equals the block modifier of your block. Interesting. After your opponent removes any number of cards from the game, they lose. Not as interesting. However, cycling is a removal, so that's 2. That's pretty cool. Don't think it's overly playable, but it's a very cool burn ability. I'd personally play it, especially like in 3v3 or something. Just let me pick the one card. Stop being a butthole. C tier. That's my personal recommendation of C tier. Rashotep, commit 627. Commit, choose a card in your opponent's staging area. It's considered to be a blank. It's considered to have a blank text box until the end of turn. That includes characters, right? This time, that includes characters. Why didn't this work on release? I'm very interested. But if you can just say your opponent's character is blank, essentially sealing them, but they still get ability, that's pretty solid. If it works the way I thought it worked, S. Just seal your opponent's character as the first enhance, get right. Oh, Zio. Commit, if you block this attack, your opponent loses vitality equal to... What did it work about her? T-Region, your attack gets powerful 1, 626, only playable if you have played at least 3 attacks this turn. F, rearrange the cards in your card pool in any order, rearrange the cards in your card pool into any order, only playable once per turn. For combo? I didn't think combo was a thing at this point. I thought combo was introduced a bit later. So what's the point of rearranging your card pool? Either way, this is a terrible card. But why am I wanting to rearrange my card pool if combo isn't a thing yet? Lucian, big wall text, probably means F tier. Discard 1 momentum, commit 1 foundation. After you completely block your opponent's attack, take 1 random card from your opponent's hand, add it to the card pool face down. Okay. That's repeatable, which is pretty decent. This was the debut of combo. Ah, okay. Back then, they didn't have rules as written where you do stuff to your opponent's cards. It's just you tell them to do stuff. So if... Oh, so it didn't work that way. Commit 2 foundations. If an attack is played as a reversal, deals damage, take 2 foundations from your opponent's staging area, add them to the card pool. Those cards are added to your opponent's staging area at the end. Okay, so you're not debuilding them, but you're shutting down it. I guess you get to choose, take 2, yeah, so you get to choose 2 ready ones. That's pretty decent. You go down 2 foundations, they go down 2 foundations. During your turn, yes. Yes, F. Because it has to be played as reversal, not reversal attack. Okay. Yishan, 626. E, if your attack is added to your momentum this turn, add it face up. Discard momentum, your attack gets X damage. X equals the number of face up cards in your momentum. Sure, I'm sure I'd support D. Z, May, after you discard 2 more momentum as a cost for an ability, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Commit 2 foundations. Your attack with printed difficulty 3 or less gets multiple 2. I hate the commit 2 foundations to get multiple 2, so you get to spend 2 momentum to use it, so it synergizes. Really? Teams. I get it, yeah. Teams is fair. I'm sure the people that won the team's events will come after me at some point and tell me I'm wrong. But for now, I will stick with my decision. You can commit 2 foundations to give. I think we've done this one before. I'm going to put her back into A. I remember you saying she has a pretty broken kit. But that's pretty cool. Astrid, you may play an attack with a weapon keyword as a reversal. Oh, damn. Undefeated. It was you. Okay. Give it 1 foundation. Your weapon attack gets +1 damage for every 2 weapons in your discard pile. Oh, damn. So not only do you play that in your opponent's turn, you can put as a reversal, but you can quit 1 foundation to get 2 damage for every 1 damage for every 2 weapons in your opponent's discard pile. That includes foundations, actions, A. It wasn't you. God damn it, Mike. Ragnar. Lose 2 vitality. Commit 1 foundation. Your attack gets +3 damage. Desperation first form. Commit. Discard momentum for the rest of the turn. Your attack gets +2 damage for every attack preceding it in the card pool. Lose 2 vitality after each of your attacks resolve. Lose 2 vitality after each of your attacks resolves. Ooh. That's a bit. Ashley was around to say her static only works while committed. I guess that's fair, because then you can't utilize it as much. Ragnar. Losing 2 after every attack resolves as part of your desperation first form is a bit mad. But essentially giving +5 to everything, yeah, you can join them in A. I think this is the first time I've put so many of a small one. Like, this is half A, half below B, with no B. Let's get into Soul Calibur 4 Tower of Souls. We're almost out of the FFG and outside the FFG and Sabretooth era, and we're getting very close to Jasco era. And I think once we get we're getting fairly close to the point where I'm gonna start speeding up, but not close enough that I'm probably gonna get sleep. Nightmare. Commit 1 foundation. After your attack deals 4 more damage to your opponent, they must choose to destroy 1 foundation in their staging area. Commit. After you play attack, it gets +X damage. X equals the number of cards in your opponent's staging area that were destroyed this turn. Okay. Funniest since you got 2 in the right. Yay! This nightmare seems interesting, especially if you chuck some throws on it. You just debuild your opponent by committing foundations. I'm down for that. Don't think it's ultimately busted, so I'll slap you in B. Hildy, commit your attack gets +X damage and +X speed. X equals double the amount of your attack's damage was reduced to by during the enhance phase. Enhance, your attack gets -1/-1 If your attack deals damage, draw a card. Okay. So you minus for speed, minus for damage, but you get to give one of your attacks double everything they lost. So if you're going against someone who likes to DR, you get to just kind of pop off a little bit back at them. Pretty funny. Making attacks less appealing to block, but saying you have to block them. A solid B. Put it down. There you go. Sorry about that. My laptop, my computer's got a bit weird. Oh, Mike's not happy. At the beginning of the game, after players have decided to turn on, and you may search your deck for a gloomy side if you go first, or a jolly side if you go second. Attach the selected card to your character. Commit. Your attack gets multiple 1. Only playable if you have played at least 2 attacks this turn. Oh, fair enough. Now, I don't think I can properly judge this because I don't know what the gloomy side and the jolly side do. I feel this is like a Sun Jingwu skill tree kind of issue. So I'm going to tentatively put her in D tier and then just never look at what those cards do. Ivy, commit your next printed 3 difficulty attack or less. You attempt to play this turn, ignores progressive difficulty. Commit 1 foundation. After your attack deals 3 damage or less, draw 2 cards. Interesting. Still an F. Oh. What am I looking at here? Tower Souls. Oh, Jesus. If your attack deals damage, your opponent loses 2 vitality. Use 2 vitality. After your attack deals damage, discard it from your card pool. After taking vitality loss that lowers your vitality to 10 or less, discard your card and go get a copy of Jolly. Okay. If you cannot, you lose the game. Eek. Jolly side. Last is attached to your character gains a following ability. Commit 1 foundation. Your attack, if your attack deals damage, gain 3 health. If your attack deals damage, discard this card and add this card to your card pool. After taking the vitality loss that lowers your health to 10 or less, discard this and go get a gloomy side. Okay, so they swap over and they just do silly things. Bump it up to C. But it still does feel like a Sun Jingwu situation. Fine. I put it to A, but it's as high as I'm going, Mike. Savantis. 626 on a 5 response, 5 check or higher. Before you make a control check to play a card, that check gets +1. Only playable while committed. Free check or higher. Commit before your opponent makes a control check. That check equals the check you made for this ability. Failing that check will not. What the hell was that sentence? Before your opponent makes a control check, that check equals the check you made for this ability. Failing that check will not end your opponent's combat phase. F, because you just fuck off with that. That check. I'm sick of this bullshit with Semantis. Algar, commit. Discard all cards in your hand and then draw a number in your cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. Ooh, partial mulligan. Let's go. There's a form, that's brilliant. Commit one foundation. After a player plays a non-attack card, they must draw one card and add one random card from their hand to the bottom of the deck. Ooh. Probably would believe you if you said he was a static character. So you can commit to partial mulligan or commit one foundation after a player plays a non-attack card. They're forced to draw and put one to the bottom. Interesting, but looting is good for you. I don't know how often I want to do it for my opponent. D. Astaroth, 628, commit one foundation, your earth or fire attack gets plus X damage. X equals the number of cards in your opponent's staging area minus the number of cards in your staging area. Destroy a foundation, your opponent plays an ability that... Destroy a foundation, after your opponent plays an ability that modifies the control check, cancel that effect. That response is pretty cool. Especially for the set. Solid C, just because you can cancel check modification with breaker and things. I'll call that. And it's a control check, so you can't even modify their own. Yeah, I'm good with that. That's cool. Siegfried, 628, check a 4, enhance. This attack is plus X damage. X equals the number of resource symbols your opponent's character has that does not match your character's resource symbols. First, enhance, lose 2 vitality until the beginning of your next combat phase. Your opponent's character gains the death, evil, or void symbol of your choice. Okay. So you're giving your opponent a symbol, and it doesn't match, so you're guaranteed getting at least 1 damage. Why doesn't the response matter for him, Mike? D. Just because giving your opponent an additional symbol seems weird. And that seems kind of cool. That seems great that you just get to give damage on a check. Let's move into Tekken 6. There's only 5 characters? Cool. Christy Montero, commit, draw 1 card for each kick in your card pool. Your combat phase ends. Not great. Well, that's a shame. Commit foundation, your kick attack gets plus 3 for each kick in your card pool. Interesting. I don't like the fact that my combat phase ends. I would like to build, and it only counts kick attacks, so my foundations are the things that have kick. Not as impactful. D tier. Power Phoenix, 626, commit 1 non-character card in your staging area. This attack gets plus X damage. X equals the difficulty of the committed card. After you play a stun ability, commit 1 card in your opponent's staging area. Only playable once per turn. I'm going to go with D just because you do get to get some serious damage. But committing one additional thing due to stun doesn't seem that great. 627 form. Look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. Choose one and add it to the discard pile. Add the rest back to the top in any order. Only playable once per turn. I mean that. It's a 4. What's a 4? Yeah, the form. I get the form commit is there, but I don't get to build what from what I draw, is what I mean. Being able to get rid of one card, no my opponent's going to be checking. I'll be able to put it in that order. That's a solid B. King, reveal your hand if you did. If you not reveal a throw card, you may take one throw card of a printed difficulty 5 or less from your discard pile and play it. No check required. Enhance. If your attack deals damage, discard one of your opponent's momentums. That's pretty decent because you just play cards from your hand until you have no throws left, and then you form commit, get a throw for free. No, that seems pretty decent. I feel like I'm missing someone here. Kazuya Mishima, 628. Commit, discard one character from your staging area. Discard one character from your staging area. All non-character cards in your remove all. Commit, discard one character from your staging area. Remove all non-character cards from your staging area from the game. Destroy all non-character cards in your opponent's staging area. Discard one card. Your attack is plus X speed, plus X damage. X equals the number of characters in your staging area. Bugger me, that's a lot of words. The fact that that is not once per game for that destroy all your opponent's stuff. Very cool. Up in A. I really feel like there's more than this. Did I mess up? No, not apparently. Cool. Quest for Souls. Wow, they did not put a lot of characters this time. Best attack and promos. I'm sure they'll pop up somewhere along this. Who knows? Mitsuyugi, 628. First form, destroy one foundation. Choose a zone. For the rest of the turn, after you play an attack with that zone, it gets plus 3 damage. And on a 4 higher check, your attack gets plus 2 speed. The final FFG set. Yay! Okay, they're all on the 5 point. Okay, 5 points next, yeah. Seems decent. I've got a destroy foundation where you get to choose a zone, and then you can essentially get plus 2, plus 3, which is pretty cool. Solid B. Yoshimitsu, 626, commit after your opponent discards any number of cards due to a card effect. They lose X vitality. X equals the number of cards in their discard. Commit 1 foundation. If your attack deals damage, your opponent discards X cards. X equals half the damage dealt rounded down. Interesting. Now, it doesn't say non-throw. You commit 1 foundation and your opponent has to discard cards. That seems really decent. Especially when you pair it with the top response. That basically lets you burn them for how much they discard. Maybe presumptuous, but I'm going to stick that in A. Amy 718, enhance on a 4 check. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the block modifier of your attack. Commit if you block this attack, your block gets breaker 2. Yeah, that's pretty solid in itself. Put that up there in the B. Zhangyu 718. Add one attack with a printed difficulty 4 less from your discard pile to your card pool. Only playable once per turn. Response X check. After your attack deals damage, add one foundation with difficulty X or less from your hand to your staging area. X equals the damage dealt. So you have to make the check based on the damage you did to play one of difficulty X or less. Not too happy with that one, but you can still do some cheeky things there. So on a D. Just notice you put Hildy in B tier. That's wild, she's nuts. Yeah, Mike already had a go with that. Taki 627, first form, each player chooses a foundation in their opponent's staging area and turns it face down. These are considered to be foundations with a blank text box. If your attack deals damage, add it to your staging area face down. If your attack deals damage, add it to your staging area face down in the interface, turning all of your attacks into foundations. That's pretty solid. Beta. I know she undoes and doubles resets. But I don't know how many were around at that point in the game. Probably gonna get some flack for Mike on this one. Oh. I'm also starting to lose it a little bit. Let's take some pills, see if they help my nose. Ten and a half hours into this, jeez. Yep. Almost at retro. Long way to go before I hit standard. Okay. 5-point promos. Oh, this is such a long list. Fuck me. $6.28. When this attack is ready, you may commit weapon assets as no weapon foundations passing checks. Seems decent. Response: after you play a weapon attack, discard the top 3 cards of your deck for each weapon you discard. This way, this attack gets +1 speed. I mean, we know passing assets is powerful. Get million to get speed, A tier. Mylan. Form, discard X cards, draw X cards, only play once per turn, so you get a partial mulligan. Enhance on a 4, reveal 2 cards from your hand. If the reveal cards on this, if the reveal cards share the same name, this non-throw attack gets 5 damage. B. It takes the mulligan helps a lot, but you essentially have to hold on to 2 cards that always have the same name. Ulrich, 626. Commit 1 foundation after your opponent after your opponent's ready phase. Commit 1 foundation in your opponent's staging area. Decent. First E, add the top card of your discard pile to your hand. Each player may only play 1 more enhanced. This enhanced step. Only playable once per turn. Interesting. So you get 1 of your turn, you get 1 of your opponent's turn. I think that's pretty decent. You get to keep your opponent down 1 foundation in the early game. Solid B. Sebastian. Don't like the fedora, but that's me. Form on a 5 check, add 1 card from your discard pile to your card pool that does not count towards progressive difficulty, only playable once per turn. Response: after you play a combo ability, discard up to 2 cards from your card pool. Okay. So you add a card into your card pool so you can essentially pop off with the combo early, and then you just keep clearing the combo so you can do long strings. Makes sense. A. Depending on what combos were available, but A. Oh, nice, Nick. 720 with a big wall of text. This generally means it's going into F. Let's see. Form, add the top 3 cards of your deck to your card pool face down. Your opponent chooses 1 card added to your card pool this way. Reveals that you may play the revealed card following any restrictions to pay no cost. No check required. Then discard the other cards face down from your card pool. If you choose not to play the chosen card, discard it from your card pool, only playable once per turn. And E, this attack gets -1 damage. That seems really decent. You're essentially going upper hand size, which will make you an 8. And it's got a bit of RNG to it, but still quite powerful. A. Killick. Form, discard momentum, draw 1 card, commit X foundations, discard an attack in your opponent's card pool with speed equal to X. Okay. So you can discard the active attack. That's pretty cool. But you are going down a lot of resources if they're high speed attacks. What is going on? I'm trying to move stuff around. It's just not highlighting. I'm getting too tired. C tier. James Hatter. That Kilker got hosed by a Star Foundation. Oh no. Commit Form Foundation. Change the zone of this attack to another one. Okay. After you commit one or more foundations, your attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage. Oh, so when you commit the enhanced change zone, you get +1 speed, +1 damage. I guess that would also include passing the check now. Interesting. Solid A. It changes the speed and response of his ability, so he couldn't clear. Oh no. Jonathan Herr, after you play a non-attack card, look at the top card of your deck. You may place that card either on top or bottom of your deck. Discard one card, draw a card. So you're looting, and after you play a non-attack card, you can essentially look at what if you're going to pass your next check. Interesting. I guess it's good block-wise. Good to maybe very good defensively. B. I don't even know what you said. I saw that you. Fine, S. I saw that you won your first one with Moffrey. That's why I immediately was happy putting it into A. JJ. Oh, why they made these cards so hard to read? JJ, 2008 UK champion. First form, commit until the beginning of your next combat phase. After the attack is played, it gets -2 damage to a minimum of 1. Commit 2 foundations. After your opponent plays an ability on their character, cancel that ability. That ability may not be played again for the rest of the turn. Absolutely solid ability there. JJ, I can't read. Okay, I ignored it, but I still saw it. A for JJ. White Crane. Discard X face down cards in your card pool. If the next card you play's turn is an attack, it gets +6 speed. Only playable once per turn, so you get to clear your card pool and essentially boost the speed. JJ was awful. I think JJ looks pretty cool. Commit, discard 1 momentum after your opponent plays an attack with at least 2 keywords. Discard it from their card pool and cancel its effects. Okay. So you get to clear your card pool as a form of face downs. So that's good for multiple, and then get some decent speed. And for commit and 1 momentum, you get 2 Genkais, I think. I'd want to put it in S, but I'm going to stick it with A, just because it doesn't do enough to hit S. Omar Shivers. Discard any number of cards. Add 1 card with difficulty X or less from your discard pile to your hand. X equals the total number of discarded cards. Only playable once per turn. Commit 1 foundation. This attack gets X +1 damage. X equals the number of times this enhance has been played. So you get 1 damage. You get 2 damage for the first one. You get 3 damage for the second one. Okay. Discard any number of cards and then get 1 card back. I don't. You kind of put all your eggs into one basket there. I don't know. I'm not a fan of it. D tier. Sorry, Mike. Don't say he wasn't cool. Don't say he was awful. That's two different things. That's right. All about your beloved. He's going into detail. I just don't think his abilities do enough to warrant going higher. Natalie, commit one foundation and discard a block card. After your opponent plays an attack, choose one keyword on the attack. That ability may not be played during this attack. Commit, discard a block card after you make a control check. That check gets plus X. X equals the block modifier of the discarded card. God damn it, Mike. Commit one foundation to just commit one foundation and discard a block card. So you can't do it on their first attack, but you can remove keywords. It seem cool on response speed. And then commit, discard and discard a card. And discard a block card. Oh, you discard a card with a block. I'm probably gonna get a shout out, but B. Yun Seong, discard momentum ready one foundation in your stage area that has not been ready. +5 if your attack deals damage. Add the top count. Okay. C. If that. No, F. I'm just not feeling it anymore. Sorry, bud. The time was one of the worst characters. I was reading it like that, but I think it's the other Natalia I'm confusing with. Down to D. I don't like discarding cards just to get limits. Steve Fox. If your punch attack deals damage, your next punch attack is target's +2 speed. Discard momentum. If you discarded a punch attack, this attack gets -X damage. X equals the difficulty of discarding card. C. Sophita. 627 commit one foundation. If your opponent commits one foundation. If your opponent cannot commit one foundation, you may ready one foundation. Commit one foundation, your opponent commits a foundation. If your opponent cannot commit a foundation, you ready a foundation, therefore making the enhanced moot. Unless you have something that triggers when you commit, that seems silly. E. This attack gets +X speed or -X speed. X equals number of foundations your opponent has committed during this enhanced step. That doesn't really affect what you're doing in the first part, apart from you get to commit them down. F. Padma. After you deal 3 or less damage to your opponent loses 2 vitality. That just seems mean. Take a foundation from your staging area, add it to your card pool face down. Play that card as a 3 difficulty, 3 speed, 3 damage attack with these symbols. Only playable once per turn. I get that, but you're still at a kind of a net zero because you're committing a foundation to ready a foundation. I get you making the trade, I guess. But I guess you need something that has a repeatable commit ability to really pop that off. Yeah. commit one foundation, your opponent commits a foundation. If your opponent cannot commit one of their foundations, you may ready one foundation. So you're still going down a foundation to ready up another one. So you need a decent foundation to ready. I get that, but you're still going down one to get one back. This thing is plus X speed or minus X speed. X equals the number of foundation your opponent's committed during this enhanced step. It's you can get this decent speed there, but at the same time you also may get no speed. I'll move it to C just because if they've got no foundations that you are going to be hitting. Lady Naga, but this, I mean, that response seems really cool for half blocks and just low damage. Constantly hit with that extra 2 chip burn damage. So I'm going to put her into D. Well, it's not plus tapping them out, it's R tapping them out, isn't it? Because if they can commit, you don't get to ready. So it's one or the other, it's not both. If it was both, that'd be insane. Marcus Gallius. Commit to one foundation, your attack gets plus X speed and plus X damage. X equals number of actions in your card pool. After your attack deals 5 more damage to an opponent, take one action from your discard pile and add it to your hand. Okay. Only after your attack, and you get plus. If you get some actions in your card pool, so you can hit them early. Interesting, but as a 6-hander, needing to rely on having lots of actions to pop that off, I'm going to stick you in D. Listen, man. Commit one foundation after you take damage from an opponent's unblocked attack. Play one printed low attack as a reversal. Okay. E, if your printed low attack is not blocked, your opponent discards a card. So basically you have to hold lows against Lizardman. Interesting. Because if not, you're just going to be going down cards in hand. I mean that's slightly playable. Stick it in B. Yeah, I can see if Marius had the right build, Marius could be fun. Kyoyufu. Response commit. After your opponent plays a block, discard it from their card pool and cancel its effects. Your opponent may attempt to play a block a second time with another card. Enhance discard one card from your opponent's card pool. Your attack gets plus 2 damage. Only playable your attack. So you could essentially it's Hihei, but you also get 2 damage from that. You have to commit to do it, and that means that you also don't get to get the damage after that. D. Kishiri, Shadow War, 5 check response. After your opponent reveals any number of cards from their hand, they must discard a card. Interesting. Commitment Foundation, your opponent reveals 1 random card from their hand. Your attack is plus X speed. X equals the difficulty of your card. Only playable during your attack. Okay. So, create a foundation to make them reveal a card. And then they have to discard a card from the response. Good synergy. And there's a fair few characters in here that want to reveal to get additional stuff. So, stick that to B. Jin Kazuma. Commit your control checks for the rest of the turn. Get plus X. X equals the total number of characters in your staging area. Discard one character in your staging area. Your checks get plus 2 for the rest of the turn. Playable while committed. Okay. Interesting. So you can commit it to give +1 because of your character. If you attach other copies of Jin Kazuma, you can get more. I think Apple would kill me if I didn't put it. If I put it too high or too low. Lady Nagat mentioned a while back. I put Jin Kazuma at a B just because he doesn't get access to the new Jin, but that's pretty cool. Hayachi Mishami. Response 5 check. After your attack deals 4 or more damage, reveal the top card of your deck. If the revealed card is an attack card, add it to your hand. If it's not an attack, discard the revealed card. Discard one card. Your non-throw attack gains plus X damage. X equals the difficulty of the discarded card. Oh. After you attack deals 4 more damage, reveal top card in your deck. If the revealed attack card attack, add it to your hand. If not, discard it again. Discard one card. Your non-throw attack gets X damage. Interesting, but not great. Oh. That's pretty cool. Sure, you can go and see. Daria, commit one foundation. Choose a card in your opponent's staging area. For the rest of this turn, you may play an ability on the chosen card as if it were printed on this card, following all restrictions. Only playable once per turn. So you just get to steal one of your opponent's abilities if you want. Commit after you completely block an attack. Place one card from your hand face down into your card pool. That card becomes the exact copy of the blocked attack and gains the resource symbol of your choice. Play that card as a reversal. What is this nonsense? Nope, we took a while getting through the legacy stuff. That seems really strong. You get to just copy your opponent's ability, and then after you block, you get to play a copy of the block. Preemptively, I'm just going to stick that in S, because you just get to you power scale based on your opponent plus whatever you want to do on top of that. Cassandra. Reveal attack. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the block modifier of the reveal attack. You may discard the reveal card to have your attack get plus X damage instead of X speed. Commit. If this attack deals damage, each player discards a card. Interesting. Not sure how much I like that one, but speed buff for revealing attack, as we know, is very powerful. Damage buff is very strong, and forcing buff plays discard. Let's put you in B. Brian Fury from Tekken 629. Commit 2 foundations. The damage of this attack may not be reduced by card effects. Destroy one foundation. Your attack gets plus 4 damage. Only playable if your first attack. If your attack has a printed damage of 5 or greater. Interesting. So you're looking at 9 damage. Pretty cool. Commit 2 to stop it being reduced, but you don't really have much you can add on from there. D tier. Oh. Oh, I am struggling. Wait for the first 5 years. Oh god. Yay. 6 point. I don't think I have made it a quarter of the way there. Jesus. Natalia, commit. Play 1 high or mid attack from your hand, following all restrictions with no check required. Discard 1 card, reveal top 4 cards of your deck. You may add 1 mid or high attack reveal this way from your discard to your hand. Discard mid cards, only playable once per turn. If I take a break, I will sleep. And if I sleep, then I get shouted at. But I may need to sleep. I'm not as young as I used to be. Natalia, I thought you'd... No, the idea was I was supposed to do this all the way through. It just took us so long to get through the legacy promos. No, the idea was to do it all the way through. But if it's okay with the Overlords, then I may get through the 6 points and then come back tomorrow to get through the 6 point promos, get to the the beginning of the Jasco era sets, and come back to try and get through everything else. Because I think I definitely need to sleep. But anyway, let's crack on here. But yeah, if everyone thought I was doing it in 2 parts, then I will do it in 2 parts. And I will come back tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow should definitely work. That's fair. A bit more annoying for Robin because they have to essentially spend another day. But 6 points is roughly okay. Natalie won retro with Thermal Blast. Being able to choose any high or mid to just play with no restrictions and then be able to tutor for 1. I'm going to put that in S. That seems really solid. Not much I can do about that, Mike. I'm going to take a break. Plus, this got to think when it gets to midnight, after midnight, the Oceania people if I leave it too late, I'm just going to be sat here talking with myself for a while. Alexander Alexei, this guy kicked my butt. Andrew Alexei kicked my butt. Forecast enhance. If your attack deals damage, your opponent chooses 1 card in your discard pile and adds it to your momentum. Interesting. Discard momentum after an attack is played against +1 or -1 damage to +1 or -1 to all its keyword ratings. If I start at 6 PM, Mike, I'm not going to get done to. I'm not going to get done to. No way can I do all the rest in 6 hours. the fact that whenever you deal damage, you get a momentum, and then use that momentum to get +1 to your keyword ratings. Solid A. But if you can't get the momentum, you can't hit through, you don't really get to do anything, so that's what's kind of gatekeeping them from S. Terry, discard 1 card from your opponent's card pool. This tag gets +X damage. It's still like 600 cards to get through, Mike. Just ask Sean to put it on in Patreon. 629, discard 1 card from your opponent's card pool. This tag gets +X damage. X equals the discarded card's control. Only playable during your attack. Commit 1 foundation after you block with a foundation or a asset. Add that card to your staging area committed, and then draw a card. Oh. Commit 1 foundation after you block with a foundational asset. Add that to your staging area committed, and then draw a card. That's so good. MHA may take a lot less time, yeah, because it's just most people know it. May 6 hand size, 27 health. After your attack deals 4 more damage, gain 2 vitality. Playable while committed, decent. Commit, your attack gets +3 speed, +3 damage. Oof. My nose is going. Fair. Beta. Kyo, commit 1 foundation after you check an attack, add that checked a card to your momentum. Solid. Commit after you make a control check to play an attack, that check gets +X, the check gets +X and the attack gets +X damage. X equals the number of cards in your momentum. I guess that's good later in the game. D. May, after you play an attack, gain 1 vitality. Decent. Lose X vitality for the rest of the turn. Your attacks get plus damage plus X. X equals the number of characters in your stage area. Only play with once per turn. So if you can stack the maze up, you can get some decent speed, decent damage. But it's more of a late game aspect. C. Kyo. +4 check. Your attack is plus X damage plus X speed. Put your choice. X equals the number of cards in your opponent's hand. Play more committed. Commit. Your next control check gets plus X. X equals the number of cards in your opponent's hand. T-shirt, man, yeah. I mean, it's alright. But it depends on how many cards your opponent has in hand, and the more they block, the more it's going to go down, so you're just going to go to printed. If you form commit, you might get something decent. Go with C. Iori and I have a love-hate relationship. Iori, commit. Your opponent commits X foundations. X equals the desperation rating of this attack, so you need to have desperation. Desperation response 5 plus check. After your opponent plays a form or responsibility, print another foundation, destroy that foundation. Interesting. So if you go to 13 health, if you check a 5, you can just destroy foundations at will. On top of being able to commit your character to ensure you get to commit a fair few things. I can see it as a solid B. Vice 626. Discard one card with desperation keyword. Draw 2 cards. That's really good because it's not limited, and as long as you have a desperation keyword on your card, you can keep drawing more cards. Desperation first enhance. Lose 3 vitality. Reduces attack damage. That's really solid. You can just kind of take 3 repeatedly, stick it up in A. Oh. Shen, all deaf good. Choose on a 4 check. Choose 1 non-attack card in your opponent's discard pile. Remove it from the game. Commit 1 foundation. Your punch attack gets +1 damage for every 2 foundations in your opponent's removed from game pile. Interesting. Not the best. I'm probably going to put that in F, but I can see how that can get quite silly quite quickly, especially if you can get them to cycle. Psyche 627. All foundations are added to each playing staging area, committed instead of ready during the end phase. Destroy 1 ready foundation. If this attack deals damage, ready 1 foundation that hasn't been ready in this combat phase. Your opponent commits 1 foundation. Interesting. I mean interesting, I mean bad. Honestly, it's an interesting concept, but you're also, if you're going second, you're just setting up your opponent to punch you in the face with no defense. Mr. Karate, first enhance 4. Your non-throw attack gets +X damage. X equals double the difference between your opponent's printed hand size and your printed hand size. Only playable if this attack shares at least 2 resource symbols with your character. Destroy 1 foundation after an attack deals damage. Draw X cards. X equals the difficulty of the destroyed foundation. Yeah. I'm honest, I've just read it and my head is immediately blanked. So yeah, I think after I get through these last few, I will just go get some sleep. I'm just not going to be able to. It's going to take me twice as long to read the cards. So your opponent's hand size and your printed hand size, so you get the difference. It's double the difference. Thank you, Suri. I'm gonna have to do this in 2 parts because I mean it's almost been 12 hours at this point. This game has got lots of characters, so I'm definitely gonna have to come back and do it again. But I appreciate it. Destroy foundation. This tech, if after this step down, draw X cards. X equals pretty solid. And that's not even including like the Warhammer ones that haven't actually done stuff. Let's take you to D. Mature. Now Mature has got a lot worse with the new rules. But enhanced discard 1 card, real top 5 cards. Oh, this is a different one. Enhanced discard 1 card, reveal top 5 cards of your deck. Your attack gets +1 damage for each desperation revealed this way. Add 1 desperation card revealed this way to your hand. Discard the remaining. That's fair. Just replacing the card in your hand. Not as many as magic cards. Solid D for the first mature. Clark, 530 response. Remove one card from remove one card in your hand from the game. Your attack gets +3 damage. Commit before your opponent's combat phase begins. Draw one card for every 2 attacks you remove from game pile. Well, there's Yellow Devil. Yeah, but that's an actual like Mega Man boss, isn't it? So remove one card from your hand. This attack gets +3 damage. And then commit before your opponent's combat phase begins. You draw one card for every 2 attacks removed. Meaning it scales, but it's still a long setup. I'm not a fan of that. Trong. This attack gets +2 damage. If this is the second time you've played this ability, this turn your opponent's attack gets +1 damage until the. If this is the second time, to the beginning of your next turn, so you de-incentivized from using it twice, which is weird. Commit discard momentum after your opponent plays an attack. Discard it from the card pool. Your opponent's attack gets +1 damage. God damn it! See, it's a Genkai's one thing, but you incentivize that you can give your opponent +2 damage from from using your abilities and get rid of one of the attacks. That seems really dangerous. There you go. There's a better art. Z-May, 7 hand size, 20 health. Destroy one foundation after you play an attack, not as a block. Commit one foundation in your opponent's staging area. You're bad. That's just bad. Sorry, Z-May. You look beautiful, but you're bad. Sasha. Rob is going to be a big fan of Sasha. 627. You may commit foundations in your card pool in addition to foundations in your staging area to pass control checks. That's done. During your end phase, add foundations committed this way to your stage committed. That makes sense. This tag is +1 damage for each committed for this tag is +1 damage for each committed foundation in your card pool. So if you can find foundations that don't count towards progressive difficulty, especially in life, you can do some very silly things. Yeah, no, I like that. You could go C because I need to see how many silly things can actually be done with that. Xiao Deyu. Commit before a player makes a control check to play a form. They must discard the top card deck. Their control check gets -X. X equals the control of the card they discarded. Failing this control check will not end the phase. Discard 3 momentum. Ready this character playable while committed. Oh! So if I use something like, I don't know if she has the symbols for it. She doesn't, but like if I use something like Ocean Buddies or got something stuffed into my card pool and I committed it, it would still build. So essentially I could cheese foundations from my discard on my hand into my card pool, commit them, and I get to build them at the end. Turns things like Runaway into much worse options. X equals the control of the card they discarded. I guess you can punish them for discarding a foundation, but overall, having to discard 3 momentum to ready means that you need to kind of be in a position to do that. D tier. That's pretty cool. Honestly, after reading this, I might want to try Sasha in retro, and honestly, I think that's a fun little kooky retro. Maybe old dogs, new tricks. This attack gets plus X damage. X equals the total number of characters in your stage area. This attack gets minus X damage. X equals the total number of characters in your opponent's staging area. This was probably a lot stronger before the MHA era, without character stacking being as wide as it is. I don't think it is as strong as it used to be. I can definitely see where it was, but I'll put it in D, because if you can character stack, if you get some decent characters down, you can have a lot of damage, but your DR is not going to be as strong as it used to be. T-Region. This guy momentum your attack gets plus 3 damage. Pretty decent. Commit and the top 2 cards you deck to your momentum. Only playable if you've dealt damage with non-throw this turn. So you're setting it up. There's a lot of cool ways on Chaos to get momentum quickly. I mean, turning things like Determined Advance into a 6/9. Guess you're kind of just doing Zilla things, but with clearing symbols. Get into D. Roy. Commit one non-character card in your opponent's staging area. That card is not ready during the opponent's next ready step. Only playable once per turn. Commit after your opponent's combat phase begins. Draw X cards. X equals the total number of committed cards. After your opponent's combat phase begins, draw X cards. X equals the total number of committed cards in your opponent's staging area. Oh, this is Lock, but this is Lock, but weirder. That's cool, but I put you in C because that's no. If you can find multiple ways to freeze, but you go in F because Roy is our boy. Roy is a worse version of Lock. A Lock's already pretty bad. That's the way I see it. Vesper. After your versatile attack deals damage, you may add 1 foundation from your card pool to your staging area ready. Commit 1 foundation. Your versatile attack gets plus X damage and plus X speed. Your choice. X equals the block modifier of the card immediately preceding it in your card pool. So you block, you get to play the reversal, and you get to boost it based on what you blocked with. The art's absolutely gorgeous, and I'm pretty sure I've already rated this card before, but I think it's going to get boosted because of the art this time. But commit 1 foundation to get the plus speed and plus damage equal to the block modifier, and when I play reversal attack, I get to add a foundation to my staging area ready, meaning it's easier to block in the future. The last one I see is get this awful art off my screen. So I'll put you to B just because the art alone is very cool. I'm a very big fan of the gothic sort of styling. Paul Bittner. so much text. Add the top two cards of each player's discard pile to the top of that player's deck in any order, playable once per turn. Commit before your opponent's end phase begins. You may play one foundation or asset into your card pool, and then add the played foundation asset to your staging area at the end during your opponent's end phase. Okay. Yeah, Steve. I've been told by everyone after this I need to take a break and then come back to finish from basically from the Jascott era to UVS era after this. That's a detail. That's pretty cool. 3 more. Mike Lowe. 4-check. After you play a non-attack card, ready one foundation in your staging area that has not been ready this combat phase. This attack gets +1 damage. I said it's hilarious you haven't noticed that the Shadow War characters. Yeah, I thought I had already done them before. I'm also very tired at this point. Sorry, Mike Globe, you're going into F tier. Kirk Polka, commit, discard momentum, add one foundation asset from your opponent's staging area to their hand. As an E commit, your attack gets +X damage, X equals the number of cards in your card pool. Pretty interesting. The fact that you could debuild your opponent by committing. Oh, you have to commit your character. Still a D. You can choose what your opponent gets to block with. What's up, Mike? I'm not too sure. Mike wants to be here when I finish this off. Have I done it again to Mike Lowe? Mike and Paul, the 2 reasons. After you play non-attack, have any one foundation in your staging area that has not been readied. This take. I mean, sure, maybe I was hesitant putting it in F. I'll put it in B, but I mean, sure. Move them both to B, just because I want to get. Okay, last one. Joe Hill, 2019 UK champion. Response. After you play a non-attack card, add the top card of your opponent's deck to the card pool. If this ability was played on your opponent's turn, discard 2 cards. Interesting. Destroy a foundation. If this attack deals damage, ready to foundations damage. I might be getting my guys confused. We're so back. 7-hander that has to discard 2, but after you play non-attack, you get to stuff your opponent's card pool. If you can draw, that's pretty cool. Destroy a foundation. If this attack deals damage, I get to ready 2. Guess that's a solid B as well. And that is the last of the 6 pointers. And that is putting us at 11.5 hours. Oh. Thank you everyone that's been here for here. I'm going to take your advice and go get some sleep because we're approaching 12 hours. It's been a little bit nutty, and I'm really feeling it. My brain. I didn't realize how much actual thinking would involve in here. In terms of character-wise, let's have a look at Ultra. Red Horizon to recent in characters. We're not even halfway there. There's 743 characters left to go. So we're not even at the halfway mark, but we're getting close there. But once we get to the MHA era, once we get to the cards, I know that I can just like recite once I see them. It'll pick up a lot of speed. But I'm looking forward to seeing the Jasco era. It's been great hearing the stories about it. In terms of when this will kick off again, I'm going to stop for the night just because of how much this is actually kicking my butt. I did say that I'd probably come back tomorrow, but I just realised that Sam Tate has the 3v3 tournament on tomorrow. After that, there's the Hero 2 event. And I don't want to step on other content creators' toes. I'll speak to Robin because this was meant to be like a one and done thing. If you're not in the UK versus Discord, head over there. I've been updating the stuff on there, but I'll try and get it done this week. I might come back on Sunday, try and get it all done. If not, it'll be some point on there. But big thanks to everyone who's been here for this. This has been a lot of fun. Absolutely draining. We're going to stop for the night now as we're approaching 11.5 hours. I think that's a good stopping point. I probably should have started it earlier, but I think this is a good stopping point. We're going into Red Horizon next time. I'm going to get some sleep because my brain's starting to shut down. Thank you everyone for being here. For Theories, News and more, win, lose or draw, keep it with UK Versus, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Bye.